Zagan sits in his castle, observing quietly as the newly brought elf stands below. Nephi kneels with uncertainty, her thoughts shaped by fear as she assumes a grim fate awaits her under his ownership. The distance between them feels heavy, and her question unsettles him more than expected, his composure breaking as he struggles to understand the situation. While watched from afar, realizing he does not know how to face the one he now cherishes. A knight confronts a girl in the forest, forcing her back as fear rises within her. Suddenly something unnatural overtakes him, twisting his face into a monstrous form. He attacks without restraint, striking down another while the girl realizes the truth too late. The creature corners her, enjoying her terror as she struggles to retreat. Frozen in place, she shields herself, understanding she has fallen into a far more dangerous situation than she imagined. The creature reveals its intent, valuing cruelty as it prepares to use the girl for a dark purpose. It lunges forward, closing the distance while promising further harm once its goal is complete. Before the strike lands, an unknown figure interrupts, forcing the attacker to recoil in shock. Zagan appears, asserting control over the scene as his presence silences the chaos. The situation shifts instantly, leaving the intruder unsettled while Zagan remains calm and unbothered. He dismisses the plea, recognizing the twisted magic and refusing to tolerate such methods. Without hesitation, he strikes, splattering blood as the girl collapses from shock. Regret flickers across him, realizing the damage done while trying to regain composure. He casts a spell, lifting both bodies as a magic circle forms beneath them. Power surges outward, subduing the enemy completely, while stabilizing the girl within the ritual. Zagan finishes the restoration, knowing only her body can be recovered, while her memories may not remain intact. Noticing the cross-shaped crest, he recognizes a connection to the church and its influence. He reflects briefly, acknowledging the conflict between mages and those who oppose them. Deciding to leave her somewhere safe, he prepares a teleportation spell to send her away. The magic distorts unexpectedly, alerting him as an unknown force interferes with his spell. Zagan senses the interference, realizing only a powerful mage could disrupt magic within his heavily protected territory. He identifies the intruder and calls him out, rejecting the attempt to tamper with his spell. Barbados appears, mocking the situation while treating the chaos as entertainment. Studies the unconscious girl, noting her unusual magical capacity yet refusing to use her as a sacrifice. The tension rises as Barbados teases further harm, unwilling to allow such actions within his domain, explaining the nature of a mage's body, while Zagan grows impatient with his interference. With a sly tone, Barbados reveals news, hinting at a time span far beyond ordinary human limits. He then mentions a demon king, shifting the topic to something far more significant and dangerous. Figures in the shadows illustrate the power of such beings, emphasizing their overwhelming authority. Finally, Barbados directs Zagan toward an auction, suggesting an opportunity that captures his attention. A vast city stretches beneath towering structures, its activity hinting at hidden dealings within its walls. Inside, slaves and rare items are gathered, prepared quietly as part of a larger transaction. Across the harbor, news spreads that valuable possessions will soon be sold at auction. Merchants and nobles move eagerly, drawn by the promise of acquiring unusual goods. Walking through the streets, Zagan considers his options, realizing he must secure funds to obtain what interests him. Zagan walks through the streets, observing people around him while remaining uninterested in their attention. Barbados follows closely, noting the tension in the area as unusual activity begins to surface. Rumors spread among locals about women being taken based on specific conditions. He considers the possibility of a larger ritual, suspecting a connection to summoning something dangerous. As they descend further, Barbados hints that Zagan himself may already be involved in what is unfolding. Zagan walks ahead, dismissing the idea of companionship, while Barbados remarks on his isolation. They arrive at a grand arena filled with bidders, where the atmosphere feels intense and focused. Various powerful figures gather, each representing dangerous forces within the world of mages. Attention shifts to the upcoming lot described as the most valuable item of the day. A cloaked figure is presented, and the crowd prepares as the bidding begins for the mysterious prize. The auction reveals its prize, presenting a rare elf bound in chains beneath the spotlight. Zagan's attention locks onto her, caught off guard by a feeling he cannot immediately explain. Details about her value are announced, drawing interest from the crowd as her rarity becomes clear. Bidding begins at a high price, prompting reactions from those gathered in the arena. Beside him, Barbados notices Zagan's change, realizing something about the elf has deeply captured his interest. Zagan places a decisive bid, offering an overwhelming amount that silences the entire arena. Shock spreads through the crowd, as even Barbados questions the scale of his action. His gaze remains fixed on the elf, emotions rising within him that he struggles to understand. A quiet realization forms. As he acknowledges a desire he has never felt before, Barbados reacts with disbelief, while Zagan stands firm, driven by a purpose he cannot ignore. The auction concludes, declaring Zagan the winner as he descends toward the elf, under the spotlight. Up close, he studies her condition, uncertain how to approach her fragile state. Examining the chain, he learns it suppresses her magic and prevents escape. Information about her overwhelming power and condition is explained, leaving him thoughtful. Determination settles in as Zagan decides his first step will be to speak with her directly. Zagan brings the elf away from the crowd, placing her within his domain as the tension lingers between them. Neffy looks at him quietly, fear guiding her thoughts as she expects a cruel fate. Her words unsettle him, and he quickly denies any intention of harming her. Misunderstanding deepens as she assumes something worse awaits, while he struggles to respond. Unable to express himself, well, Zagan introduces himself, attempting to reassure her in his own awkward way. Zagan listens as the elf introduces herself as Neferia, her name leaving a strong impression on him. He reacts awkwardly, trying to understand her background, while adjusting to the unfamiliar conversation. Neffy reveals she is considered cursed, lowering herself as if expecting rejection. He questions her gently, still unsure how to approach her situation properly. Her final statement catches him off guard, leaving him completely unable to respond. Silence lingers as Neffy questions her purpose, leaving Zagan struggling to explain his actions. Flustered, he responds poorly, unable to express his true intentions clearly. His thoughts spiral as he realizes they will now share the same space, unsettling him further. Trying to regain control, Zagan offers her freedom to choose where she stays within the castle. Despite this, Neffy remains uncertain, believing her fate will not change no matter what she does. Neffy looks at Zagan in confusion as he finally expresses a clear reason for keeping her alive. His words carry strong intent, surprising her and breaking through her expectation of death. Standing together they begin a new life, uncertain yet bound by a connection neither fully understands. Unsure how to treat her yet, trying to provide a place to stay. Confusion follows as her words reveal a troubling past, leaving him uncertain how to respond or comfort her. They move through a dim stairway, tension lingering while he reflects on her situation. Suddenly she clings to him, closing the distance in a moment of fragile trust. He steadies her steps, careful and awkward, beginning to understand how to care. His grip lingers as he leads her forward, caught between hesitation and an unfamiliar warmth he cannot explain. A quiet room is offered, while he tries to justify the choice, despite its neglected condition. Nearby, a hidden device rests among debris, suggesting danger concealed within the castle's depths. The door is shut quickly, sealing the space as unease begins to settle around them. Realization strikes him too late, while she accepts the situation calmly, sensing danger. He unleashes magic instantly, destroying the hidden trap before it can activate against them. Smoke clears across the damaged room, leaving uncertainty about its condition. Awkward explanation follows as he justifies his sudden action, revealing both habit and concern beneath his composure. Later, she stands alone on a high balcony, gazing outward while he watches from a distance. Under the quiet night, her attention lingers on the moon, her thoughts drifting in silence. On the balcony, she studies the night sky while he approaches, unsure how to share the quiet moment. He reaches toward the moon as if trying to show its meaning, though the gesture remains unclear to her. Silence follows, leaving both uncertain, their thoughts drifting without understanding. She finally expresses a simple wish, asking to remain in that room. Despite the damage below, he accepts her choice, realizing her comfort matters more than the surroundings. She accepts the room gently, valuing it because it was once prepared with care by someone important. Gratitude follows, catching him off guard as he allows her to use the space freely. The feeling lingers within him, unfamiliar and quiet, as he reflects on her sincere appreciation. She shares the same sentiment, recognizing how rare such words have become for her as well. Together beneath the night sky, they stand in silence, slowly understanding each other. Morning approaches as he sits awake, fatigue evident after a restless night, filled with uneasy thoughts. Sleep never comes, leaving him alone in silence while she rests nearby without worry. Doubt weighs on him as he questions his actions, uncertain how to properly care for her. Light enters the room, revealing her awake and quietly observing the still surroundings. She moves gently, checking on him with simple concern as the new day begins. Morning begins as she greets him politely, catching him unprepared and unsure how to respond. He hesitates in silence, overthinking a simple reply. While the moment grows increasingly awkward, frustration builds, leading him to offer food abruptly. Masking his embarrassment with a rough gesture, they sit together quietly, sharing the meal as he struggles with unfamiliar feelings and thoughts. She reflects on the situation, finding it unusual yet not unpleasant, sensing a subtle change between them. He presents a simple meal, trying to appear composed, though uncertainty shows in his expression. She studies it carefully, realizing the food lacks quality, yet senses his effort behind it. Memories surface for him, recalling harsher days, making the meal seem normal in his eyes. Curiosity grows within her as she wonders about ordinary food and how others live. With quiet resolve, she offers to prepare something better, hoping to improve their situation. She offers to cook, surprising him and disrupting his composure as he struggles to process the idea. The thought overwhelms him, leaving him flustered by the unexpected kindness and unfamiliar situation. Determination replaces confusion as he decides to act, planning a trip to gather proper ingredients. At the carriage, reality interferes when he realizes the cost of travel is beyond him. With no money available, he accepts the setback, choosing to continue forward despite the limitation. A penniless sorcerer seeks a way to obtain money after recklessly spending a fortune on an elf girl. Returning to his castle with nothing left, he considers selling possessions. Watching the quiet elf hesitation replaces his darker thoughts as he worries about how his actions appear before her. An unexpected idea forms, imagining a peaceful life running a small fae together within his castle, suddenly, forcing him into action as violence disrupts his uncertain plans. Zagan and Nephi notice a group of bandits attacking a carriage, observing the situation from a distance. Though the enemies lack magic, the danger remains real as captured victims face a grim fate. Nephi's uneasy expression stirs something in Zagan, reminding him of her past. Power erupts across the battlefield as he strikes decisively, overwhelming the attackers with destructive force. Calm returns as he dismisses the bandits as worthless, having ended the threat without hesitation. Bandits rush forward, confident that the lone mage cannot cast spells properly or resist their strength. Zagan advances without hesitation, meeting brute force directly and shattering expectations through precise blows land swiftly, as fear spreads among the attackers, while Nephi watches his strength with growing surprise. Positioning himself ahead of her, he maintains control as the defeated bandits collapse and plead for help. A final surge of magic erupts, crushing resistance and ending the conflict with decisive authority. Zagan steps onto a large sigil, calmly deciding there is no need to wait for the opposing mage to act. The enemy attempts to activate the spell, preparing a destructive incantation with confidence. Confusion spreads as the sigil fails to respond, leaving the caster unable to control its power. Seizing control, Zagan overrides the magic, claiming the formation and bending it to his will. Energy erupts violently, crushing the battlefield as his attack overwhelms everything in its path. Zagan coldly declares judgment upon the bandits, treating their actions as deserving of equal punishment. Fear overwhelms the survivors as they collapse, unable to resist his presence or power any longer. Turning back, he notices Nephi watching, and uncertainty briefly crosses his mind about his behavior. He tries to justify the situation, downplaying the threat while explaining it in a calmer manner. Grateful villagers gather around him, praising his actions as relief spreads across the scene. A grateful merchant offers payment and invites Zagan to travel as a bodyguard, presenting him with unexpected compensation. Surprised by the reward, he realizes defeating criminals may provide an easy way to earn money. While reflecting, he questions why others show no fear, suspecting Nephi's presence influences their reactions. The journey continues as they ride together, settling into a quieter moment after the conflict. Nephi's question lingers, leaving him uncertain about his true reason for saving others. Zagan grows uneasy, questioning whether his actions were meant to impress Nephi, rather than simple necessity. Attempting to justify himself, he frames his behavior as protecting others and acting with purpose. His explanation shifts again, masking uncertainty as he continues traveling beside her in silence. Left alone with his thoughts, he realizes his words lack clarity, unable to understand his own intentions fully. Through a lively town street, Zagan moves forward with Nephi while merchants. Given the chance to choose, Nephi shows little reaction, leaving him uncertain as he studies her quiet behavior. Thoughts turn toward daily needs, revealing his lack of understanding about proper care for her. A memory of her recent fall raises concern, pushing him to be more attentive. Inside a clothing shop, help finally presents itself as they prepare to find suitable garments. Inside the shop, Zagan requests suitable clothes, while the atmosphere feels tense, leaving Nephi uneasy under the unfamiliar setting. Attention shifts to her appearance as the shopkeeper reacts with admiration, causing Neffy to grow more self-conscious. The assistant eagerly takes charge, guiding Neffy away, while Zagan watches from a distance. Concern rises over the collar she wears, drawing Zagan's thoughts toward its effect on her. Moments later, Neffy presents a new outfit, awaiting his judgment. A bold outfit reveals more than expected, leaving Zagan stunned while Neffy stands uncertain under his gaze. Confusion spreads as the choice is questioned, and the situation becomes awkward for everyone involved. Embarrassment overtakes Neffy, causing her to shrink back while Zagan struggles to respond properly. A more modest dress is presented next, shifting the mood as Neffy quietly accepts whatever is chosen. They leave the shop together, while a lingering remark suggests a deeper meaning behind their bond. Neffy listens quietly as the shopkeeper leans closer, leaving her unsure how to react to the attention. Her thoughts linger on the idea of being treasured, while Zagan walks ahead, unaware of the change within her. They continue through the town, eventually stopping as Zagan decides to enter another store. Inside, showing interest in something specific while Neffy stands beside him. Focus turns to the collar as Zagan carefully seeks a way to remove it. Zagan explains that the collar should not remain as it continues to mark Neffy as property despite her presence beside him. A magical structure appears around it, revealing that removal exceeds ordinary skill and leaves him troubled. Warnings arise about hidden traps, deepening the risk surrounding any careless attempt. Further realization shows even its creators lack the means to unlock it, forcing Zagan to reconsider. In the end, he offers payment, maintaining distance while holding on to his decision. The craftsman recalls a past encounter, recognizing Zagan as someone who once helped him in a difficult time. Memories surface of an attack on his carriage, where Zagan intervened and ensured the safety of his family. Gratitude follows as the man lowers himself, acknowledging how he was spared despite the situation. Zagan listens while reflecting on the event, piecing together details he had long overlooked. In response, the craftsman offers future help, determined to remember the kindness shown. He notices the unusual friendliness around him, leaving him confused by the sudden change. Inside the shop, a calmer atmosphere surrounds them, and he begins to reflect on how others perceive him. They sit to eat, creating a brief moment of normalcy as Zagan quietly adjusts to the setting. Neffy raises the topic of the collar again, showing concern while seeking his intention. Her thoughts turn uncertain, questioning whether freedom might lead her to leave him behind. Zagan admits the collar cannot be removed yet, tempering expectations while Neffy listens without protest. A quiet acceptance forms in her expression while he struggles internally with his own unresolved intent. During the meal, an awkward moment arises as he fumbles with simple manners, drawing her attention. She reveals her unfamiliarity with such experiences, hinting at a past lacking ordinary comforts. That realization deepens his understanding, linking her present to a life once filled with hardship. Zagan encourages Neffy to eat freely, assuring her that no restraint is needed in this place. She carefully follows his lead, offering thanks before beginning her meal with quiet sincerity. A new sensation unfolds as she tastes the food, her expression gradually softening with surprise. Warmth grows within her, reflected in a faint blush while Zagan watches from nearby. Curiosity takes over, leading her to explore each bite with growing interest. Unfamiliar with proper eating, Neffy hesitates, trying to understand how to handle the food while Zagan grows slightly uneasy watching her. She follows his guidance and takes a bite, pausing as she processes the new sensation. A quiet realization forms, and she expresses genuine enjoyment, surprising Zagan. Interest deepens as she continues eating, noticing the different textures and flavors. Relief appears on Zagan's face, while Neffy calmly continues her meal. While eating continues, Zagan quietly picks up another portion as Neffy watches his actions closely. Without hesitation, she moves closer and offers him food, catching him off guard with the sudden gesture. Her action carries innocent intent, leaving Zagan uncertain as he questions the meaning behind it. He accepts and eats, resulting in an awkward moment shared between them. Neffy reflects on their dynamic, realizing he has never forced anything upon her. She expresses a desire to be useful, lowering herself as Zagan listens, unsure how to respond to her earnest resolve. A quiet agreement follows, as both accept their roles while walking side by side. During the meal, hesitation appears again when she watches him eat, uncertain about her own actions. He responds by feeding her in return, creating another unexpected moment between them. Amid the surrounding noise, she answers simply, holding on to the small happiness she feels. Zagan and Neffy leave the town together, moving forward while a quiet understanding forms between them. Their bond settles into a defined relationship, bringing a sense of stability to their shared path. A night rests within a grand structure, weighed down by thoughts of recent events. She reflects on her losses, questioning her own worth despite the role she once carried. An elder reassures her, reminding her of what she achieved and urging her to stand with pride. A past incident is recalled, where mages exploited captured girls, and chaos unfolded during a sudden attack. The knight remembers being defeated by a mage named Zagan, leaving a lasting impression on her. Conflicted emotions surface as she recalls his actions, struggling to reconcile cruelty with what she witnessed. Determination grows as the case is declared unresolved, pointing toward a hidden truth. Suspicion shifts toward Zagan, as he is labeled the true perpetrator, despite uncertainty. The priest entrusts a mission, placing responsibility upon the knight as she accepts the duty with visible resolve. Standing firm, Chastel prepares herself, embracing her role as a holy knight ready to pursue the task ahead. A ruthless figure seizes a boy, violence erupting as a sinister presence watches with cruel amusement. A marked hand activates a magical crest, power flowing through the symbol as blood traces its edge. In a quiet hall, a young man sits alone on a throne, while an elf approaches calmly. Morning arrives as she attends to him, maintaining distance, yet showing quiet care. Facing each other, both remain restrained, their connection growing subtly through small. Zagan walks beside Nephi through the corridor, quietly noting he managed to greet her properly this time. They enter a vast dining hall, its size and emptiness emphasizing the distance between them. He notices the long table prepared with food, realizing the room feels excessive for such a simple moment. Confusion rises as he questions the meal, while she calmly reveals she prepared it herself. Hesitation lingers, focusing on the effort before him as she watches closely. Nephi eats quietly, her small reactions drawing Zagan's attention as he wonders about her feelings. She admits she has not eaten, revealing the meal was prepared only for him, leaving a subtle gap between them. Zagan proposes sharing instead, trying to ease the situation despite his awkward approach. Both hesitate over seating, struggling with simple choices as uncertainty fills the moment. Silence lingers while they face each other, tension rising as unfamiliar emotions surface within them. He struggles internally, frustrated by his own stubbornness while trying to maintain composure. Nervous yet compliant, she accepts his decision, showing trust despite her uncertainty. He pulls her closer and seats her beside him, closing the distance in an unexpected, intimate gesture. Awkwardness deepens as they attempt to eat together, both visibly unsettled by their sudden closeness. Embarrassment lingers, yet a fragile understanding forms, marked by small efforts to care for each other. Zagan pauses mid-meal as Nephi gently offers to assist him, her careful gesture closing the distance between them, causing him to react in surprise while struggling to process the unexpected closeness. Warmth settles between them, not only from the food but from the quiet contact they share. Later, he studies magic alone until Nephi approaches, observing his work with curiosity. Interest grows as she questions the symbols, drawing his attention beyond magic toward her presence. Nephi admits she cannot use magic, lowering her gaze while Zagan observes her with growing curiosity. He begins explaining symbols, describing them as structures that hold power through meaning and form. Kneeling beside her, Zagan draws a simple magic circle, demonstrating how mana can activate it. Nephi watches as faint sparks appear, her attention fixed on the unfamiliar phenomenon. With a sudden surge, lightning erupts from the circle, revealing both the danger and precision behind his control. Zagan explains that a magic circle is formed through a structured circuit, giving shape to the flow of power. Nephi studies the design closely, then questions whether another layer could be added within it. Surprise crosses his face as he acknowledges her insight, recognizing the idea despite its difficulty. He describes the danger, noting such interference would disrupt the flow still. He considers the theory, realizing mastery of it could grant overwhelming control over magic itself. Zagan concludes that mastering such control would create the strongest mage. He walks through the library, dismissing it as theory, explaining that no one has truly achieved it. Dark possibilities surface as he describes how magic is studied for dangerous purposes beyond simple combat. Power gathers in his hand, illustrating how such knowledge could be used to seize control from others. Nephi reflects on his explanation, beginning to understand the principles while sensing the risks behind them. Zagan acknowledges Nephi's sharp understanding, confirming that grasping structure allows one to use magic. He reveals complex formations around them, explaining how knowledge and power are closely tied and heavily protected. Noticing her concern, he reassures her, though his attempt only deepens her unease. As silence settles, he observes her from afar, sensing a subtle change in her mood. Her nervous gestures give it away, and he realizes her happiness through small, visible signs. Zagan reflects on his awkward way of speaking, while Nephi quietly treasures the moment as something new to her, gathering courage. she asks him a question, her posture careful yet determined. Her words catch him off guard, forcing him to confront a question he never considered before. Nephi expresses a simple desire to live, contrasting his uncertainty about purpose. He recalls his past, remembering a harsh life that, despite everything, once felt enough to him. Memories surface of Zagan as a child, trapped and used, forced into suffering before seizing a chance to escape. Determination shaped his path, driving him to seek power as the only means to survive and change his fate. Nephi lowers her gaze, admitting her own limits while reflecting on the strength he described. Noticing this, Zagan approaches and offers guidance, suggesting a path forward through magic elsewhere, signaling an approaching threat beyond their quiet moment. Zagan senses approaching visitors, instructing Nephi to prepare as his calm demeanor shifts into quiet readiness. Outside, a group of armored knights advances together, determined and focused on their destination. They struggle against a hidden barrier, realizing magic surrounds the area and blocks their path. The barrier shatters as they break through, their intrusion echoing loudly into the castle. He confronts them without fear, while their leader recognizes him, confirming the target they have been seeking. Later, she quietly returns to daily life, noticing small troubles again as the tension fades. A sacred sword, known as the Holy Sword, stands as a symbol of the church's power. Now grown, she confronts danger with steady resolve. Elsewhere, Zagan recognizes her as someone he once failed to save. Battle erupts as knights charge forward. Zagan faces them calmly, showing little concern. The knights accuse him and move to protect their captain, determined to drive him away. Zagan counters swiftly, breaking through their defense and overwhelming them in moments. The Holy Knight stands firm, shocked by the sudden turn, while Zagan watches from a distance. Anger rises among the remaining soldiers as they rush forward again. Steel clashes as one knight attacks directly. Zagan blocks effortlessly, his movements controlled and precise. A surge of magic halts the assault instantly. Fear spreads as the knight realizes the gap in their strength. Standing over his fallen opponent, Zagan asserts dominance, ending the fight without hesitation. His presence calm yet overwhelming, warning others not to interfere while keeping the girl behind him. Questioning his actions despite her unease, her resolve holds, even as tension rises between them. He turns toward her, studying her reaction and sensing her fear beneath the surface. Power shifts as he demonstrates the reality of fear, forcing one survivor to endure the weight of his intent. Still, she rejects his claim, standing firm and denying his justification, sensing doubt behind his actions. While the battlefield remains tense and quiet, she reveals her understanding, realizing his restraint comes from concern rather than cruelty, which unsettles him. Zagan reacts quickly, ending a lingering threat while recognizing that his intentions have been exposed. The knight declares her identity and mission, raising her blade with unwavering determination to confront him. Their clash begins, magic meeting steel, as Zagan evaluates her limits while calmly resisting her attack, questioning Zagan's hesitation while he continues to evade rather than strike. A brief memory surfaces reminding him of someone important, causing his movements to falter for a moment. Distance forms between them as tension deepens, and he reflects on how others view magic and its purpose. She challenges his beliefs, accusing him of misusing power, while he counters by exposing the same flaws in her side. The fight resumes with force, both advancing without yielding. Zagan explains his view calmly, rejecting false justice while admitting that magic is necessary for many to survive. The knight hesitates as his words affect her, creating a brief moment of uncertainty between them. Despite this, she charges forward again, refusing to yield and continuing her attack with determination. Zagan raises a barrier, stopping her strike with ease while maintaining his composure. Power surges as both release their strength, the clash intensifying with neither side stepping back. The clash intensifies as the Holy Sword strikes, slowing Zagan's regeneration and forcing him to reassess her strength. A command echoes within him, urging a lethal decision, yet he restrains himself while holding her in place. Instead of finishing the fight, she leans close and proposes a desperate plan. She explains the church will never stop pursuing him unless he falls here. Determined, she urges him to abandon magic and survive by pretending defeat. The knight observes Zagan closely, noticing hesitation and a trace of emotion that does not match his earlier threats. Understanding grows as she acknowledges his past action, revealing gratitude that unsettles him. She apologizes while raising her blade, preparing to act despite her inner conflict. A grim future weighs on her, knowing the church will punish any knight who protects a mage. Zagan realizes the danger extends beyond himself, as someone precious could become the next target. Uncertain of his next move as the knight remains close, the situation reaching a critical point. From afar, Neffy notices the scene and begins to approach unaware of the danger ahead. A sudden attack is launched toward her, forcing Zagan to react instantly as the threat becomes clear. He shields Neffy with his body, taking the blow himself while stopping the attacker. The impact settles as he protects her, leaving both in a tense and fragile moment. Zagan steadies himself despite his injury, assuring Neffy while maintaining focus on the surroundings. A strange shift spreads through the forest, the air growing tense as something begins to change. The ground trembles and trees move unnaturally, catching both knights and the Holy Knight off guard. Neffy steps forward, anger rising as she reacts to Zagan's injury and the unfolding threat. Neffy stands firm as she senses danger and declares her anger after her master is harmed. Channeling her magic, she begins to control the surrounding forest. Vines and roots respond to her will, tree limbs lash out, attacking the enemy without hesitation, driving them back violently. The forest binds one attacker completely, lifting him into the air and snapping around him. Before more harm is done, her master steps in, stopping Neffy's rampage with a firm embrace. Zagan observes the aftermath, puzzled by the display of overwhelming force. Looking at the twisted trees, he begins to grasp the depth of Neffy's hidden abilities. Later, in a quiet room, he gently reaches for her hand, seeking answers. The knight apologizes, and Zagan questions Neffy, unsure how she could wield such power. With hesitation, Neffy finally responds what she used wasn't magic at all. Zagan casually dismisses her power, claiming it doesn't concern him. Internally, he panics, realizing his words might have sounded indifferent. Gathering resolve, he assures her that no matter her strength, she is still herself. Neffy softens, surprised by his sincerity, and quietly offers her thanks. With newfound openness, she hesitantly asks if her power frightened him, breaking the silence. She lowers her gaze, quietly asking if her presence seems unsettling to him. Zagan responds with confusion, prompting her to explain her concern. She questions his reaction to her ability, while he admits curiosity about the unknown power. Reluctantly, she begins to reveal the nature of her gift, still uncertain about it herself. Finally, she names it mysticism, a power thought to be only legend until now. Mysticism isn't born from logic like magic instead. It manifests through pure will, disrupting reality itself. As a child, she was labeled cursed, singled out for possessing something forbidden. Locked away and isolated, she came to believe her existence was a mistake. Despite that, her elders forced her to unleash her power when invaders threatened the village. Survival came at a cost. Repayment for simply being allowed to live was demanded without mercy. Hearing those cruel words shattered something deep inside, leaving only silence in its place. She gave up all resistance, allowing herself to be taken without struggle. Chaos erupted as elves fell, used even in death like disposable tools. Chains replaced freedom, her gaze hollow as she stood among cloaked captors. In that moment, a bitter thought surfaced: cold and quiet serves you right. Rage twisted into joy as she watched those who cursed her fall, feeling nothing but satisfaction. After everything ended, regret finally settled in, too late to undo her actions. She confessed her darkness, convinced no one could forgive someone who smiled through death. Instead of disgust, his response was confusion. He didn't understand her self-loathing. With brutal honesty, he claimed he would have destroyed them all without hesitation if in her place. Zagan clarified that power itself is neutral, only those who wield it define its nature. Neffy admitted her guilt, believing her actions were beyond forgiveness, blamed by her own people. He dismissed their judgment, stating bluntly that the dead no longer have a say. Instead, he urged her to live boldly, honoring those who perished by not wasting her strength. Doubt lingered, but his counter-question challenged her belief: was power truly wrong to have? Neffy hesitated, but his calm tone urged her to listen as he shifted the topic. Zagan confessed that many labeled him evil without understanding his actions. In a flashback, he recalled saving a girl from bandits, only to be questioned for doing so. The rescued child challenged his ideals, accusing him of denying the weak their right to live. Looking back, he regretted saving her, realizing pity had only led to corruption and arrogance. Driven by disdain for weakness, he vowed never to become like those he despised. Abandonment taught him hard truths: depending on others only invited betrayal. Alone and desperate, he buried himself in study, clawing toward strength at any cost. Despite reaching power, emptiness remained. Admiration meant little when purpose felt hollow. Now, seeing Neffy hurt, he found himself shaken not by weakness, but by her sadness. Even if it risked everything he believed in, he chose to confront the contradiction within. Kneeling before her, he gently lifted her chin and told her not to look so sad. With sincerity, he assured her she belonged, her presence now irreplaceable to him. Tears spilled freely as emotion overwhelmed her, voice breaking with relief. She clung to him, crying under the quiet night, finally feeling accepted and safe. Flushed with embarrassment, Neffy quietly admitted she'd shown a side of herself she rarely revealed. Zagan reassured her, amused, saying it was the most she had ever spoken. She then noticed his hand and asked if the pain remained. To their surprise, the wound had vanished, likely healed by her touch. Stunned, he thanked her with awe while she looked on, completely confused by his reaction. Zagan's thanks caught her off guard. It was the first time he'd said those words to her, despite everything. She smiled softly, reaffirming that she belonged to him without hesitation. Later, her quiet steps echoed in the hall as she approached him once more. She struggled to speak, fidgeting nervously in front of him. Blushing, she asked shyly if she could sleep by his side that night. His entire body froze in shock as her unexpected question echoed clearly in his mind. Zagan sat on his throne while Neffy stood before him, suggesting they sleep together. His thoughts spiraled as he misinterpreted her intention, struggling to understand her meaning, while tension filled his mind. Neffy quietly explained there was only one bed, making her reasoning simple. She clarified further, proposing rest beside each other, her innocent request contrasting his growing embarrassment. Understanding dawned as Zagan realized her words held no hidden intent, only a pure wish to share sleep. Stepping back while Zagan distanced himself, trying to maintain control over his restless thoughts. Moments later, she gently offered her lap as a pillow, her expression sincere, which only deepened his confusion. Pressure built inside him as he felt unable to refuse, her innocent gesture overwhelming his composure. Eventually he lay down, stiff and uncertain, while Neffy observed him closely. Afterward, she quietly expressed gratitude, hoping to remain by his side, her intention simple and heartfelt. Neffy responded softly while Zagan reassured her, recognizing her efforts and easing the tension between them. While resting on her lap, he suggested she learn magic, seeing potential beyond her current state. He explained its limits but emphasized protection, guiding her toward strength rather than dependence. Doubt surfaced within her as she questioned her worth, yet he affirmed her usefulness with calm certainty. Emotion stirred quietly as she sought to protect him, her resolve forming despite lingering uncertainty. Neffy accepted his words with determination, deciding to learn magic. Silence settled between them as she remained by his side, quietly acknowledging her new path. Reflecting on his past, she spoke of his strength and isolation, recognizing the burden he once carried alone. Zagan admitted it without resistance, though her observation revealed emotions he rarely showed. Hearing her words, he grew unsettled, realizing she had seen the sadness he tried to hide, expressing gratitude while affirming his kindness, leaving Zagan visibly shaken by her sincerity. Her words lingered as he quietly processed them, his guarded thoughts beginning to soften. A calm silence followed, and he found unexpected comfort in her presence, accepting the moment without resistance. Elsewhere, tension stirred as another figure reacted, hinting at events beyond the castle walls. Later, Zagan sat alone, reflecting deeply, the memory of her warmth still influencing his thoughts. Zagan met a visitor who questioned the recent attack while he dismissed the danger with little concern. Casual conversation followed as they discussed the broken barrier, with Zagan revealing Neffy's unexpected involvement. Surprise spread when Neffy appeared, carrying items, her presence drawing attention from the guest. Zagan introduced her as his student, rejecting crude assumptions and clarifying her role with firm resolve. Shock lingered as the guest reacted loudly, struggling to accept the unexpected relationship before him. Neffy expressed quiet gratitude while Zagan considered her potential, believing she could assist him beyond ordinary limits. The visitor analyzed the situation, realizing her power had influenced recent events. Attention shifted to the courtyard, where the cause of the disturbance raised suspicion about Zagan's intentions. Doubt emerged as the visitor questioned whether he would truly protect her from those who sought to control her. Calmly, Zagan affirmed his stance, showing no hesitation in defending her against any opposition. The visitor questioned Zagan's feelings while Neffy served tea, her presence quietly easing the atmosphere. Conversation continued as the visitor mocked the situation, noting how convenient Neffy's role had become. Zagan showed irritation, rejecting the remarks, while the visitor pointed out his lingering humanity. Frustration grew as Zagan stood abruptly, his composure slipping under the pressure. Soon after, the visitor departed, leaving behind tension as Neffy remained, uncertain yet attentive to Zagan. Neffy spoke earnestly about Zagan while he dismissed the idea of friendship, viewing it as unnecessary trouble. Her response made him pause, though he quickly rejected the thought, unwilling to accept her perspective. Shifting focus, Zagan decided to repair the barrier, bringing Neffy along to begin her training. Days passed as he guided her through magic, steadily building her understanding step by step. With time, Nephi learned the basics, dedicating herself fully under his instruction. Nephi reached a stage where her magic could manifest freely, impressing Zagan as her growth became undeniable. Training continued, though her control remained unstable, producing unexpected results that required careful guidance. Time passed quietly, marking steady progress since she first arrived under his care. Suddenly, a disturbance appeared outside, drawing Zagan's attention as a powerful presence descended. A message soon arrived, revealing an invitation from the demon lords, shifting the situation towards something far greater. Keanoides stood as a bustling canal city, its waterways carrying ships and goods through a quiet beneath the surface. The ruined castle of a fallen demon lord remained hidden. Cloaked figures gathered in silence, surrounding a lone man who stepped forward cautiously. Zagan faced the 12 remaining demon lords, sensing their attention and the weight of their intentions pressing toward him. A voice emerged from the shadows, and a sudden tension spread as realization struck his mind. Zagan felt their scrutiny, aware of his youth as the cloaked figures quietly judged his worth. A crushing presence filled the chamber, pressing down on him like an unseen force testing his resolve. Maintaining composure, he stood firm and presented himself calmly, refusing to show weakness before them. The gathered figures reacted with mild interest, deciding to speak openly as the tension settled, offering him a place among them as a demon lord, leaving him momentarily stunned. A sudden surge of magic erupted in the chamber, as the gathered figures unleashed overwhelming power toward Zagan. One among them revealed the origin, explaining the inheritance tied to a fallen demon lord's engraved crest, radiating immense energy far beyond what he had expected to receive. Electric force coursed through the hall, and Zagan sensed the same power shared by every figure surrounding him. As one began to question whether something within the process had gone wrong, Zagan expressed confusion, unable to understand why he had been chosen over stronger. A calm voice responded, acknowledging his doubt while hinting that his apparent weakness held deeper meaning. The truth unfolded as they revealed his past actions, recognizing the unusual way he surpassed a mage beyond his level. His ability to grasp and recreate magic instantly marked him as something rare. With that realization, they acknowledged both the danger and potential within him. Zagan stood quietly as they acknowledged his power, recognizing it as something worthy of a demon lord, claiming his existence would advance magic and reshape its future. Unconvinced, believing he could take what he wanted, even within their domain, amusement spread among them as laughter echoed, their confidence revealing a hidden test behind their words. A final warning followed, hinting that pursuing such ambition would cost him far more than he expected. Zagan faced the cost of becoming a demon lord, realizing everything tied to him could be erased without mercy, describing a fate filled with conflict and inevitable confrontation. Darkness unfolded before him, a world without peace where mages walked through endless struggle. Reflecting on his past, he accepted that his choice had already taken away any chance of a normal life. With resolve, understanding there was no turning back from the path he had chosen, Zagan's thoughts shifted to Nephi, wondering if bringing her into such a harsh world would only cause her suffering. He chose to base his decision on something important to him alone. The cloaked figures allowed his choice, watching silently as he stood before them without hesitation. With steady resolve, stepping forward to claim the position of a demon lord, power surged once more as they acknowledged him, granting a new title and marking the beginning of his path. Nephi quietly worked in the kitchen, maintaining a peaceful routine within the castle walls. Zagan returned, his presence drawing her attention as she welcomed him. With simple sincerity, noticing his unusual silence, she approached with concern, sensing something had changed within him. His thoughts lingered on her innocence, realizing the path he chose would inevitably affect her life. With hesitation, he revealed the truth, declaring his new identity as a demon lord before her, revealing himself as a figure standing at the peak of all mages. He showed the proof of his inheritance, holding the key tied to a former demon lord's power. Carefully, he directed that power toward Nephi, preparing to change the fate that bound her. A surge of magic shattered the restraint around her, breaking the collar that had controlled her life. Freed at last, she looked down at herself, slowly realizing the weight that had been lifted. Nephi hesitated after gaining freedom, trying to understand what her place beside Zagan would become. Without emotion, he distanced himself, believing separation was necessary after releasing her from control. Days passed, yet she remained in the castle, quietly continuing her duties as if nothing had changed. As she adapted to the surroundings, leaving Zagan unsettled by her unexpected behavior. Nephi wakes in confusion, her expression distant as she questions her surroundings within a worn, empty room. She walks quietly through the corridor, recalling unfinished tasks and the duty she believes she must return to. A metal collar rests in her hand, its weight drawing her thoughts towards something she had forgotten. Fragments of memory resurface, revealing her past as someone bound and controlled. Understanding settles in as she realizes she was abandoned. Nefi stands on the steps, recalling quiet kindness and unfamiliar words that slowly shaped her sense of place. Zagan appears resolute, his expression firm as he acknowledges a need he can no longer ignore. Despite remembering his promise, unable to understand why her emotions remain distant, a sudden presence interrupts the stillness, drawing attention with an unexpected arrival. Recognition spreads quickly as identities become clear, shifting the moment into a tense encounter. Nefi faces the newcomer calmly, assuming danger while quietly accepting what may come. The girl rushes forward in panic, denying any intent to harm as confusion spreads between them. Instead of retreating, Nefi pulls her closer, asserting control, while revealing her connection to a mage. Their actions draw attention at the town gate, where onlookers begin to gather and whisper. Murmurs rise quickly, turning the scene into suspicion as the crowd questions the knight's intentions. The knight pushes Nefi forward, insisting on duty, while denying any cruel intent behind her actions. Another figure suddenly intervenes, striking the ground and confronting the knight's behavior with force. Crowd voices rise, misjudging the situation and turning suspicion toward Nefi. Despite her silence, pressure builds as accusations intensify, causing the knight to falter under the overwhelming reaction. Amid the chaos, Nefi calmly denies wrongdoing, shifting the tension as doubt begins to spread. The crowd reacts in confusion as the knight trembles, overwhelmed while Nefi watches her quietly. Tears suddenly break through, her composure collapsing as she insists she meant no harm. Trying to explain, she struggles to justify her actions, revealing she acted out of misplaced duty. Realization follows, prompting her to compose herself and admit her behavior was improper. Later, inside a quiet room, tension lingers as questions remain, leaving the situation unresolved. Nefi calmly explains the situation, stating nothing significant happened before, easing part of the tension. The knight listens while others react, as the explanation reframes the conflict into a misunderstanding involving different roles. Pressed further, she describes her actions plainly, though her composure begins to crack under scrutiny. Frustration bursts out as she declares her identity, trying to justify her behavior with pride. Afterward, the mood softens, leaving her embarrassed while Nefi quietly resumes her usual routine. At the table, the knight casually treats the meal while Nefi hesitates, uneasy about accepting such kindness. As the food is served, a familiar feeling stirs within Nefi, reminding her of something tied to her past. Emotion suddenly overwhelms her, tears forming as she struggles to understand the reason behind it. Unable to hold back, she breaks down completely, calling out as confusion and pain surface. Seeing this, offering comfort while the others watch the tense moment unfold. Nefi quietly confirms the events, accepting what happened without showing resistance or doubt. The knight reflects on it, questioning the meaning behind those actions and expressing unease about the situation. Despite that, Nefi remains calm, showing no anger while firmly trusting her master's nature. Curiosity shifts the discussion as she asks about the meaning of a title tied to power. An explanation follows, revealing the town's past under a demon lord and the changes left behind. The knight listens as details emerge, revealing kidnappings linked to mages and a larger hidden threat. Discussion continues, explaining how the church intervened. Though their methods raised suspicion among the townspeople, doubt surfaces, but Nefi gently shifts the blame away, focusing on who truly caused the suffering. The tension eases as understanding grows, leaving the knight uncertain but more reflective. Gratitude replaces confusion, and she begins to recognize the reason Nefi remains devoted. The knight explains the harsh stance of the church, describing how demon lords are hunted before they can rise. Nefi reflects on this, realizing such beliefs would inevitably lead to conflict involving her master. With concern, the knight questions Nefi about Zagan's past actions and possible hidden crimes. Without hesitation, Nefi denies those accusations, remaining certain of his character. She recalls his actions instead, quietly revealing a side driven by reluctant kindness rather than cruelty. The knight reflects on her encounters, realizing Zagan showed restraint and treated her differently than expected. Teasing breaks the tension, though her reaction reveals uncertainty. She struggles to hide. Memories surface of their first meeting, where she sensed he needed help despite his distant presence. She explains his nature, describing how he hides his feelings while carrying unseen burdens. Hearing this, Nefi quietly acknowledges that someone else now understands him as she does. Both sit facing each other, sharing quiet thoughts as Nefi admits mixed feelings, balancing jealousy with genuine relief. Memories of Zagan surface, reinforcing her belief that his actions come from sincerity rather than cruelty. With resolve, Nefi declares her decision to return, choosing to stand by him without hesitation. Concern lingers as she acknowledges his strength, yet quietly fears the risks he may still face. The thought deepens, reminding her that strength alone cannot prevent pain or loneliness. Nefi recalls her master, questioning his solitude as her feelings begin to rise with urgency. Determination takes hold, and she declares her wish to become someone he can rely on. Her sudden resolve surprises the others, drawing their full attention to her decision. The knight steps forward, accepting the situation and preparing to act alongside her. With focus, she reveals a new lead. Suspecting another mage is using Zagan's name for wrongdoing, the knight reflects on being saved twice, struggling with the weight of gratitude she cannot repay. The moment softens as the knight winds down, with a quiet sense of ease settling over them. Aya's simple question changes the mood, as she suggests a connection that Nefi has never experienced before. Warmth grows between them, turning uncertainty into a gentle bond neither fully understands yet. Laughter and closeness follow, marking the beginning of an unexpected friendship. Tension rises as church knights confront them, accusing and advancing while confusion spreads among the group. Nefi's emotions shift, her thoughts darkening as she connects them to those who harmed her master. Power erupts suddenly, shadows forming around her as she loses control of the situation. The attack intensifies, forcing the knight to react quickly while chaos breaks out. In the midst of it, she shields her companions, pushing them away as the conflict escalates further. A shadowy figure watches from afar, noting someone's escape while remaining hidden and calculating. Moments later, his presence is revealed as he claims responsibility, leaving behind a clear demand that shifts the situation toward an inevitable confrontation. Under the moonlight, Zagan stands quietly while a fallen figure struggles nearby. He observes the scene, sensing isolation and a lingering pain within himself. A shattered magic circle surrounds defeated knights. Zagan walks forward, recognizing the trap's strength and the unexpected ease of their defeat. Nefi studies the markings, realizing someone else created the trap. Zagan acknowledges the mistake without taking credit, understanding the situation clearly. The knight remains still as Zagan reflects on Nefi's presence. He accepts the distance between them, choosing not to interfere with her path. People gather around Nefi warmly. Zagan turns away, deciding she belongs where she can live peacefully, even if it separates them. A desperate man begs for mercy, insisting the truth behind the incident is misunderstood. Zagan listens without reacting, his stance firm as another pleads for Chastel's safety. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Zagan turns, slightly confused, hearing someone address him as a mage. Before he responds, an angelic warrior strikes forward, attacking without hesitation. The impact lands hard, but Zagan remains unmoved while others panic nearby. Annoyance grows as chaos spreads. Zagan calmly prepares magic, deciding to remove the disturbance, rather than engage further. Shock replaces calm when urgent news arrives. Nefi and Chastel are revealed to be missing, leaving Zagan frozen for a brief moment. Nefi's image lingers in Zagan's mind as doubt rises. He questions whether pushing her away has already caused irreversible distance. Conflicting thoughts fill him as he considers acting. Helping openly would expose her connection to him, yet ignoring it would leave her in danger. Hesitation shows briefly, something rare for him. The moment stretches as uncertainty disrupts his usual resolve. The angel confronts him, revealing Nefi's true intentions. She had chosen to return, determined to stand beside him no matter the cost. Emotion breaks through anger as the truth settles in. Zagan realizes his indifference has hurt her, forcing him to finally face what he had avoided. Overwhelms the angel as she clenches her fists, feeling a pain deeper than any physical wound she has endured. Memories surface in Zagan's mind, replaying his words and actions. Doubt forms as he questions whether Nefi truly intended to return to him. A quiet moment from the past reveals the truth he had ignored. Even without understanding her expressions, he had already sensed her feelings. Nefi stands gently, her presence clear and sincere. Zagan finally acknowledges that her emotions toward him were always genuine. Gratitude is expressed with trembling resolve. Zagan lowers his gaze, accepting the weight of what he now understands. Zagan admits the harsh truth about mages, acknowledging their selfish nature and the way they treat others without value. His grip tightens as he accepts that reality, recognizing himself as no different from the others he condemns. Suddenly, his resolve shifts. He declares Nefi as his, unleashing power and vowing to destroy anyone who threatens her. The angel watches in shock as his intent becomes clear. Zagan chooses to act, willing to bear the consequences to protect her. Magic surges outward as a powerful circle forms. Without hesitation, He steps forward, ready to eliminate every obstacle in his path. The angel firmly declares her bond with Nephi, while Zagan decides to act and invites her to follow him. Chaos erupts as others cling to Zagan, desperate to be saved as well. He accepts their presence without much concern. Clarity settles in as Zagan identifies the true culprit behind the abduction, showing no hesitation in moving forward. He advances through a dark cavern, dismissing the nature of mages while focusing only on reaching his goal. Deep inside, Nephi and Chastel are found restrained. Their weakened state reveals the urgency of Zagan's arrival. Nephi regains awareness, noticing the chains binding her while Chastel checks her condition with concern. Careful observation reveals the restraints suppress magic. Nephi realizes her power alone cannot break them. Chastel attempts to act but quickly understands her own limits. Both remain trapped, unable to free themselves. Footsteps echo through the cavern, drawing their attention toward the entrance as tension rises. A familiar presence approaches. Nephi narrows her gaze, recognizing the figure and questioning his connection to her master. Sinister Mage appears, revealing himself as Barbaros. He greets them with twisted amusement while grabbing Nephi without hesitation. His past unfolds as he declares himself the former student of a mage Zagan once killed, exposing a long-standing connection. Barbaros dismisses the idea of revenge, claiming his actions are not driven by loyalty, but by his own desires. Cold intent surfaces as he admits he would have killed his master himself, showing his ruthless nature. Greed and resentment define his motive. He claims everything his master possessed, including wealth and knowledge, should have belonged to him. Barbaros calmly explains his failed attempts, revealing how his plans were disrupted while Nephi remains bound and listening. Realization begins to form as his words connect to the past incident, exposing his role behind the chaos. Anger erupts when the truth is confirmed. He admits the destruction was intentional, carried out to serve a larger ritual. Ambition drives his actions as he declares his goal of becoming a demon lord, using Nephi's power to open the path forward. Confidence returns to him as he mocks any hope of rescue, certain that no one will come in time to stop him. Barbaros watches, as Nephi remains calm, refusing to rely on rescue while quietly asserting her resolve. She reveals a truth that unsettles him, stating that the title of Demon Lord already belongs to her master. Doubt shakes Barbaros as her words contradict his beliefs. He denies it, unable to accept what he hears. Memories and resentment surface as he recalls losing everything, including the chance to claim power for himself. Frustration turns into action. Barbaros lashes out, determined to seize the title by force as he drags Nephi into his plan. A vast magic circle spreads across the cavern floor as Barbaros prepares the ritual, ignoring whether his opponent holds the title of Demon Lord. Chastel struggles against her chains, offering herself in Nephi's place, but Barbaros refuses, focused only on completing the ritual. Nephi reflects quietly, recalling how she has always been treated as nothing more than a tool. Zagan's presence contrasts that past, as he had never once reduced her to something disposable. Resolve fills Nephi as she rejects her restraints, determined to return to him and remain by his side, no matter the hardship. Nephi struggles against the chains, enduring pain while holding on to her resolve. Even in suffering, she believes her place remains by her master's side. Barbaros forces her forward, but she refuses to yield. Compared to her past, this pain means nothing to her, with tears in her eyes. Nephi declares her will clearly. She rejects Barbaros completely, refusing to be treated as something owned. Violence erupts as Barbaros lashes out, but the moment shifts when Zagan appears, breaking through the chaos and stepping between them. Standing firm, Zagan faces his enemy calmly, acknowledging Nephi's resolve as he prepares to end the confrontation. After a long silence, Zagan arrived at the cavern's core, facing Barbaros near the remnants of a massive arcane circle. The confrontation had been brewing for a week. Rather than answer directly, he recalled the moment doubts took root. When the Face Ripper first emerged, everything started to unravel. Barbaros stood calmly amid the shattered barrier, acknowledging it couldn't have been broken by a trembling mage alone. Someone else was involved. He pointed out Zagan's repeated visits, hinting they were never casual but rather driven by quiet investigation. With unwavering eyes, Zagan affirmed that suspicion was the only logical response. Nephi stood in silence, her presence catching everyone off guard. Her sudden appearance shifted the mood in the ruined hall. Rage sparked in Zagan's eyes as he pieced everything together. Without hesitation, he charged forward, magic igniting around him. A devastating blow shattered Barbarossa's guard. Zagan struck with precision, targeting the hands first to disable any magical retaliation. Another impact followed. This time, his attack broke through the legs, ensuring his opponent could no longer stand. While Barbaros writhed in pain, Nephi's shackles clattered to the ground, marking the moment her captivity came to an end. Zagan, unsure of what to say, asked Nefi if she was in pain. Concern etched across his face. She gently nodded, admitting it hurt physically and emotionally, but her gaze stayed steady. Stepping closer, Nefi embraced him softly, revealing it was his suffering that pained her more than anything else. Her hands trembled as she confessed her confusion, unsure what had happened, struggling with the thought of being unwanted. With tears falling, she declared she couldn't remain calm while he was hurting, her emotions finally spilling out in full. Across the broken ground, Zagan moves forward while keeping Nefi close to his side. A sharp memory surfaces in his mind, reminding him of a time when she was left alone. That regret hardens his resolve and pushes him to protect her without hesitation. Power gathers in his hand, spreading through the air as magic responds to his will. Nefi remains behind him, sheltered by his presence. From above, an enemy descends with overwhelming force, aiming to crush everything below. Zagan steps forward, unshaken, fully prepared to block the attack. Confidence settles in his gaze as he stands firm. Nothing threatens to reach Nefi while he remains standing. Water splashes as the enemy lands, weapon drawn and magic prepared. The strike is forceful, aimed with confidence. The magic circle activates, but something goes wrong. The flow of power falters, and the enemy's expression shifts as control slips away. Zagan and Nefi watch from a short distance, noticing the sudden failure. The enemy staggers, unable to understand why the spell does not respond. Kneeling amid fading magic, the attacker realizes the technique has collapsed. The battlefield grows quiet as the threat weakens on its own. Calmly observing the result, Zagan stands beside Nefi. His earlier preparation has already decided the outcome, leaving her safe once again. Zagan mirrors the enemy's magic circle with perfect accuracy, then alters his own formation. A violent distortion spreads through the activated magic. The balance collapses as resonance interferes, turning controlled power into unstable force. Memories surface of a young boy carving a spell into his hand, surviving through instinct rather than knowledge. The rebounding magic strikes the enemy instead, overwhelming him with his own power. Research, repetition, and survival converge into a decisive moment. Dozens of magic circles flood the battlefield as Zagan stands unmoved. The enemy realizes too late that the outcome was decided long before the attack began. The battlefield clears as scattered magic fades, leaving Zagan standing alone at the center. Shock spreads across the enemy's face while Zagan remains calm. The copied magic and its instant refinement reveal a gap in understanding that cannot be closed. A quiet confidence surrounds him as his ability becomes clear. What appears impossible to others is treated as a natural result of study and experience. His hand moves with precision, reshaping lingering magic into something new. Power responds smoothly, guided rather than forced. Multiple refined magic circles stabilize around him, formed from the enemy's own spells. The enemy stumbles backward, panic breaking through his composure. As he realizes his power has been taken and turned against him, a sudden impact erupts as Zagan strikes, the force tearing through reinforced defenses. Magic shatters under raw strength, leaving no room for resistance. Floating magic circles fade as Zagan lowers his hand, the clash already decided. Nefi watches from behind him, unharmed amid the settling debris. The fallen opponent struggles among the ruins, weakened beyond recovery. Every defense he relied on has failed completely. With a final step forward, Zagan stands over the defeated foe. The battle ends in silence, victory secured through overwhelming control and resolve. The defeated mage collapses, desperation replacing arrogance as his strength fades. Injuries and exhaustion force him to lower himself, clinging to the ground in surrender. Zagan approaches at an unhurried pace, his footsteps echoing across the shattered terrain. A brief pause settles between them as their eyes meet. The enemy's fear mixes with confusion, unable to grasp the calm response he receives. Sudden power surges again as Zagan releases a final strike, not born of rage, but certainty. The impact destroys the last remnants of resistance. Left trembling among the ruins, the fallen mage can only endure the outcome. Zagan turns away, the conflict resolved beyond doubt. With the tension broken, Zagan relaxes his posture and lets a light-hearted attitude surface. Zagan explains his lack of hostility through calm actions rather than force. His stance shows confidence without cruelty, signaling that the battle no longer needs to continue. The fallen mage hesitates, struggling between pride and survival. Confusion replaces fear as he realizes mercy is being offered without conditions. A sharp movement interrupts the moment, revealing the mage's lingering aggression. Zagan remains composed, prepared to respond if necessary. Instead of finishing the fight, Zagan chooses restraint control, not destruction, defines the end of the confrontation. The battlefield grows quiet as Zagan reflects on his own way of ruling. His confidence is unshaken, shaped by choices made without concern for convention. Standing beside Nephi, he makes his resolve clear through action. Her presence guides his ambition, placing her safety and freedom above all else. The defeated mage listens from the ground, realizing that mercy comes not from weakness, but overwhelming authority. Turning away, Zagan leaves the fallen enemy behind with his pride intact. Control is maintained without unnecessary bloodshed. From a distance, allies observe the aftermath while Nephi watches quietly. The conflict ends with stability restored and Zagan's path firmly chosen. A violent surge spreads across the magic circle as residual power erupts outward. Zagan turns back after sensing movement, surprised by the change. The defeated mage struggles to rise, clearly shaken by what is happening. As the ground collapses, the mage realizes something went wrong during the earlier impact. Unstable magic reacts to the force used against it. Dark energy twists into a massive spiral, pulling everything toward its center. The battlefield transforms into a dangerous vortex. They are forced into motion as the strange mana spreads. The conflict ends, but a new and unpredictable threat emerges. The defeated mage trembles as he realizes the spell has gone beyond his control. Fear replaces intent while Zagan watches closely. From the damaged magic circle, a distorted entity begins to emerge. The battlefield shifts again, signaling the arrival of a far greater danger. Within the glowing magic circle, ancient inscriptions reacted to a careful touch. Suddenly, the ritual erupted with blinding light and violent force. The space distorted as overwhelming energy poured out, hinting that something beyond control had been drawn in. From the chaos, a massive shadow took shape, its form unstable and unnatural. Nearby, its presence alone pressed heavily on everyone watching. Lurching movements revealed the entity's incompleteness. A flaw in the summoning became clear, caused by missing steps and insufficient preparation. Glowing nodes flickered within the shadow's body, showing a being sustained only by raw magic, rather than a true, perfected existence. Shock spread across Zagan's face as the summoned presence exceeded every calculation. Far above him, the towering entity stretched upward, its structure marked by glowing paths of power. One truth became unavoidable: no human force could oppose it directly, instead of attacking. The shadow lowered itself, bending its massive form toward Zagan. Submission replaced hostility, turning fear into deep confusion. A strange realization surfaced as the creature reacted to something unseen. The power was not obeying him by will alone. Glowing light answered from Zagan's hand, revealing an ancient seal that bound the being, completing the summoning in an unexpected way. On the rocky slope, the group gathered in silence as the weight of recent events settled in. Tension rose as knights confronted the situation with hostility and suspicion. Their expressions made it clear that cooperation came from necessity rather than trust. Amid the confusion, Nephi stayed close, quietly observing the strained exchange. Her presence softened the moment, though uncertainty still lingered in the air. Once the knights departed, the surroundings grew calm again. Left behind, Zagan stood apart, unsure how to respond to what had just unfolded. Turning back toward the cave, he addressed Barbaros with resolve, signaling a decision to move forward despite the unresolved conflict. Exhaustion showed on Barbaros as the danger finally passed. The existence of the summoned monster lingered in his thoughts. The shadow obeyed its final command and faded away, dissolving back into the world it came from. Silence returned, marking the end of the threat. With the crisis over, the mood shifted into something lighter. Zagan appeared calm, already thinking beyond the chaos that had just ended. As the last traces of magic vanished, only two figures remained behind. The empty space emphasized how suddenly the situation had changed. Standing alone together, Zagan and Nephi realized the battlefield had become quiet, leaving them facing each other with no distractions left. With the danger gone, uncertainty filled the quiet space between them. Nephi hesitated while Zagan struggled to understand what should come next. Gathering her resolve, Nephi turned toward him and expressed her feelings through action rather than fear. Relief followed as she accepted the path ahead without hesitation. The bond between them shifted from obligation into something chosen walking together. Across the open land, Zagan noticed a change in her presence. Confidence replaced the fragility she once carried. Stopping before him, Nephi asked for a new way to be seen. In that moment, their relationship quietly stepped into a different future. Emotion finally overflowed as Zagan revealed the kind of bond he desired. His resolve was clumsy but sincere, driven by fear of losing what mattered. Nephi listened in silence, her surprise clear as his words landed heavily. The moment stretched while both struggled to steady themselves. Nerves betrayed Zagan as he stumbled forward, turning confidence into awkward movement. The distance between them closed in an unplanned way. Grasping her gently, he made his intent unmistakable through action alone. The promise he offered carried permanence beyond fear or doubt. Expression softened into pure happiness. Her answer needed no words, sealing their bond with quiet certainty. The ring returned to Neffy's hands, carrying memories of how everything began. She held it carefully, aware of its weight beyond magic. Hesitation flickered across her face as she considered its meaning. What once symbolized ownership now felt uncertain and fragile. Facing Zagan, she acknowledged the bond that first tied their lives together. The past was not denied, only re-examined. As he drew closer, the space between them softened into mutual understanding. What they shared no longer needed labels to exist. Turning back with quiet curiosity, Neffy searched for words to define their connection, sensing it had become something entirely new. Zagan froze under the weight of his own uncertainty, overwhelmed by feelings he could not properly name or control. As the sun rose over the mountains, he reflected on his role as a demon lord and the quiet wish in his heart to care for Neffy correctly. Far away, rumors spread among townsfolk about the rise of a new demon lord, mixing fear with curiosity as his presence became known. Walking through the streets, Zagan moved forward with resolve, accepting both his title and the path he would choose from now on. Within a towering library packed with endless shelves, inspecting the strange seal on his hand while surrounded by scattered tomes and ancient records. From old manuscripts, fragmented accounts emerge about demons, binding seals, and forgotten forces. After months of solitary research, countless books are reviewed, yet even legacy texts fail to reveal clear answers, leaving his efforts unresolved. The heavy silence breaks when a faint noise echoes through the hall, causing him to pause and sense someone approaching from behind. Nearby, an elf girl appears unexpectedly, startled by his presence, while the demon lord turns slowly, unaware this quiet encounter will alter his future. Neffy stands uncertain, her expression tense as she struggles to decide how to respond, clearly unsure of her place beside the demon lord. Nearby, Zagan watches her quietly from the shelves, observing her reaction while considering what she truly wants from him. As she reflects on his recent exhaustion from research, concern begins to replace hesitation, and her resolve slowly forms. Without warning, her sudden decision overwhelms Zagan, leaving him frozen and visibly shaken by her unexpected affection. Later, the mood shifts as she prepares a carefully arranged meal, offering comfort through action while Zagan remains stunned, beginning to accept her gentle support. At the dining table, Zagan listens as the meal is presented in careful detail, taking in the unfamiliar dishes arranged before him with quiet focus. As he tastes the food, warmth spreads across his expression and a sense of relief settles in, as the simple meal exceeds his expectations. The moment grows lighter when dessert preparations begin, and the atmosphere shifts from tension to cautious comfort within the room. Attention turns to the helper involved in the cooking, whose presence causes mild confusion and concern about what was prepared. Zagan stiffens at its unusual appearance, realizing this calm moment still holds surprises he is not ready for. The sweetness of the dessert hits Zagan all at once, catching him off guard as his composure breaks under the unfamiliar taste and emotion. Outside the dining room, his thoughts drift as he reflects on how something so simple could bring warmth and calm he had never known before. That fragile peace shatters when a violent impact erupts above the castle, sending shock waves through the air and breaking the quiet moment. Back at the table, awareness sharpens as the presence of outsiders becomes clear, forcing Zagan to shift from comfort to alert readiness. In the darkness, his eyes harden, signaling a return to his true nature as danger draws near. The castle walls shatter as a heavily armored intruder forces his way inside, crushing stone and barriers while advancing without hesitation. Explosions echo through the grounds as traps fail one after another, leaving clear damage that marks the intruder's direct path forward. Zagan observes the situation calmly, recognizing the skill behind the intrusion, while noting the precision used to bypass his defenses. Inside the dining hall, tension rises as the intruder appears before the table, drawing attention away from the interrupted meal. The newcomer reveals himself as another Demon Lord candidate, standing confidently before Zagan as an unavoidable confrontation begins. At the table, Zagan continues eating without urgency, focused on finishing his meal despite the looming threat nearby. Suddenly, the intruder attacks, swinging with brute force and attempting to crush him through sheer strength rather than magic. The strike is deflected mid-air, revealing the enemy's reliance on physical power as Zagan counters with precise control. Irritation flashes across Zagan's face as debris scatters close to the table, turning the battle personal rather than strategic. With his priorities shifted, Zagan steadies himself, balancing calm restraint and overwhelming power as the confrontation fully begins. After the battle, Zagan surveys the quiet room, ensuring the intruders remain unconscious while guiding Nephi to stand down and rest. Beside the bed, Zagan notices the small horned girl sleeping peacefully, realizing her vulnerability and accepting responsibility for her protection. Zagan stands frozen in his mansion room after realizing he struck a small elf. Shock sets in as the memory of the moment replays in his mind. Guilt overtakes his usual composure, and panic replaces confidence. He quickly checks her condition and determines she is unconscious rather than seriously hurt. His focus shifts from fear to care as he prepares to help her recover. Carries the elf through the halls while others observe quietly. His actions show concern and restraint instead of authority. The elf rests safely in bed, breathing calmly. Zagan watches over her, resolved to protect her from harm going forward. Awakening in an unfamiliar room, the small elf reacts with confusion and fear. Suddenly, she strikes out in panic, driven by instinct rather than malice. The attack lands, yet it only highlights the imbalance between her strength and his restraint. Instead of retaliating, the demon lord endures the blow. His resolve wavers as he struggles between self-defense and the need to remain gentle for her sake. Eventually, the elf's emotions spill over, revealing desperation and insecurity. Her actions stem from weakness and a desire to survive in a harsh world. The demon lord accepts her state and her potential, marking the beginning of an unexpected bond. Zagan calmly explains the limits of his magic while observing the elf closely. His composed posture contrasts with the tension building between them. Demonstrations of power follow, revealing how magic and physical strength differ among races. A sudden realization strikes her, and fear ripples through her body. Zagan notices the change immediately, studying her reaction instead of pressing forward, as her past and weakness surface. Fragments of harsher truths emerge. Zagan listens carefully, recognizing the burden she carries simply by surviving. Understanding dawns within him as he compares her behavior to his own past. Sympathy replaces suspicion, quietly reshaping how he sees her. Zagan pieces together the elf's actions by reflecting on her past behavior and desperation. Taking control of the situation, he asserts his authority as a demon lord. His stance is firm, yet his intent shifts away from violence. Instead of harsh punishment, Zagan assigns her a role close to him. The decision places responsibility on her while keeping her under protection. Time passes as he explains expectations through action and guidance. His focus lies in teaching structure, limits, and basic understanding of right and wrong. Realizing she is not in danger, she begins to see Zagan as a guardian rather than a threat. Zagan considers the elf's strange habits and begins to understand that her actions come from survival rather than defiance. Annoyance flickers across his face as her behavior tests his patience. Even so, restraint guides his response instead of anger. Memories of abandoned children surface in his thoughts, forcing him to reflect on how desperation shapes morality. A quiet recollection forms of children sharing food under harsh sunlight. That image lingers as proof of how kindness once appeared in his own life. Returning to the present, Zagan acknowledges her lingering insecurity. His concern deepens as he accepts responsibility for her well-being. A nearly empty bowl sits before the small elf as she stares down at it in silence. The lack of food clearly unsettles her, revealing lingering anxiety tied to scarcity. Frustration surfaces as she struggles to understand kindness shown without conditions. Zagan reacts sharply when waste is implied, his values forged by hardship rather than comfort. Cautiously, the elf tastes the meal and focuses on eating every last bite. Hunger gives way to concentration, and suspicion slowly loosens its grip. Relief spreads across her face as the food proves satisfying. Watching her reaction, Zagan quietly recognizes progress in her sense of safety and trust. After the meal, the room grows calm as Nephi eats quietly beside the others. Zagan remains still, observing without interference while her tension slowly fades. Once she finishes, uncertainty returns, and she hesitates, unsure of what will happen next. Her guarded posture reflects lingering fear of being abandoned. Zagan turns to leave, assigning Nephi to help under supervision. His departure creates unease, drawing out her suppressed anxiety. Fear finally breaks through as she questions his trust and intentions. The possibility of being left alone again weighs heavily on her. Pausing at the door, Zagan corrects her misunderstanding. By acknowledging her hidden strength, he leaves her with reassurance rather than doubt. Shock freezes Nephi in place as new information settles in. Her widened eyes reveal how unprepared she is for sudden change. Later, Zagan walks through the castle halls while matters of guests and rooms are quietly handled behind him. Routine actions fail to distract him from lingering concern. His thoughts drift outward toward distant walls and open skies. Reflection replaces urgency as he weighs the aftermath of recent events. Elsewhere, decisions are made within sacred stone halls. Gratitude and conflict collide as past rescues influence difficult judgments. The suspension marks a turning point, signaling consequences that will reshape future paths. Within the Grand Cathedral, Chastel kneels as her authority as captain is stripped away, leaving her isolated before the altar. Voices rise around her, protesting the judgment, while tension spreads among the knights witnessing the sudden fall. She lowers her head, accepting the outcome, realizing her removal changes little against the looming threat beyond the church. Elsewhere, Zagan moves forward with resolve, determined to shape a world where Nephi can live freely under the open sky. Chastel steadies herself, choosing to follow her own path despite everything, holding firmly to her beliefs. Inside the quiet hall, Chastel is comforted by an elder, who urges her to endure despite the harsh decision weighing on her. While she listens, she realizes that even within the church, someone still acknowledges her, easing the isolation slightly. Suddenly, grim news arrives about a feared swordsman approaching, casting a shadow over the fragile calm. Understanding the intent behind his arrival, Chastel recognizes the coming purge and prepares herself for what lies ahead. Far from the church, another watches from the castle, burdened by concern as events begin to move beyond control. In a quiet courtyard, daily life continues, as clothes are hung to dry, while a distant observer watches with unease, hoping nothing will disturb the peace. Nearby Nephi carefully tends to simple tasks, her actions drawing gentle attention from a small companion. A calm exchange follows, easing tension as the child grows more comfortable in her presence. Observing from afar, Zagan appears less intimidating, his presence slowly becoming familiar rather than feared. Despite this, concern lingers as the true weight of his power remains undeniable and beyond anyone's control. Nephi explains her situation calmly, revealing she was bought yet treated with care, which begins to change how others see her circumstances. When asked about belonging, she quietly reflects, realizing she has found a place she can accept as her own. A firm denial follows any doubt, while Zagan remains distant, watching without interfering in the moment. Standing apart, he shows mild frustration, unsure how to handle the situation. Yet choosing not to step in, as days pass. Life settles into routine, with small tasks shared together, forming a quiet sense of stability. Inside the study, Nephi quietly works while Zagan observes, noting her steady efforts and the calm presence she brings to the space. Turning to his research, he reviews an old grimoire, realizing previous attempts have led nowhere and further investigation is needed. Among endless books, he searches for answers, suspecting hidden knowledge that even powerful beings have overlooked. A sudden presence appears behind him, creating tension. Yet he remains composed as the moment is interrupted. Threats echo in the shadows, but Zagan continues forward, leaving the danger unresolved as he steps away. Zagan recalls a recent encounter, speaking calmly about allowing any challenger to face him without restraint. With confidence, he declares his stance, showing no hesitation toward threats and making his resolve clear. Listening closely, the small girl reacts with quiet surprise, unsure how to respond to his words. Later, the group shares a meal together, creating a peaceful moment that contrasts with earlier tension. Afterward, she lowers her gaze, expressing regret for past actions, while Zagan listens without judgment. During a quiet meal, the small girl watches carefully, noting that everything seems calm, though Zagan remains thoughtful about recent events. Later, he considers bringing Nephi to another castle, planning to investigate matters that still trouble him. Hearing this, the girl reacts strongly, questioning his trust and struggling to understand why he would allow such freedom. Zagan responds with composure, showing little concern for ownership, believing knowledge and power are not meant to be restricted. Unable to grasp his reasoning, she presses further, confused by his restraint, despite having the strength to control everything. Zagan speaks firmly, dismissing her strength and past, seeing her only as a child, while warning that hurting Nephi would not be tolerated. His words strike deeply, leaving her stunned as tears begin to form, despite her effort to stay composed. Noticing this, he awkwardly reaches out, unsure how to handle the situation after realizing he caused her distress. Trying to fix it, he reassures her in his own way, making it clear she is different from others, and not someone he intends to harm. Gradually calming down, she accepts his words and quietly asks to be called by her name, showing trust beginning to form. Under the night sky, Zagan stands quietly while Nephi watches with a gentle expression, sensing a calm moment between them. Inside the room, the child falls asleep quickly after eating, showing she has begun to feel safe in this place. Nephi reflects on her own past, remembering how she once felt the same uncertainty when she first arrived. Zagan struggles to express himself, awkwardly admitting his intentions while trying to care in his own way. As the child sleeps, he carefully removes the spoon from her hand, showing a small but sincere act of concern. Beside the bed, Zagan and Neffy watch the sleeping child as she murmurs softly, revealing lingering memories that leave him quietly concerned. Neffy then reflects on their situation, suggesting the feeling of having a child, which unsettles Zagan more than expected. Embarrassment spreads between them as they struggle to clarify their thoughts, unable to face each other directly. An awkward silence follows, yet a small gesture bridges the distance, showing unspoken understanding. Zagan reflects inwardly, questioning his desire for something ordinary, while accepting the connection forming between them. Under the quiet night sky, Zagan reflects on newfound bonds, believing that someday, a simple and peaceful happiness may be possible. A young girl admires a small dragon and later appears in a new outfit, standing quietly with restrained excitement. Others gather around her, praising her cuteness while one figure tries to maintain order and keep control of the situation. They visit a clothing shop, deciding to buy proper attire, so she no longer has to wear her usual outfit outside. She twirls in the new clothes, showing them off with shy satisfaction, then looks back with a soft expression of gratitude. Reaching out, she gently holds his hand, while he awkwardly acknowledges her small but meaningful gesture. Zagan senses an unfamiliar emotion as the small girl grips his hand, while Neffy watches his reaction with quiet curiosity. A thought forms within him, questioning whether this warmth is a desire to protect, something he never expected to feel. Walking through the street together, the group draws attention, yet he remains focused on the small presence beside him. Neffy reflects on her past, feeling unworthy, while Zagan, despite lacking his former strength, still feels compelled to act. In that moment, he resolves to seek peace for them, imagining a future where a quiet and stable family can exist. A distant observer reflects calmly, accepting that even brief moments would be enough to leave a lasting memory behind. She watches from afar as Zagan walks with Neffy and the child, recognizing a quiet kindness in his nature. Standing alone, she confirms her thoughts, seeing his path as something gentle and sincere. Approaching them, her presence draws their attention, interrupting the peaceful scene they had formed together. Surprise spreads across their faces as recognition dawns, shifting the atmosphere from calm warmth to sudden tension. A sudden remark shocks everyone, breaking the calm and leaving Zagan and Neffy visibly flustered. Confusion spreads as the group reacts, while the newcomer stands firm, unaware of the chaos caused. Zagan steadies himself and questions her identity, trying to regain control of the situation. Overwhelmed, she breaks into tears, unable to handle the unexpected tension and attention. Recognition finally settles in, revealing her connection to Neffy, though her changed appearance continues to confuse the others. Several knights rush forward, accusing Zagan while calling out to protect the noblewoman, turning the street tense and hostile. Surprise crosses his face as he faces their anger, realizing they believe he has caused harm without understanding the situation. Before things escalate, the small girl steps in, stopping him from reacting while observing the growing crowd around them. The knights quickly surround the woman and urge her to leave, prioritizing her safety as confusion spreads among bystanders. From a distance, Zagan and Neffy watch quietly, noting that she is not alone and has people willing to stand by her. Zagan keeps his distance, believing that involvement would only bring trouble to her, yet still checks if she was harmed. The small girl questions the tension between mages and holy knights, while he calmly treats such conflict as something ordinary. Turning away, he hopes the encounter will not grow into a larger issue, leaving the knights behind. Their path leads to a massive structure buried underground, its presence hinting at something altered by powerful magic. Observing the surroundings, he explains its origin, noting that the place once stood above before being forced beneath the earth. Standing before the towering structure, the small girl senses something familiar, while Zagan quietly observes her reaction. She approaches the old gate, recalling that dragons once lived there, giving meaning to the strange feeling. Zagan acknowledges her insight and explains that the cave reflects where dragons once resided, its magic still lingering within. Together, they step inside the dark passage, their silhouettes fading as they move deeper into the silent corridor. A tense atmosphere settles over them, each of them aware that the place holds something significant hidden ahead. Inside the vast chamber, faint sounds echo as glowing lights appear, drawing the group's attention while they cautiously observe their surroundings. A massive creature suddenly forms, its body shaped by stone and magic, towering over them with an imposing presence. Zagan studies it calmly, identifying it as a magical construct left behind, no longer fully active but still dangerous if disturbed. Deciding not to risk provoking it, he leads the group away, choosing caution over unnecessary conflict. The small girl notices a magic circle nearby and points it out, sensing something unusual that may still be functioning. She points at the complex magic circle, recognizing it as something tied to dragons, while Zagan listens carefully. As they examine it, she hints that the formula may conceal a hidden mechanism, drawing his attention to its true purpose. With her guidance, the circle activates, releasing a bright surge of magic that fills the chamber. Neffy watches quietly as the energy spreads, her expression soft but hesitant as she glances toward Zagan. A subtle tension forms between them, leaving him uncertain, while sensing that her feelings may be reaching toward him. Zagan quickly moves to shield Neffy, realizing the situation may be dangerous as the magic reacts unpredictably. To calm her, he gently places his hand on her head, trying to steady her unease. The touch causes her to react subtly, her expression shifting as unfamiliar feelings surface. Gradually, she relaxes, finding comfort in the gesture, while Zagan remains unaware of its deeper effect. Magic Circle completes its activation, opening the path ahead as he awkwardly pulls back, leaving a quiet tension lingering between them. They descend deeper into the structure, moving carefully until Zagan notices something ahead and slows their pace. A vast library reveals itself, filled with countless books, confirming they have reached an important place tied to demons and magic. While searching, the small girl questions Zagan's awareness, sensing he understands Neffy's feelings more than he admits. She quietly confesses her jealousy, watching the two with a subtle but honest emotion. The topic shifts to dragons' long lifespans, yet her words hint that deeper thoughts about time and connection remain unresolved. Walking through the library, Zagan reflects on time and understanding, suggesting that some feelings should be known without being spoken. The small girl asks to remain by his side, her words carrying a quiet but serious weight. She clings to him, expressing her wish to stay, making her feelings clear through her actions. He struggles to respond, unsure how to handle such emotions. While she watches him closely, shifting his focus, Zagan reaches for a book, uncovering a clue about powerful holy swords hidden within the collection. Zagan examines the inscription on the holy sword, recognizing similarities to the demon lord's seal and realizing a hidden connection between them. He concludes that studying the swords further may reveal their shared origin, deepening his understanding while acknowledging the clue uncovered. Towering walls of a grand cathedral loomed as several figures stepped inside, their arrival quiet yet deliberate. With a composed posture, a young woman bowed her head, showing respect while facing those of higher authority. Standing before her, a heavily armored knight revealed himself, his commanding presence filling the space. A stern expression formed as he examined her closely, weighing the truth behind the reputation she carried. Lingering silence followed his assessment, while she remained steady, accepting scrutiny without showing defiance. Kneeling under pressure, the young woman faced the knight's blunt question. Her past brought forward without hesitation, as his presence loomed heavily. A brief pause followed, then she steadied herself, lowering her gaze while refusing to take pride in the lives she had taken. Behind her, other knights reacted with outrage and panic, their voices rising as tension spread across the hall. Laughter suddenly broke the strain, the armored man amused by her resolve and the boldness she displayed. Fear gripped the onlookers as the moment escalated, yet her calm defiance remained unchanged, despite the threat surrounding her. A knight rushed forward in alarm, demanding answers as tension spread across the cathedral, and all eyes turned toward the armored figure. An elder stepped in with authority, asserting his duty to protect his order while confronting the knight without hesitation. Movement cut through the hall as the armored man advanced, shifting focus toward the sacred weapon and its rightful wielder. Standing firm, he declared a condition, his stance unwavering as the young woman remained behind him, caught in the rising conflict. Disagreement sharpened between them, each holding their ground as the dispute over authority and the sword reached a breaking point. Firm resolve showed as the young woman stepped forward, rejecting reckless freedom and standing against the knight's harsh stance. In an instant, force struck without warning, the armored man moving swiftly as she reacted, tension erupting into sudden violence. Control returned just as quickly, his threat clear while another watched, realizing the fragile balance had collapsed. A decision followed, leading her away from the hall. Footsteps echoing as authority shifted and resistance faded. At last, the sacred blade was raised and handed over, her uncertainty evident as she entrusted it despite the danger it might bring. Calmly facing the priest, the young woman listened as he placed responsibility in her hands, urging her to resolve her own path. After a brief hesitation, she accepted the weight of that choice, gripping the holy sword while watching the knight depart. Distance grew between them as he left the cathedral, his thoughts unsettled while the sky stretched above in silence. Elsewhere, a different setting emerged, where a dark-haired young man reacted with confusion upon hearing unexpected news. Unease lingered on his face, sensing something unusual behind the situation. Though the truth had yet to be revealed, rumors spread through the town as a mysterious man relaxed above the crowd, amused by talk linking him to a strange incident. Inside a tavern, he casually stopped another from leaving, keeping the situation under his control with little effort. Leaning over the balcony, he pressed for details, curiosity guiding him as the conversation turned toward an unfamiliar girl. Thoughts deepened as he considered her identity, weighing possibilities while quietly analyzing what he had learned. Interest sharpened at the mention of another figure, prompting him to shift focus as the situation began to connect. Leaning back with mild concern, the man questioned the situation, noting the uncertainty surrounding the knight's fate. Amusement followed as he reflected on past encounters, speaking of hidden identities while treating even danger with casual indifference. Across the table, suspicion lingered as his companion tried to piece together his intentions. Sensing knowledge left unspoken, laughter broke out abruptly, drawing attention as his carefree attitude clashed with the seriousness of the topic. Composure returned as the mood shifted, his gaze sharpening once more when talk turned toward trouble approaching the church. A grim tale unfolded as the knight stood atop countless fallen foes, his reputation marked by relentless slaughter and an approaching milestone. Realization struck as the truth surfaced, revealing the source of his strength and the reason behind his unnatural power. Back in the tavern, the explanation settled heavily, connecting the church's silence with actions hidden beneath official words. A shift in tone followed, as one quietly revealed his purpose, bringing the conversation toward something more deliberate. Leaning closer, he proposed alliance instead of opposition, suggesting a path that would change how events might unfold. A drink was quietly poured as trust began to form, the offer presented with measured intent. Soon after, a bold request followed, though it was met with immediate refusal, disrupting the flow of negotiation. Irritation surfaced in response, his thoughts tangled as he struggled to understand the other's reasoning. Gradually, the tension eased when a simpler arrangement was accepted, replacing the earlier proposal. With a relaxed posture, he settled into the outcome, guiding the situation forward while keeping the upper hand. Heavy footsteps echoed as an armored figure entered, drawing attention while his presence filled the tavern. Casual words followed as a description was given, details matching a distinct scar that hinted at something familiar. Suspicion grew during the exchange, the conversation circling closer to a realization. Neither openly acknowledged. A sudden impact interrupted the moment, the sound breaking the calm and signaling an unexpected arrival. Right behind them, the towering knight appeared, confirming their fears as tension rose and both were caught off guard. A holy knight enters the tavern and confronts the cloaked sorcerer, drawing attention from everyone nearby. The atmosphere tightens as his presence dominates the room. The knight shows a fierce grin, clearly confident and prepared for conflict. Companion reacts with surprise as tension rises, while the sorcerer remains calm, continuing his actions without concern. The knight moves to strike, but magic halts the attack instantly, stopping the motion before it lands. Conflict fades as the knight recognizes the sorcerer's composure, and the situation settles into an uneasy pause. A knight sits firmly while facing the young sorcerer across the counter, both measuring each other in silence, as tension quietly builds. Calmly, the knight focuses on his drink and reading, showing no desire for conflict, while the sorcerer observes with slight caution. Suddenly, a desperate man interrupts, carrying an injured girl, forcing attention toward an urgent situation. Reluctance shows as the sorcerer agrees to help, while another companion watches closely, curious about his actions. Afterward, the knight introduces himself with composure, revealing his purpose and acknowledging the sorcerer directly. A sharp exchange unfolds as the sorcerer responds calmly, turning the knight's judgment back at him without raising tension. Nearby, another mage reacts strongly, questioning past actions while tension spreads across the room. Without further argument, the sorcerer withdraws from the scene, leaving quietly as the knight dismisses the situation with firm reasoning. Moments later, the knight reflects on a past battle, directing his attention back to the sorcerer with growing curiosity. Calmly, the sorcerer acknowledges the strength of a former opponent, revealing respect rather than pride. A serious claim is made as the knight concludes that a certain individual could become a threat to the church. Further reasoning follows, explaining that her past actions already justify severe punishment under their rules. Hearing this, the sorcerer lowers his head, showing quiet frustration as the judgment feels excessive. With the matter settled in his mind, the knight ends the discussion and prepares to leave without hesitation. Afterward, the sorcerer reflects on the encounter, realizing the knight had been searching for a reason to act all along. The sorcerer reflects on the girl's place in the town, recognizing that many people value her presence and would suffer from her loss. A tense warning follows, as he firmly claims authority over the area, making clear that any reckless action will be met with force. Pride defines his stance, as he openly accepts his identity while maintaining his own sense of order and responsibility. Amusement spreads across the knight's face, satisfied by the answer, as he turns away, leaving with renewed conviction. Silence returns after his departure, while those remaining stand still, absorbing the weight of what has just passed. The sorcerer admits his dislike for the knight, while another mage casually suggests eliminating the problem, treating it as a simple solution. Surprise spreads across the mage's face as the suggestion is accepted more seriously than expected. Confusion follows when the sorcerer shifts the task, directing the mage toward a different objective instead of violence. Attention turns to the mage's unique abilities, highlighting his skill in movement and summoning, making him suited for the task ahead. With little hesitation, the sorcerer entrusts him with the mission, while another questions the unusual decision to act indirectly. The mage departs swiftly through a portal, leaving the tavern behind as the mission begins without hesitation. Silence fills the room afterward, while the sorcerer notices the abrupt exit and reflects uneasily on the decision. Night falls as he returns home, greeted warmly by the elf who has been waiting for him. Inside, the household remains calm, with others resting or quietly passing time while awaiting his return. A gentle exchange follows as he acknowledges her efforts, realizing the simple moments here bring a sense of comfort. Sorcerer reflects on the loneliness of long-lived beings, understanding how loss shapes their lives over time. The elf quietly shares similar feelings, revealing a wish for lasting companionship despite uncertainty. Without hesitation, he offers to stay by her side, bringing a sudden warmth that brightens her expression. As they draw close, both become aware of the distance between them, caught in an unexpected moment. Flustered thoughts follow as he notices small details about her, realizing his feelings in a quiet, personal way. A quiet moment turns tense as the sorcerer gently reaches toward the elf, both caught in rising emotion. Their faces draw closer, hesitation mixing with nervous awareness as neither fully understands the moment. Suddenly, magic reacts violently, releasing a burst that forces them apart and breaks the fragile atmosphere. Embarrassment settles in as they sit at a distance, unable to face each other while another watches in disbelief. From the shadows, a dark presence emerges, shifting the mood entirely as a new threat quietly takes form. A sudden attack unfolds as the mage strikes, targeting the girl while revealing the hidden intent behind the earlier mission. Realization comes quickly when the sorcerer identifies poison as the cause, understanding the danger has already taken effect. Tension rises as the situation worsens, while the elf remains unaware and is urged to stay back for safety. Without hesitation, a small figure transforms and launches forward, intercepting the threat with fierce determination. The sorcerer steps in immediately, countering the attack and forcing the enemy back as the fight fully begins. Sorcerer stops the attack, shielding the injured girl while firmly rejecting unnecessary killing despite the chaos. Frustration rises as the attacker reveals deep resentment, her anger shaped by hatred toward holy knights. A painful memory surfaces, exposing the loss that drives her actions and fuels her desire for revenge. Calm reasoning follows as the sorcerer points out the flaw in her actions, explaining that this path will not reach her true enemy. Emotion overwhelms her as she rejects his words, unable to accept a perspective that challenges her purpose. The sorcerer explains his understanding of revenge, describing it as breaking an enemy completely before delivering the final blow. Rather than allowing a reckless act, he restrains her, showing that blind killing will not bring the satisfaction she seeks. He recalls his own past, admitting that ending a life quickly left him empty instead of fulfilled. Determination replaces hesitation as he proposes a different path, offering to guide her toward a method he believes is more effective. Calm returns to the group, and a faint smile appears as tension eases, though uncertainty still lingers. Under the night sky, he quietly considers the question, reflecting on responsibility and the meaning of protecting someone now under his care. Neffy wakes in a quiet room, still weak, while Zagan sits nearby reading calmly. The setting feels unfamiliar, yet safe. As she tries to understand her situation, a lingering discomfort troubles her body. The cause remains unclear, but her condition suggests something serious happened before she arrived. Zagan explains the situation indirectly through his actions, revealing she had been poisoned and later saved. Neffy listens, unsettled yet attentive. Fragments of memory return, showing a summons and a shadowed meeting that led her into danger. Holding a letter, realization strikes as she begins to grasp the hidden faction behind the incident. Neffy stands within a quiet hall, facing a cloaked figure who explains a belief about guiding the church rather than destroying it. An offered hand appears before her, proposing protection and inviting her to join their cause after her defiance. Hesitation fills her expression as the figure allows time for a decision, while a hidden observer watches from behind. A name is presented as proof of trust, echoing in her mind as a symbol of their influence and power. Uncertainty lingers as she questions the meaning behind that name, unsure whether it represents identity or something far greater. The cloaked figure departs, leaving Neffy alone in the silent corridor, holding on to the warning about the name. Outside, she walks through a dim street, weighing trust and danger while recalling the influence surrounding powerful figures. Doubt grows as she reflects on her life tied to the church, unsure where she belongs or what path remains. Back in her room, unease lingers while fragmented memories of returning, drinking tea, and collapsing resurface. Questions her calmly, prompting her to consider who might have been responsible for poisoning her. Neffy recalls Raphael, recognizing him as a dangerous man who relies on strength rather than deceit, leaving a strong impression on her. Zagan decides to ensure her safety, stating through his actions that she will be cared for while she recovers. As he moves to leave, Neffy reaches out instinctively, unwilling to let him go so easily. He pauses and turns back, noticing her hesitation as she struggles to express what she wants. After gathering courage, she quietly asks him to remain by her side for a short time. Zagan hesitates, unsure how to respond to Neffy's request, while she watches him with quiet expectation. Embarrassment overtakes her, leading to a withdrawn apology as she questions her own actions. Trying to ease the tension, Zagan gives a simple explanation for staying, though his awkwardness becomes obvious. Silence settles between them, filled with uncertainty as Neffy reflects on her feelings and what she truly seeks. Clarity forms within her, realizing she does not wish to cause conflict, but hopes both Zagan and Neffy can find happiness together. Under the night sky, Neffy reflects quietly, thinking about her place beside Zagan and the happiness she wishes to protect. Morning brings sudden chaos as she is dressed in unfamiliar attire, leaving her overwhelmed by the unexpected situation. Frustration surfaces while she struggles with the role forced upon her, drawing attention from those around her. A small girl reacts sharply, creating tension with her blunt attitude and dismissive behavior. Zagan reveals a grim detail about the child's past, shifting the mood as Neffy begins to understand the weight of their circumstances. Decides to leave Neffy in charge briefly, trusting her pride will guide her actions, despite the unfamiliar responsibility. Uncertainty crosses her face while others react with surprise, sensing the situation may not unfold as expected. Moments later, a loud disturbance erupts from the castle, breaking the calm with sudden chaos. He pauses in his study, already anticipating trouble as the noise reaches him. Inside, confusion escalates when Neffy panics over a frog, turning a simple task into repeated disorder that tests everyone's patience. Zagan observes the situation calmly, recognizing the child's ability while allowing her actions to continue without interference. A sense of guilt surfaces in him as he recalls past harshness, while Neffy reacts with concern over how things have changed. Misunderstanding grows when Neffy interprets his words incorrectly, responding with dramatic determination despite his confusion. Chaos follows as her clumsiness turns the moment into destruction, sending objects crashing, while Zagan watches in disbelief. After the mess settles, he checks on her condition, still puzzled, while she struggles to regain composure from the ordeal. Zagan responds vaguely, leaving Neffy uncertain, while she begins to realize he may have been concerned for her. Time passes, and daily life turns chaotic as Chastel's antics increase, creating frequent trouble throughout the castle. Her pranks escalate into constant disruptions, forcing rules during meals, while others struggle to maintain order. Despite the chaos, a fragile bond begins forming, hinting that understanding between them might slowly grow. Elsewhere, the child wanders alone, calling for her father, her confusion and loneliness, revealing a deeper unresolved past. A sudden vision of violence flashes through the child's mind, showing a brutal strike that leaves her shaken and afraid. She jolts awake, anger rising as confusion mixes with lingering fear from what she witnessed. Clutching her chest, she leaves the room, driven by unease, and an urge she cannot fully understand. Approaching Neffy's bedside, her presence turns tense as a dark intent briefly surfaces in her actions. Moment breaks as Neffy stirs, her innocent reaction easing the tension and pulling the child back from that dangerous impulse. The child watches Neffy in silence, conflicted thoughts surfacing as she questions her own purpose and restraint. Neffy suddenly runs through the halls, urgency replacing hesitation as she searches for help. Reaching Zagan, she delivers alarming news, revealing that Full has disappeared, shifting the situation into immediate concern. A young girl stands before the demon lord's towering palace, sensing danger within. Her gaze lingers as uncertainty fills her thoughts. Memories surface of warmth she once received, making her hesitate. Kind gestures conflict with her original purpose. Faced with that kindness, she realizes staying may erase her desire for revenge. Doubt quietly grows stronger. She turns away, questioning if her vengeance has lost meaning. The path forward becomes unclear, painful memories return, reigniting anger. She steels herself, refusing to let go of hatred that defines her resolve. Memories of her father's death surface, revealing betrayal and a cruel scene that fuels her anger. She recalls the truth behind the Holy Knight's actions, strengthening her resolve while guilt briefly lingers. A sudden presence appears and she realizes someone has followed her into the castle. The armored man confronts her, questioning her identity as tension quickly rises between them. Without hesitation, she lunges forward, launching a fierce attack driven by rage and determination. Her sudden strike connects, pushing the armored man backward as the impact echoes through the chamber and disrupts the tense standoff. Despite the blow, the opponent steadies himself quickly, revealing overwhelming strength and experience that makes the situation far more dangerous. Before the clash can continue, another figure appears and intercepts the attack, shifting control of the battlefield in an instant. That presence stands firmly between them, effortlessly stopping the knight's advance while asserting dominance over the encounter. Confusion spreads across her face as emotions surge, leaving her torn between anger, doubt, and the fragile trust she began to form. He steps close and shields her, his presence steady as her fear begins to surface. The tension around them slowly shifts. Tears fall as guilt overwhelms her, and she lowers her head while regret replaces the anger she held before. He turns away to face the threat, leaving her behind with quiet reassurance while preparing to confront the enemy alone. The knight advances again, but he stands firm, repeating his warning as the space between them tightens. With calm resolve, he declares his intent to protect her, making it clear she is no longer alone under his care. Knight studies him closely, recognizing the bond he claims, and accepts it as a reason to continue the fight without hesitation. He raises his weapon and issues a firm warning, showing no doubt as his magic forms around him in preparation. The knight answers with a powerful strike, releasing a sacred attack that surges forward with overwhelming force. His magic begins to break apart under the pressure, revealing a dangerous gap between their abilities. Flames of purification erupt from the blade, carrying destructive power meant to erase anything deemed evil in its path. She questions his actions as he draws the knight's attention, while he remains calm despite the growing pressure. With a confident stance, he explains his method, aiming to overwhelm the opponent before crushing their resolve completely. The battle erupts again as both sides clash, magic and steel colliding with force that shakes the surroundings. His spell withstands the sacred attack, revealing a newly formed magic that refuses to break under pressure. Energy gathers into a vast structure, absorbing power from the area, allowing him to endure even the knight's strongest flames. The knight charges again, but the massive shield absorbs the force, growing stronger as it endures each attack. He counters with confidence, pushing the knight back while maintaining control over the battlefield with precise movements. Clash intensifies, sending shock waves through the structure as the ground shatters beneath their power. Fragments fall away, revealing hidden constructs reacting to the impact, suggesting deeper mechanisms within the surroundings. She seizes the moment and strikes, her attack breaking through the chaos as the battle shifts once more. The clash explodes between them, sending both fighters back as their attacks collide with equal force across the battlefield. Zagan observes calmly, measuring the exchange and setting a limit while recognizing the knight's strength. As the knight presses forward, Zagan shifts his stance and prepares a counter, refusing to let the momentum slip away. With precise timing, Zagan strikes back and drives the knight into the structure, asserting control through calculated force. The flames fade, allowing Zagan to adapt his magic, demonstrating control and flexibility as he continues to protect the girl behind him. Relief settles over Zagan as the clash subsides, and the girl reacts with visible excitement while watching him stand unharmed. He studies the battlefield quietly, noting the knight's resilience and questioning the limits of his opponent's strength. A subtle movement draws attention as tension rebuilds, signaling that the fight has not yet reached its end. The knight rises again, battered yet unbroken, revealing determination that refuses to fade despite the damage. Shock spreads as the ground fractures further, hinting at something far more dangerous emerging beneath the ruined surface. Inside the castle, the elf kneels beside a dark, shifting mass, sensing something unsettling as another girl arrives in alarm. They realize Zagan has left to bring someone back, leaving uncertainty behind as concern begins to grow between them. The knight struggles to rise, forcing himself forward despite his wounds, determined not to remain behind. Doubt fills his thoughts as he questions his purpose, torn between duty and the reality he now faces. Back inside, the girls exchange uneasy glances, waiting anxiously while the situation outside remains unresolved. The elf quietly admits her feelings, revealing uncertainty as jealousy surfaces while she reflects on what she lacks. Her thoughts drift to the bond she envies, recognizing a connection built on trust and closeness she cannot reach. The other girl lowers her gaze, confessing that her own feelings run even deeper, shaped by lingering attachment. She urges action with a light tone, suggesting a path forward while trying to ease the tension between them. However, the elf refuses, holding on to her resolve, unable to act despite the emotions stirring within her. She reflects on her role, deciding her place is to quietly welcome him back rather than stand beside him. Doubt lingers, as she admits she cannot support him, yet emotion breaks through when she is embraced. Watching him walk away, she struggles with her feelings, believing she has no right to follow or interfere. The other girl challenges that belief, insisting her feelings matter, despite her title and responsibilities. Overcome at last, she cries out her true desire, choosing to fight alongside him instead of remaining behind. The elf gently reaches out, noticing the girl's confusion and fragile emotions, trying to guide her thoughts with calm understanding. She reflects on the past, realizing the girl had always been able to understand Zagan's loneliness in a way others could not. A quiet smile forms as she admits her jealousy, yet accepts that others sharing that bond also brings her genuine happiness. Seeing the girl now, she recognizes her growth, acknowledging the strength she has gained through those experiences. With quiet certainty, she affirms the girl's role, understanding that her presence has eased Zagan's loneliness and changed him. The girl looks uncertain, questioning whether the comfort she received was real as she slowly regains composure. Doubt surfaces again as she wonders if she acted correctly, conflicted by her role and what others might see her as. The elf gently embraces her, affirming their bond and easing the tension with quiet reassurance. A sense of warmth lingers as she realizes she is accepted, softening the fear that once held her back. With renewed resolve, she rises and chooses her own path, deciding to move forward and face what awaits beyond. Resolve hardens within her as she moves forward, leaving hesitation behind and rushing ahead, determined to face the battle. A wounded holy knight stands firm amid debris, facing a calm sorcerer cloaked in darkness. Despite injuries, his posture shows resolve. Pain spreads through the knight's body, yet he remains upright. His breathing grows heavier as the strain of battle reveals the limits of his endurance. From a distance, the sorcerer observes the scene while a horned girl watches with interest. The ruined surroundings reflect the aftermath of a fierce clash. The girl reacts with cold amusement, while the knight, still standing, acknowledges the hostility directed toward him without yielding. A dragon's image looms as the girl reveals its identity, linking the knight's past victory to the present confrontation. The battered knight steadies himself and recognizes the truth behind the girl's origin, tightening his grip as resolve replaces hesitation. Sudden movement breaks the standoff when he launches forward, striking with force, while the sorcerer counters, turning the clash into a violent exchange. Blades collide and momentum shifts rapidly, yet the knight endures the impact and retaliates, forcing his opponent back across the ruined ground. Above them, the horned girl gathers power, shouting as energy surges outward, her focus locking onto the battlefield below. A massive blast descends and tears into the earth, sending debris outward while the overwhelming force threatens to end the fight in an instant. Injured knight clashes blades with a young woman, forcing her back as his strength remains overwhelming, despite his condition. Zagan notices the shift and reacts, while the horned girl intervenes at the same moment, deflecting both the knight's strike and incoming magic. Tension rises as movement halts, and the young woman lowers her guard, prompting a pause where intentions begin to surface. Knight drops to one knee, planting his sword into the ground, showing exhaustion yet refusing to collapse completely. Standing before him, Zagan questions the purpose of the fight, his calm presence contrasting the destruction as doubt spreads across those watching. Zagan steps forward, confused by the sudden shift, while the girl questions him, sensing a change after the knight reacts to the dragon's name. Suspicion grows as the young woman studies the injured knight, struggling to accept the truth forming in her mind. Memory surfaces, revealing a cloaked figure tied to the past, connecting the knight to a hidden identity. Realization spreads across the battlefield as Zagan turns sharply, recognizing the implication behind her words and the knight's silence. The ground trembles and ruins collapse nearby, while Zagan acknowledges the truth, leaving tension hanging as the situation deepens. A heavy presence approaches as distant tremors echo, hinting that something sealed away is beginning to awaken. Massive stone figure emerges, its cracked body leaking dark fluid, revealing a distorted construct driven by unnatural force. Waves of miasma surge across the ground, spreading rapidly while Zagan senses the threat and realizes it is no ordinary creature. Closer inspection reveals a golem-like form, yet its nature feels wrong, lacking the familiar fear such constructs usually inspire. The horned girl identifies the source, linking it to a broken seal and naming it as a gatekeeper tied to the palace. A monstrous construct opens its jaws wide, revealing a terrifying form as the knight braces himself, shocked by its sudden transformation. Zagan reacts instantly, shouting as the creature releases a violent surge, its attack tearing across the ground toward them. The horned girl freezes for a moment, caught in the incoming force, while Zagan rushes forward to reach her. Without hesitation, he grabs her and leaps away, barely escaping as the destructive wave crashes behind them. In the aftermath, the knight collapses beside her, severely wounded, his body giving in as the cost of the battle finally catches up. Zagan steps forward, unfazed by the looming construct, his presence alone shifting the tension as the creature advances. Without hesitation, he leaps into the air and gathers power, aiming directly at the golem with overwhelming intent. A massive strike descends and pierces through the creature, shattering its body as the impact crushes it into the ground. After the attack, the girl regains her footing while Zagan checks the knight, noting the severity of the wound near his heart. With fading strength, the knight reveals a connection to the past, linking himself to Aroba's and leaving the truth hanging in the air. The girl accuses him fiercely, but the wounded knight denies it, insisting the dragon's fall was not so simple. Memories surface as he recalls standing before the great dragon, seeking its power to defeat a powerful enemy. The dragon answers his plea, granting strength without hesitation, leaving the girl stunned by the revelation. Zagan listens in silence while the truth unfolds, revealing that the enemy was not human, but something far darker. Knight explains that demons appeared and brought destruction, leading to the dragon's death and countless fallen knights. Shadows of strange beings appear in a vision, foretelling the return of a distant threat that once brought devastation. Zagan confirms their existence, revealing his intent to eliminate such creatures, grounding the knight's warning in reality. The wounded knight clarifies the past, explaining that Orobas was not defeated, but gave his life willingly in that battle. With fading strength, he declares that the dragon protected both the girl and the world, urging her to see the truth. Emotion overwhelms her as his words settle in, leaving her shaken by the weight of sacrifice and the meaning behind it. Knight warns that demons may return, urging preparation while offering his life if it helps honor Orobas' will. He reveals the truth behind his survival, admitting he drank the dragon's blood and came back from death, burdened by that choice. Zagan steps in and confirms the connection, identifying the faction tied to demons and exposing the truth behind the knight's past. Another figure challenges the idea of peace, pointing out the destruction caused, while the knight accepts his role in the conflict. Nefi is called upon as the Holy Maiden, her importance revealed as she stands at the center of what comes next. The knight accepts his fate, believing his death will serve as a final offering, while the weight of his words unsettles those around him. Zagan and the others fall silent, absorbing the meaning behind his resolve as tension lingers in the air. Nearby, the shattered construct begins to move again, its broken body twitching as fragments slowly reassemble. Zagan steps forward, recognizing the growing threat, while the girl questions whether it can truly be destroyed. He studies it carefully and concludes it is not a simple golem, but a fusion of magic, and something far more dangerous. Zagan identifies the creature as a demon chimera created by a powerful figure, confirming the unnatural fusion behind its form. He observes it calmly, realizing simple force will not destroy it, while the creature continues to endure. A plan forms as Zagan prepares a spell, stepping forward with confidence, ready to test the unknown power before him. Amid shattered ground, a towering chimera emerges, its body formed from the remains of a fallen demon. Nearby, a young mage advances with focus, sensing the lingering power within the monster. Without stepping back, a knight joins him at the front. Her stance shows resolve, choosing to fight alongside him rather than remain behind. Tension lingers between them, yet determination grows stronger. Calm focus meets unwavering will as both ready themselves for the coming clash. With steady hands, the knight calls upon her weapon's power. Doubt fades away, replaced by firm resolve as she prepares to face the battle ahead. Light bursts forth as the knight raises her blade, energy flowing around her. Behind her, the mage watches closely while the power gathers into a focused radiance. That glow stabilizes along the sword, forming a concentrated force unlike ordinary magic. Suddenly the chimera strikes, forcing her off balance. Seizing the moment, the mage rushes forward, moving to intercept the attack before it lands fully. With fierce resolve, she launches herself ahead, cutting through the air at high speed. A heavy impact follows as the clash unfolds. Power collides at the center, and the battlefield erupts under the force of their combined assault. Signal is given as the knight surges forward, creating an opening. Zagan reacts instantly, moving at high speed to follow through on the plan. His strike lands against the chimera's hardened body. Fragments scatter as the force begins to break through its structure. Debris fills the air while Zagan presses deeper into the attack. The creature's form starts collapsing under the continued assault. Despite the damage, the scattered pieces begin shifting unnaturally. The truth becomes clear as the creature attempts to restore itself from its fragments. Seeing the danger, the knight pushes forward again, refusing to stop. Zagan hesitates for a moment, realizing the battle is not yet over. Fragments scatter across the ground as the battle intensifies. Zagan steadies himself, recognizing an opportunity within the chaos. He launches forward and strikes the chimera directly, releasing a concentrated burst of magic into its core. For a brief moment, uncertainty rises when the result seems unclear. Both fighters watch closely, unsure if the blow was enough. Dark energy suddenly erupts outward as the chimera's true form emerges. Zagan remains composed, preparing the final step without hesitation. The creature collapses and disintegrates under the overwhelming force. Silence follows as the battlefield settles, leaving the two standing amid the remains. He explains how the spell was reversed and released within the chimera to disrupt it from inside. Black flames consume the creature's core, fueled by the very mana it absorbs. The power turns inward, burning through its existence. A balance of opposing forces forms as two conflicting spells merge into one. This contradiction becomes the key to breaking the creature completely. Even so, Zagan recognizes the flaw in his method, noting its lack of precision. He considers the limits of his current control. Calm returns after the battle, and the tension fades. A light exchange follows, leaving Zagan briefly caught off guard by an unexpected reaction. After the battle, an awkward silence settles between them. The knight gathers her thoughts, reflecting on what she had done during the fight. Zagan listens as she explains her reason for standing beside him. Her resolve becomes clear, showing she chose to fight with him, not out of duty alone. A shared understanding begins to form between them. Despite their opposing roles, both acknowledge the bond created through the battle. They stand side by side, no longer as strangers. A quiet sense of trust replaces the earlier tension. Their attention shifts to a fallen knight nearby. The situation changes again as the aftermath reveals someone in need of aid. Zagan offers quiet support, assuring the knight she is no longer alone. His words ease the tension as she listens carefully. Injured man begins to speak, revealing fragments of truth behind recent events. The knight reacts with concern as his explanation unfolds. A larger purpose emerges, tied to survival and a faction built from shared goals. The past conflict gains new meaning through his words. Zagan questions him directly, seeking clarity about the violence. His focus sharpens as he presses for the reason behind the attacks. The answer comes with strained breath, denying intent to kill without cause. Responsibility shifts as the truth surfaces from the wounded man. A sudden shift in the air draws everyone's attention. Confusion spreads as they sense something unexpected approaching. Continues his explanation, recalling how his attempt at peaceful contact was met with immediate hostility. The memory reveals the start of the conflict. Zagan reacts with uneasy understanding while the others reflect on the situation. The outcome feels inevitable given the circumstances described. Tension softens slightly as the discussion continues. Zagan recalls their earlier encounter, recognizing how suspicion shaped their actions. Knight responds with her own perspective, pointing out the consequences of his past choices. The exchange brings clarity to both sides. The wounded man recalls Zagan's earlier words, revealing the reason he placed trust in him. A quiet respect forms as the memory lingers. Zagan reacts with embarrassment, realizing how his presence and manner may have been misunderstood. Focus returns to the situation as responsibilities are decided. Zagan prepares to act while the injured man resolves to endure a little longer. A promise tied to arobas is revealed, shaping the next course of action. The group listens as the past continues to influence the present. The knight questions the connection, seeking to understand the bond behind the name. Curiosity grows as the truth edges closer to the surface. He recalls his time with the dragon, describing it as the greatest moment of his life. The memory carries both pride and sorrow. Silence follows as the scene shifts, leaving the others to process his words. The weight of his past lingers in the air. Uncertainty grips the knight as she questions her own resolve. Zagan stands nearby, watching her struggle with the choice before her. A quiet reassurance comes from Zagan as he reaches out gently. His calm presence steadies her, easing the conflict in her heart. With a small but firm response, she accepts his guidance. Their hands meet, and together they turn away from the battlefield. Thoughts linger as they leave the battlefield, reflecting on choices that could lead to regret or hatred. Uncertainty remains, but the path forward is accepted. At the entrance, a familiar figure greets them warmly. Her presence softens the mood, bringing a sense of comfort after the conflict. Zagan walks ahead while the others follow, the group now moving together with a quieter understanding. They return to the castle, marking the end of their journey. A decision has been made to remain by Nefi's side. Elsewhere, the church acknowledges the outcome with little progress made. The aftermath spreads beyond the battlefield, leaving unresolved matters behind. Within the church, the leaders acknowledge the outcome of the mission. Responsibility is shared as they decide to pause and regroup. Alone, one man reflects on recent events, his thoughts lingering on the night. His emotions twist into anger as rigid beliefs take hold. The idea that mages and their allies are evil begins to consume his reasoning. The discussion shifts to judgment, focusing on the knight's actions. Her choices are seen as a threat to their ideals and authority. Final decision forms as they question her loyalty and purpose. The divide between their beliefs and her path grows even wider. A sudden act of violence unfolds as the knight is struck down without warning. Dark intent reveals a plan to replace her as a symbol of justice. Moments later, a wounded man forces his way into the chamber. His presence shocks those inside as he arrives despite his injuries. Determination drives him forward as he ignores concern for his condition. The situation shifts as his arrival disrupts the unfolding scheme. Suspicion rises around hidden motives within the church. Fragments of a larger plot begin to surface through his words. Fear spreads among those present as the truth edges closer. The fragile control within the room begins to collapse. A severed hand falls as the attack is halted instantly. The wounded man stands firm, rejecting the threat without hesitation. He counters with force, striking down his opponent in a swift motion. The act is deliberate, carried out with controlled resolve despite visible strain. Breathing heavily, he reflects on the situation with a calm acceptance. Age and experience shape his decision to act without hesitation. Desperation fills the room as fear spreads among those present. Authority begins to crumble under the sudden turn of events. With final intent, he raises his weapon to deliver judgment. The moment closes in as he prepares to end the conflict decisively. Bloodied and exhausted, the man accepts the outcome of his actions. His resolve remains steady as he prepares for what comes next. Standing alone in silence, he reflects on the fallen before him. With nothing left to hold him back, he awaits the end he has chosen. A young woman sits quietly, holding a cup while reflecting on the truth behind recent events. The name of the culprit weighs on her mind, linking the church to hidden wrongdoing. Inside a grand room, she shares her thoughts with two others. Suspicion grows as the past actions of a trusted figure begin to appear questionable. A tense exchange follows. Doubts about justice surface, and differing views on the church's direction create unease among them. With calm resolve, she decides to return to the church, determined to confront the situation herself. Silence settles as the others accept her choice, each left to consider what lies ahead. Shock spreads across the room as the claim of poison turns the calm atmosphere into confusion. From a distance, the situation is clarified. Attention shifts toward the one responsible, revealing that the tea came from someone unexpected. Tension fades as the small figure reacts quietly, avoiding further trouble. The woman watches, unsure how to respond to the change in mood later. The two share a brief, gentle moment. Despite everything, understanding forms, even without a proper conversation. In the end, she leaves the room with a soft farewell, while the others remain behind, reflecting on the encounter. A small figure calls out softly, asking her to return someday. The words catch her off guard, leaving her momentarily frozen. Emotion quickly overwhelms her as tears fall. Being acknowledged so simply brings out feelings she struggled to hold back. With renewed determination, she steps forward, choosing a path where she can make a difference beyond the church's control. A calm smile replaces her earlier tension. Thoughts of the past settle, allowing her to move on without regret. Beside a towering ally, she expresses her resolve openly. Support surrounds her now, giving her confidence to face whatever comes next. A violent tremor shakes the castle, breaking the quiet surroundings and drawing everyone's attention to the sudden disturbance. Inside, the group reacts with confusion. The large man stands firm, showing little concern, while the others try to understand what just happened. Shock spreads as the woman rushes forward, realizing her earlier assumptions were wrong. The truth begins to surface unexpectedly. The man calmly admits his actions, revealing he dealt with the threat himself. His words leave the others stunned. Tension lingers as he criticizes her outlook. His harsh view contrasts with her relief, creating an uneasy silence. The situation is clarified as the man explains his warning. The woman struggles to follow, surprised by the formal tone and hidden meaning behind his words. A revelation follows as he declares his new role. His loyalty shifts completely, leaving his past position behind without hesitation. The next morning he appears at the castle, worn but resolute. His arrival signals a firm decision to dedicate himself to a new path. Kneeling, he accepts a new purpose. The choice given to him leads to a vow of service under their guidance. From that moment on, he begins working at the castle, bringing strength and support to those he now serves. A brief reflection reveals how events unfolded, showing how chance brought everyone together under unexpected circumstances. Concern arises as attention turns to the man's condition. His situation draws quiet sympathy, though he brushes it aside without hesitation. Soon after, a mechanical arm is presented to him. He accepts it, testing its movement as a new strength replaces what was lost. Gratitude follows as he lowers himself respectfully, offering his loyalty once more, this time with deeper resolve. In the end, the group settles into a new balance. The woman realizes she is the only one preparing to leave, marking another change ahead. The woman breaks into tears as she receives a warm invitation to return any time. Overwhelmed by the kindness shown to her, she hesitates, unsure of her place, but reassurance comes from him, gently affirming that she is welcome. Group stands together, sharing a quiet sense of unity. A small suggestion lightens the mood, easing the tension between them. With renewed energy, she sets off, waving back with a bright expression as she leaves the path behind. Those remaining watch her go, their thoughts mixed. A subtle shift in emotion lingers, hinting that not everything has fully settled. A quiet question lingers, as he tries to understand her feelings. The distance between them feels uncertain, shaped by unspoken tension. Frustration surfaces from her side, leaving him unsure how to respond. His hesitation shows as he struggles to grasp what she expects. Closing the gap, he offers a sincere apology. The moment turns intimate, revealing regret and concern that had been held back. Elsewhere, the others watch from afar, giving them space. The atmosphere softens as emotions begin to settle. A faint warning follows, hinting that peace may not last. Despite the calm, something unresolved still lingers beneath. Cloaked figure moves through darkness, revealing Neferia's cursed identity as a looming threat begins to unfold. A lively street stretches beneath hanging cloths as Nefi walks with companions through the market. She shows curiosity towards sweets, while the group continues calmly through the crowd. At a stall, Nefi receives food from a vendor, standing quietly among familiar faces as small exchanges take place. Movement breaks the calm when a sudden force rushes toward them. A companion reacts instantly, pulling Nefi away as they hurry to leave. Impact follows, sending shock through the street. Nefi is held protectively while the attack reveals signs of magic. A cloaked figure appears ahead, stopping their escape and fixing attention directly on Nefi. He steps forward and identifies Nefi without hesitation. Unease spreads across her face as the stranger's intent becomes clear. Cold resolve fills the attacker's gaze, and magic begins forming with lethal purpose. Danger closes in as Nefi is pulled away again, her body losing balance while a dark force targets her directly. Violence erupts across the street, shattering the ground and striking nearby people, as panic spreads in every direction. Debris bursts upward from the impact, yet Nefi regains her footing and stands firm, facing the cloaked attacker without retreat. Rage rises within Nefi as fear turns into resolve. Memories and emotion push her to act despite the chaos around her. Power surges outward as shards form and launch through the air. Control shifts, suddenly catching the cloaked attacker off guard. Relentless force drives forward, trapping the enemy within a crushing impact as the ground erupts beneath them. The assault continues without pause, striking again and forcing the attacker backward through broken stone and debris. Silence follows the destruction as dust settles. Nefi stands firm, while the cloaked figure regains balance and watches her with new awareness. Shock lingers on Nefi and her companion as the aftermath of the clash leaves both uncertain and tense. From the dust, a composed woman emerges, her presence steady and untouched by the destruction surrounding her. Recognition stirs as her appearance closely mirrors Nefi's, creating a moment of confusion and unease between them. Calm observation replaces aggression as the newcomer studies Nefi, acknowledging the unusual strength she displayed. A vast magic circle spreads across the ground, its structure overwhelming the area while the townspeople watch in fear and confusion. Nefi steps forward despite the tension, reaching out as she tries to stop the mysterious woman from leaving. The stranger reveals her identity without hesitation, claiming to be another version of Nefi before disappearing into the distance. Confusion remains in Nefi's eyes as she struggles to understand what just happened and what the encounter meant. A sealed message appears, addressed to Zagan, hinting that the incident was only the beginning of a larger conflict. A man unleashes a powerful strike, activating a weapon that releases an unusual magical force toward Zagan. Zagan remains composed while observing the attack closely, recognizing that the blade's strength does not come from ordinary magic. The energy reveals a system of symbols identified as the Celestian language, suggesting a deeper origin behind the power. He studies ancient records and realizes the letters were once used by divine beings, though their meanings have been mostly lost over time. After testing the sword again, Zagan concludes the magic system differs entirely from known principles, leaving its true nature only partially understood. Zagan examines the sword closely, while the older man considers his thoughts, leading to the idea that the weapon may act like a living entity. The man demonstrates its nature, showing how the sword responds to its wielder, as if guided by a will rather than simple magic. A new theory forms in Zagan's mind, imagining the blade as something once alive, now transformed into a weapon. Turning away, he decides that tracing the creator behind the sword would reveal more than studying the object itself. With a calm expression, Zagan sets clear goals, seeking both a method to defeat demons and a way to destroy the demon lord's sigil. Zagan reflects on the danger posed by demon lords, realizing that without breaking the sigil, defeating them remains impossible. While analyzing the sword and its inscriptions, he attempts to connect its origin to the sigil, though the link remains unclear. Suddenly, news arrives that a barrier has been activated near Nephi and Fall, drawing Zagan's attention away from his research. Without hesitation, he moves to investigate, entering a place where Nephi and the child stand in silence. Seeing them safe yet uneasy, Zagan pauses, sensing something unusual has occurred and preparing himself for what may follow. Zagan approaches and observes Nephi and Fall from a distance, noticing Nephi's lowered gaze and quiet demeanor. He kneels to check on Fall first, confirming her safety while sensing the tension surrounding Nephi. Uncertain of how to proceed, Zagan struggles to form words, hesitating as the moment grows heavier. Nephi quietly apologizes, her hands tightening as she reveals her distress, while Zagan listens without interruption. A firm resolve forms within him, deciding to protect her feelings and eliminate whoever caused her pain. Zagan struggles to calm himself, thinking carefully about how to comfort Nephi, recalling a moment when she seemed at ease. An idea forms as he concludes that recreating that situation might help ease her feelings. Without warning, he lifts Nephi into his arms, surprising her as he carries her away with firm determination. He quickly moves through the building and enters a quieter room, still holding her securely. After setting her down, Zagan realizes the situation is not as simple as expected, yet remains focused on making her feel at ease. Zagan's attempt to comfort Nephi creates confusion, leaving both of them unsure of what to do next. Awkward silence follows as he admits his actions were clumsy, while Nephi quietly stays by his side. A letter is revealed, handed to Zagan by someone in Keanoides, hinting at a larger matter. Reading further, he learns it is an invitation addressed to several individuals, including himself and Nephi, for a formal gathering. As the sender's identity becomes clear, Zagan recognizes the name and connects it to the one responsible for troubling Nephi, sharpening his resolve. Zagan considers the invitation carefully, recognizing that refusing it would gain nothing, while others already hold information about Nephi and their situation. After weighing the risks, he decides attending could reveal the strength of his enemies and provide a useful advantage. While thinking about Nephi's condition, he struggles again to comfort her, uncertain of the right approach. Acting impulsively, he leans closer and makes contact, catching Nephi off guard and leaving her flustered. Realizing his mistake immediately, Zagan pulls back in confusion, understanding that his attempt only worsened the situation instead of easing her feelings. Zagan holds Nephi close, his anger clear as he resolves to confront whoever caused her distress. In a quieter moment, Nephi gently points out that his assumption is wrong, though her sadness remains visible. Understanding her hesitation, Zagan chooses not to press further, allowing her to speak when she is ready. As he sets her down, Nephi regains composure and expresses relief, her tension easing slightly. Returning to the matter at hand, Zagan resumes reading while she notices the sword again, hinting that its mystery is still connected to everything unfolding. Zagan learns that Nephi can read the letters on the sword, though she cannot fully understand their meaning. This discovery leads him to consider a connection between the language and elven origins, seeing it as an important clue. Elsewhere, news spreads about Zagan being invited to a demon lord's gathering, causing surprise among those who hear it. During a meeting, the situation is discussed more seriously, with warnings that the invitation may be a dangerous trap. Despite the tension, Zagan remains composed, choosing to observe carefully, while those around him react with frustration and concern. A tense exchange unfolds as Barbados mocks Zagan, while a young girl sharply defends him, escalating the atmosphere. Barbados shifts the topic, revealing that an elf had been attacked by a sorcerer, drawing attention from everyone present. Zagan listens closely, realizing the information may connect to recent events, while Nefi reacts with concern. With a calm but firm attitude, Zagan invites Barbados to continue, offering a reward if the details prove useful. Suddenly, a magical device activates near the girl, emitting cracks of energy, signaling that the situation is about to change. Zagan notices Nefi's distant reaction and wonders if she is pushing him away, recalling her behavior from before. Fall observes the tension and advises patience, while Zagan decides to wait until Nefi is ready to speak. Returning to the discussion, he calmly asks Barbados for information, focusing on the matter without showing emotion. Barbados responds carelessly, showing little concern for the seriousness of the situation, which creates further tension. Suddenly, Fall reacts and releases magic toward Barbados, turning the calm exchange into a heated confrontation. Zagan sits calmly while eating sweets, noticing that Nefi seems more relaxed, suggesting her mood has slightly improved. As he watches Fall's cheerful reaction, he quietly wonders if his earlier actions managed to help Nefi after all. Fall insists on sitting on Zagan's lap, creating a light moment, while Nefi reacts with visible embarrassment. The group settles around the table, though Nefi remains flustered as the others observe the situation with mild amusement. Zagan shifts focus back to the invitation, deciding to attend the evening ball and preparing himself for what lies ahead. He waits patiently with the others, questioning how long they must remain idle for the missing guest. Barbados reflects on his recent actions, claiming he has continued protecting Chastille, despite unclear circumstances. The waiting drags on, causing frustration as Zagan grows restless with the situation. While thinking it through, he realizes that everyone connected to the matter received invitations, raising suspicion. With a blunt conclusion, Zagan points out that Barbados was not invited, exposing the inconsistency and shifting the mood. A brief pause follows as Zagan senses something unusual, while Barbados suddenly collapses, disrupting the tense atmosphere. Fall urges a quick resolution, yet Barbados shifts the focus by suggesting an opportunity within the now empty palace. With a firm stance, Zagan reasserts control of the situation, refusing to let Barbados act freely despite his persistence. Without warning, a trap is triggered, unleashing a creature, though Barbados manages to survive and reacts with visible annoyance. Calmly, Zagan moves to reassure Fall, keeping her safe while staying prepared for any further danger. Barbados questions Zagan's actions, finding them unusual, while Fall casually praises his skill without concern. A quieter moment follows as Barbados reflects, admitting his limits and hinting at Zagan's growing influence. Leaning forward, Barbados presses the issue, asking whether it is truly acceptable to avoid speaking about the matter. After receiving no resistance, he loses interest and leaves abruptly, dismissing the situation as pointless. Later, Nefi speaks calmly, recognizing Barbados' nature, while Zagan turns back, slightly surprised by her gentle understanding. Zagan reflects on the upcoming Demon Lord's gathering, sensing hidden intentions while preparing himself for the uncertain events ahead. A fading memory lingers as he wonders about a mysterious woman, her presence leaving a vague but heavy impression in his mind. Nefi stands before a mirror while being dressed, her appearance reminding him of someone with the same white hair and distant gaze, stirring unease. A sudden pause breaks the moment as concern rises, her uneasy state drawing attention from those nearby. The resemblance becomes undeniable, and the thought of a dangerous mage surfaces, linking Nefi to a troubling past. A quiet fear settles within her, recalling overwhelming power and leaving her with a deep sense of dread. Violent surge of magic erupts, revealing a power unlike ordinary spells, closer to sorcery and far more dangerous. Control is seized in an instant as the meaning behind the chant becomes clear and the overwhelming force is manipulated. Fear takes hold within her, sensing a change deep inside after encountering that presence. A troubling thought forms as she imagines becoming someone who wields such power, questioning whether she would still be accepted. Despite the fear, a fragile belief remains, trusting that she would not be abandoned, even if that transformation came. A gentle embrace reassures her, offering comfort as she is told she can return whenever worry weighs on her. Doubt lingers within as she questions her reliance on Zagan and fears becoming dependent in a way she cannot accept. A quiet closeness forms, shifting her understanding as she begins to see that leaning on someone is not the same as losing herself. Confusion gives way to realization, her thoughts slowly aligning as the meaning behind those feelings becomes clearer. Resolve emerges at last, as she decides to support Zagan in return, determined to share his burdens no matter the cost. The idea of relying on someone lingers in her mind, unfamiliar yet quietly comforting as she begins to understand it. Memories of isolation surface, filled with rejection and loneliness, reminding her why trusting others once felt impossible. Held securely by Zagan, a new realization forms, showing her that moving forward together is not weakness. A gentle perspective shifts her thoughts, revealing that being unable to depend on others carries its own quiet sadness. With newfound resolve, she decides to face him honestly, ready to express her feelings and take a step forward. A playful mood fills the room as she cheerfully shows her choices, offering comfort in her own lively way. Neffy's calm presence contrasts the moment, quietly declining while the scene shifts toward their next journey. The vast lake stretches ahead as the group arrives, its scale surprising them as the boat cuts across the water. Waves rock the ship beneath them, turning the ride into an exciting and unfamiliar experience. Balance wavers as she stands above, but Zagan steadies her, bringing the moment back to a gentle calm. Neffy appears in an elegant dress, her beauty drawing attention as she stands with quiet grace beside the smaller girl. Zagan observes her from a distance, recalling her earlier hesitation, yet noticing how composed she seems now. An older knight examines the armor, judging it more practical than before, his expression firm and experienced. The discussion turns to its origin, as Zagan explains how the armor once belonged to someone feared and well-known. Credit is given to Neffy, whose influence made the transformation possible, leaving her standing modestly behind him. A strange script is revealed, its meaning understood by Neffy as a language tied to ancient and sacred power. Working together, they recreate the inscriptions, hoping to restore the armor's original strength through careful replication. Recognition dawns as the symbols differ from her past, yet still feel familiar, hinting at a deeper connection. Zagan reflects on the origin of the writing, suspecting someone close to the church once recorded those characters. Although the results succeed to a degree, the recreated power remains incomplete, and Neffy admits her limits. He studies the markings closely, realizing the symbols and seal share a deeper link tied to rare conditions behind their creation. Discussion ends with quiet agreement as he acknowledges the progress and hopes for future cooperation. A sudden interruption shifts the mood, drawing attention as someone approaches with urgency. The scene changes to a grand gathering where many figures assemble, and Zagan begins to sense something unusual beneath the calm setting. Unease spreads as distant murmurs and hidden voices create an eerie atmosphere, hinting that something is not as peaceful as it appears. Unusual music fills the hall as strange performers play, creating a scene that feels both elegant and unsettling. Zagan questions the nature of the event, sensing that the gathering is far from ordinary. Her reaction breaks the tension, revealing confusion and frustration at the unclear situation. Excitement clashes with doubt as the idea of a proper evening party contrasts with their current appearance and setting. Practical concerns arise as preparations are reconsidered and the situation becomes increasingly out of place. Suspicious figures gather in the shadows, their attention fixed as tension quietly builds around the hall. Whispers spread among them, recognizing a familiar presence and questioning her identity as a holy knight. Doubt turns into hostility as dangerous thoughts emerge, and the situation grows increasingly unstable. Sensing the risk, Zagan steps in without hesitation, deciding to move before matters escalate further. With bold action, he leads the group through the crowd, drawing attention as unease follows their sudden advance. Strange music echoes through the hall as skeletal musicians perform, while Zagan steps forward, drawing attention and quietly asserting his presence. Attention shifts to a silent armored figure, its presence hinting at rumors surrounding a fallen mage hunter and his connection to Zagan. Whispers continue as onlookers piece together the story, recognizing how Zagan gained possession through a decisive and violent past. Focus turns to Neffy, her identity questioned as she stands beside him, marked as someone important yet unfamiliar. Dark rumors spread further, describing brutal events tied to power and control, leaving an uneasy atmosphere lingering over the gathering. Uneasy thoughts spread as rumors suggest Zagan may be controlled by a greater force, casting doubt over his independence. Suspicion grows among the crowd, their whispers turning sharper as they begin to judge those beside him. Tension suddenly breaks when a reckless action draws attention, disrupting the fragile balance in the hall. Zagan moves quickly, pulling her away from danger as the situation risks spiraling out of control. A calm yet unsettling presence emerges, offering help with a faint smile that carries hidden intent. Sudden reaction spreads among them, surprise and confusion mixing as the moment catches everyone off guard. Neffy's response shifts noticeably, her expression revealing unfamiliar emotions that Zagan quietly observes. With steady confidence, Zagan steps forward, drawing focus as his presence commands the attention of the entire hall. Standing above the gathered figures, he reveals his identity, making it clear that he is the last of the demon lords. A faint smile forms as he surveys the room, ready to face whatever unfolds in the tense gathering. Zagan stands above the crowd as figures below raise their glasses, acknowledging his presence while tension quietly lingers beneath the celebration. Suddenly, a loud impact shakes the structure, breaking the moment and signaling that the situation is far from stable. Zagan remained calm on the ship, confident no one would challenge him. He warned that if everyone acted with care, they'd remain safe. Tension rose when a guest broke into tears. Another scolded her for being overly emotional in dangerous situations, acknowledging her clumsiness. A casual conversation began. Neffy admitted it was her first time aboard, having grown up in the mountains. Zagan claimed he had technically experienced it before. He recalled his youth, accidentally getting trapped inside a cargo crate while stealing food, nearly suffocating before being discovered. Neffy empathized, revealing her own past, once nearly freezing in a food cellar while sneaking honey to survive. Zagan demanded the identity of Neffy's tormentor, vowing dark revenge even if it meant resurrecting the dead. She, however, declined, thankful, yet unwilling to escalate. Kindness softened the mood. Memories of past hardship were shared as they acknowledged the sweetness of stolen food over bitterness. Curiosity shifted the topic. One of the guests questioned the outcome of a troubling event involving the church's teachings. Details emerged: a cardinal's death had been labeled accidental, yet deeper forces seemed aware of the truth. Though involved, the symbiotic faction remained silent. Their goals aligned with peace, preferring mages be left undisturbed. Zagan remarked that things would remain stable as long as harmony was kept. Poisoning or suffering, he claimed, deserved only limited sympathy. Surprised by his concern, Chastel questioned whether he truly worried for her. His awkward response sparked confusion, and he silently regretted his words. Brushing aside others' opinions, Zagan focused only on what mattered: his bond with Neffy. Distractions held no importance to him. Chastel gathered her resolve. She acknowledged her strength and refused to be a burden, urging Zagan to pursue his duties. With quiet determination, she expressed her wish to become someone worthy of trust and support. She expressed her desire to return the kindness she had received, hoping for a mutual bond rooted in trust and cooperation. Though unfamiliar with relying on others, Zagan admitted the idea was foreign after years of solitude. Neffy's presence beside him revealed a quiet truth: trust had already formed between them. Without acknowledgement, memories resurfaced. Gradually, he recognized support not just from Neffy but from others who stood by him through trials. Her quiet reflection on the word rely hinted at unspoken emotions, just as another voice hesitantly called his attention. With determination, Neffy stepped forward, ready to speak her mind, but an unexpected noise cut through the moment. A sudden crash near the ship's cargo area drew everyone's attention. Instinctively, they turned toward the sound. Suspicion rose as the noise repeated. Despite doubts, concern formed: perhaps someone or something was trapped. A childhood memory flashed. Zagan once got stuck inside a cargo crate while stealing food. Chastel gasped in realization. Chaos followed. Assuming the worst, the group rushed to act. A powerful shove burst the crate open, revealing the unexpected. A young girl tumbled out from the crate, gasping for breath, surrounded by scattered fruit. Relief washed over her flushed face. Grateful but shaken, she thanked everyone profusely. Neffy, momentarily interrupted, set aside her thoughts as concern shifted to the rescued girl. Startled by the attention, the girl apologized, fearing she had disrupted something important. Others rushed to check for injuries, but she insisted she was fine. Questions followed. Neffy offered help, gently asking why she was inside the cargo in the first place. Introducing herself as Nero, the girl explained her status: a novice sorcerer, still learning, but eager to help. A sudden explosion of light erupted. Nero's attempt at magic failed spectacularly, leaving her dazed and embarrassed. Apologies followed quickly. Despite her efforts, she admitted no spell had ever worked, not even after a full year of trying. Without hesitation, she dropped to her knees, begging the demon lord to take her in as a disciple. Smuggling herself aboard had been no accident. The plea continued, sincere and desperate. She knew it was reckless, but saw no other option. Watching quietly, Zagan sensed nothing: no mana, no talent, just resolve burning inside a powerless girl. After a pause, he declined. Despite understanding her feelings, Zagan claimed he had no time for disciples. Desperation took over. Nero pleaded in every way imaginable, offering labor, errands, even humiliation just for a chance. Neffy hesitated, suggesting they hear Nero out, but Zagan remained firm, dismissing the request with little thought. A whisper crept in. A shadowed figure mocked Nefi's compassion, labeling her as soft-hearted with a chilling grin. From above, the stranger warned her not to trust sorcerers. Cloaked in mystery, they called all mages liars, then locked eyes with Zagan. Darkness descended as Gremory appeared, declaring herself a former demon lord candidate, scythe in hand, and eyes sharp with intent. Feigning politeness, she mocked the group under a veil of curiosity. Zagan quickly stepped in, questioning her intentions toward Chastel. Sarcasm flew between them. He redirected her attention, dismissing holy knights with disdain. Gremory responded with veiled insults and growing hostility. A new threat emerged. The towering figure of a Whirlian loomed over them, recognized from a past auction. His identity became clear: Chimeras, the Black Blade. His presence turned tension into imminent danger. Chimeras bowed midair, apologizing on Gremory's behalf. Beneath her harsh words, he insisted she meant no harm. Old ties were revealed. Gremory squirmed while Chimeras pleaded for forgiveness, citing worry over the vulnerable children aboard. His honest confession surprised everyone. Despite his fearsome look, he admitted to leaning on Gremory's strength for quite some time. Things grew awkward. Gremory denied ever confessing, while Chimeras declared his love for animals as the reason for his loyalty. Watching them bicker, Zagan couldn't help but wonder, could the world be calmer if these two truly became demon lords? Chimeras offered a warning, advising Zagan to stay cautious. His kindness, though rare in their world, could be exploited by others. He challenged the idea, stating that kindness didn't belong to demon lords. Chimeras countered, gently affectionate self defined that very trait. Pointing to the group, Chimeras called out Zagan's protective feelings toward his companions, equating them to the emotion he denied. Embarrassed, Zagan tried to hide his reaction. He hadn't expected such sincere honesty, especially in public. After a pause, he nodded in acceptance, quietly thanking Chimeras for the heartfelt warning. Chastel noted that Chimeras might have come to protect Gremory, proving there were still decent mages in the world. Zagan reflected on his own belief that mages unable to live normally would all eventually become corrupted like him. Yet witnessing Chimeras' actions, he realized not all lost their humanity with time. High above, a mysterious woman observed everything. With all pieces in place, she prepared to begin her true scheme. Under the full moon, Zagan quietly recalled the night he encountered Nefi for the first time. He gestured to the vacant seat beside him, now that the hall had cleared of others. Though hesitant at first, Nefi moved to sit when he mentioned offering the spot to someone else. Chastel approached and asked to act at her own discretion, receiving Zagan's casual approval. Attempting to stay close, she was promptly reminded to read the atmosphere, an important lesson for avoiding unnecessary risks. Amused by the irony, Nefi watched as Zagan was teased for lecturing about social awareness. Instead of replying smoothly, he awkwardly offered her a seat beside him with a subtle pat. Surrounded by guests, Nefi admitted her discomfort, finding the situation too embarrassing to accept easily. Quietly, she opened up, expressing how his recent behavior had felt unusually cold toward her. With her eyes cast down, she whispered that his actions felt unfair, stirring quiet tension in the air. Zagan reached toward Nefi's ear out of curiosity, startling her with the sudden touch. Rather than resist, she softly gave him permission, her expression calm yet uncertain. He hesitated, surprised by her response, but she confirmed her consent with a gentle nod. As his fingers brushed her ear, he noticed how its texture changed subtly with her emotions. Realizing the intimacy of the moment, Zagan blushed with guilt, overwhelmed by the thought that his innocent action might be far more improper than intended. Zagan panicked as Nefi reacted strongly to his touch, worried he had hurt her by accident. A heavy silence fell between them, both too flustered to speak clearly. From the balcony, they suddenly realized the entire room below was watching. Every guest, from warriors to mages, stared with wide eyes, shocked by the intimate scene. Embarrassed, the pair leapt away from the railing, and Nefi softly murmured a request to try again. Next time, when no one else was around, Zagan was left in disbelief, wondering if Nefi's reaction meant she might allow him to touch her ears again. A maid approached, commenting on their relationship and offering to serve. But Zagan coldly dismissed her, uninterested in her flattery. Across the room, Nefi quietly reflected on her own place by Zagan's side, breaking the silence. She stepped forward and told Zagan she had something important to share. Recounting an earlier event, Nefi revealed she had been attacked in Keanodes by a powerful mage whose origins were unclear. Nefi recalled the attacker with a chill, her memory of the encounter, still vivid and unsettling. Suddenly a powerful gust and thick fog swept across the ship, throwing everything into disarray. Confusion spread quickly as the dense mist blinded everyone. Nefi tried to call out to Zagan, only to find her voice silenced. Panic settled in as she realized her body wouldn't respond either. Across from her, Nero approached unaffected, raising even more questions. Strangely immune to the restraints, Nero pledged to protect her. Nephi, recognizing the mysterious figure from her memory. Relief washed over Nephi as she saw Zagan again, certain he was safe and unharmed. But the scene quickly shifted. Zagan stood confused as another figure identical to Nephi knelt before him. Shock spread among the group. To their disbelief, two versions of Nephi stood apart, both seemingly real. Nero tried calling out but found his words useless. A barrier prevented both voice and sight from reaching Zagan's side. The true Nephi watched the copy cling to Zagan, then suddenly realized with certainty it was her, the same enemy. Seeing the imposter embrace Zagan so naturally, Nephi felt a sting. She had shared such closeness before. Zagan instinctively pulled Nephi back, aware that something was wrong. The situation wasn't just strange, it was hostile. From a distance, Nero pieced things together. If Zagan accepted the copy as genuine, what did that make the Nephi still restrained nearby, paralyzed and helpless? The real Nephi silently screamed. Though she wanted to cry out, her lips wouldn't move. As the fake leaned in, asking for comfort, Nephi's inner voice erupted in pain, pleading for the illusion to stop before it stole any more of her identity. Zagan abruptly grabbed the imposter's face, glaring into her eyes with suspicion. The warmth was missing. This wasn't Nephi. Holding her at arm's length, he declared her behavior far too familiar for someone he'd supposedly just met. The revelation sent ripples through the group. The real Nephi and her companions watched in disbelief as the illusion began to unravel. With her disguise falling apart, the enemy revealed her true form, stunned that her deception had failed. Zagan remained unmoved, demanding an explanation. Then, his voice rang sharp and clear, accusing her directly of impersonating Nephi. Her reaction made it obvious he had struck the truth. The imposter's frustration boiled over. Her disguise had failed, and Zagan's scornful words made it clear he had seen through everything. With a burst of magic, he shattered the illusion, demanding the true enemy reveal themselves. As the spell broke, chaos erupted. The ship's deck split apart, bodies thrown back, and cries filled the air. The fake screamed in desperation, her act fully exposed. Wooden beams cracked and sails tore as the vessel broke apart under the force of released energy. In the aftermath, Zagan carried Nephi to safety, leaving behind the wreckage and deception that had threatened to tear them apart. Zagan gently asked if Nephi was all right, sensing her distress. She trembled, barely able to respond through the wave of emotion. Tears welled in her eyes, not from fear, but from relief. He had recognized her. That alone meant everything. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure observed from afar, remarking on Zagan's unflinching resolve. The titled Demon Lord seemed fitting. Among the masked guests, a cloaked culprit admitted surprise. Their confidence in the deception had been shattered, and now they could only ask when Zagan had figured it out. Calmly, Zagan revealed the flaw. No low magic intruder could breach a Demon Lord's high-security banquet. Footsteps echoed as a new figure approached, breaking the tense silence with deliberate confidence. Revealing their identity, the newcomer declared themselves as Demon Lord Bifrons, asserting control over the ship and marking a new beginning. In a grand hall, the music suddenly stops, drawing attention across the room. Guests turn as something unusual interrupts the event, creating a moment of confusion. Above them, a cloaked figure moves along the railing, spinning lightly as if performing. Nearby, a girl observes a large figure beside her, questioning his identity. His imposing form contrasts with the uncertainty surrounding him. From above, a boy descends in a controlled motion, appearing unnatural. His movements resemble a puppet guided by unseen force. On the floor, attention shifts as the scene unfolds. The supposed authority stands present, yet the atmosphere suggests doubt rather than fear. Nephi lowers her gaze, holding back emotion while remaining apart from the gathering. Across the room, urging her to step out of isolation and face the others, a bright presence fills the space as attention shifts toward her. Figures nearby watch closely, waiting to see how she will respond. Calm resolve replaces hesitation as she touches her collar, recognizing its meaning. Anger rises when it is insulted, strengthening her sense of pride. With steady composure, she declares her own identity. Petals drift as her stance hardens, rejecting judgment from others. From a distance, a boy reacts in surprise, realizing her change. The moment marks a quiet but clear transformation. A tall figure mocks Nephi, belittling the meaning of her collar. Nearby, a boy steps forward slightly, reacting to the tension building around them. The boy shows mild irritation, brushing off the harsh words. Behind him, Nephi stands uneasy, while a small figure watches the exchange with concern. Sudden anger erupts as Nephi lunges forward, her expression fierce and uncontrolled. Calm is restored as the boy presents Nephi properly. easing the hostility. The opposing figure acknowledges her presence, shifting the tone of the encounter. From a distance, observers comment quietly while the boy stays close to Neffy. Despite her shyness, she remains the one who understands him best. Meanwhile, the other responds with confidence, showing a carefree and rebellious attitude. Neffy listens as the boy expresses a quiet loneliness, despite the lively setting. His unusual behavior reveals a desire for someone who truly understands him. Playful movements follow as he tries to prove his point. Yet the mood shifts when another present steps forward, ending the lighthearted display. Power gathers around the boy as he confronts the one responsible for harming Neffy. His stance becomes firm, making his intent clear. Energy bursts outward as he attacks without hesitation. The strike lands decisively, forcing the opponent back while Neffy watches in shock. An opposing force attempts to overwhelm him by turning his own power against him. Confidence shows on the opponent's face while he activates a complex spell. He believes the gathered power will consume Zagan completely. Confusion spreads when the expected result fails. The flow of magic shifts unexpectedly, leaving the caster unable to understand what changed. Zagan recalls his past experience and analyzes the structure of the spell. His knowledge reveals the connection behind the magic being used. With calm control, Zagan raises his hand and halts the technique. The power fades as he proves mastery over the very force meant to defeat him. The concern suggests that both sides understand the fragile balance of the power involved. Turning away, Zagan dismisses the borrowed strength as unreliable. He makes it clear that such power was never something he depended on. With steady composure, he reveals his true intent and past efforts. His focus shifts toward confronting the other demon lord directly. Surprise spreads across the opponent's face as the loss of power becomes evident. The situation changes, leaving him exposed and uncertain. A quiet smile follows as Zagan acknowledges the outcome. Confidence remains firm, proving his decision was both deliberate and effective. His expression remains unchanged, showing no intention of ending things so easily. Power surges as Zagan moves forward, anger finally surfacing. The force of his attack targets the one responsible, driven by what was done to Neffy. A sudden technique activates, halting the opponent's movement instantly. The flow of battle shifts as control returns to Zagan. Their gazes meet in silence, while Zagan questions him further. The focus turns toward a deeper connection behind the power being used. Calm returns to the opponent, who shows no sign of fear. The reaction reveals an unsettling resistance, leaving the situation unresolved. Zagan agrees to listen as the boy begins explaining, though his tone shows little patience. Attention shifts to Neffy as the boy reveals her true nature. The mention of a rare lineage causes Zagan to react with quiet surprise. Details unfold about ancient bloodlines and the meaning behind a high elf. Neffy stands still, absorbing the weight of what is being said about her existence. A darker history emerges, describing how such power was feared and misunderstood. The explanation hints at abilities that go beyond normal understanding. Confusion lingers as the boy questions her awareness of that power. Neffy denies it, leaving uncertainty hanging between them. Fragments of memory surface as Neffy recalls a past event. Realization begins to form, linking Zagan's actions to something she had not fully understood before. Clarifying that true resurrection is impossible, his words ground the situation, removing any false hope. Silence follows as he turns away, asking if the truth is now clear. The weight of his explanation settles over the group. The opponent reflects on Neffy's rarity, acknowledging her as a complete high elf. Frustration appears as he admits failing to capture her. Zagan shifts the focus sharply, confronting him about the attack on her village. The tension rises as the truth draws closer. Opponent speaks lightly, showing no concern while explaining his actions. His tone remains casual, treating serious matters as if they hold little value. Neffy listens as guilt is placed upon her, the accusation linking past events to her existence. The weight of those words begins to settle heavily. His stance rejects any attempt to manipulate the situation through blame. Strength returns to Neffy as she recalls Zagan's influence on her thoughts. Determination replaces doubt, allowing her to stand firm again. The opponent reacts with mild annoyance, while Zagan remains focused. The exchange ends with tension still present, but Neffy's resolve now unshaken, expecting Zagan to acknowledge it. Zagan responds plainly, showing no awareness and leaving the others confused. Silence spreads as the group processes his answer. Doubt appears, and the boy begins to question whether Zagan is being serious. Frustration grows when the boy realizes Zagan truly did not notice. His reaction becomes exaggerated, unable to accept such indifference. The mood shifts as Zagan calmly praises Neffy, offering quiet reassurance. Despite the tension, a small moment of comfort forms between them. Energy returns as the boy explains his findings with excitement. He reveals progress in studying a powerful language tied to high elves. Nearby, Nephi reacts emotionally. While the speaker admits the situation did not unfold as expected, a confident smile appears as the boy explains that even a demon lord seal is created through the same method. Attention shifts as he brings up the existence of demons more directly. Zagan and the others listen, trying to understand where the explanation is leading. The concept expands into something greater, describing a being above demon lords. The image of a demon god introduces a higher authority behind everything. A final point challenges common belief about holy swords and their power. Doubt emerges as Zagan questions whether those legends are truly accurate. Zagan realizes the power he holds may originate from something far beyond a demon lord. Shock spreads across his face while the implication settles in. The connection between the seal and a higher existence becomes impossible to ignore. Identified as the site of an ancient battle, the place carries the weight of a past conflict. Involving that same entity, a violent whirlpool forms as power gathers at the center. The outcome remains uncertain as the experiment begins. Nephi had long served Bifrons, living quietly while magic and books surrounded her. Her role as a demon lord's servant gave her purpose, and she believed nothing more was needed. Everything shifted when she saw another elf chained and broken. Stirring feelings she had never faced before. Confusion grew as she questioned her master's intent and her own place in this situation. Resolve formed within her, pushing her to act, guide, and ultimately become the one who would save the suffering elf. Nephi realized she was not the high elf her master had sought. Watching his excitement directed elsewhere, doubt surfaced within her as she questioned her identity and the purpose she had held onto. Resentment replaced admiration, fueled by memories of the suffering elf she had seen before. Fragments of the past revealed how that elf was taken away, leaving only uncertainty behind. Anger sharpened her resolve as she confronted the truth, determined to uncover what had been hidden. Nephi accepted that the missing elf might never be found, believing her role alone was enough to remain by her lord's side. Relief followed when news confirmed the elf had survived, living peacefully as if her painful past no longer mattered. Dark thoughts spread within Nephi, convincing her that removing the elf could erase her lord's lingering resentment. Power gathered as she moved to strike, driven by a desperate desire to protect what she held dear. Hesitation broke through at the final moment, forcing her to confront the weight of her actions and the truth behind her feelings. Nephi's emotions collapsed as she realized her feelings would never reach her lord, while the power he sought existed beyond her grasp. Bifrons appeared with amusement, urging her to reveal her true strength as part of his unfolding plan. A massive surge of magic spiraled outward, born from combined demonic power and unstable intent. The overwhelming force manifested into a dark mass, terrifying those who witnessed its unnatural existence. Impact followed, as the entity descended, shaking the surroundings, while onlookers struggled to comprehend the destructive phenomenon. The swirling mass calmed briefly, leaving the onlookers uncertain as silence replaced the chaos. Without warning, the creature struck, lashing out violently and catching everyone off guard. Dark sludge spread rapidly, trapping and consuming those unable to escape its grasp. One victim disappeared entirely, leaving only the shifting mass as proof of what had happened. Mages reacted quickly, casting spells to destroy the entity as they struggled to contain its relentless advance. The creature expanded further, absorbing surrounding magic and growing into a towering mass that loomed over everyone. Fear spread among the mages as they realized their attacks would only strengthen it, leaving them unsure how to respond. Panic took over as some tried to flee while others recklessly charged, unwilling to accept certain defeat. A sudden force disrupted the battlefield, scattering figures mid-air and halting movements in confusion. Amid the chaos, Bifrons revealed his control over the situation, treating the destruction as entertainment, while others struggled to survive his unfolding spectacle. Zagan observed the barrier containing the spreading magic, understanding its purpose while being warned against reckless action. A desperate plea reached him as the situation worsened, forcing him to focus on those still trapped within the chaos. He quickly acted, securing an ally while directing another to escape, maintaining control, despite the growing danger. A powerful strike followed, crashing into the mass and disrupting its form with sheer force. Bracing himself, Zagan prepared for impact, relying on his strength to withstand the physical backlash of the collapsing entity. Zagan noticed the creature clinging to his arm, realizing it was attempting to consume the demon lord's seal embedded within him. The entity surged violently, striking him as he struggled to resist its overwhelming pull and destructive force. Injured and pressured, he acknowledged that escape would have cost him dearly without unexpected assistance intervening. Attention shifted as a powerful presence appeared, cutting through the chaos and drawing the focus of everyone present. Recognition spread among the mages as the figure was identified, signaling a turning point with the arrival of a formidable hunter. A warrior cast aside his former identity, pledging himself fully as Zagan's sword while standing firm before the threat. His flames struck the creature, yet the mass continued to regenerate, resisting even purifying fire. Zagan assessed the situation calmly, recognizing the spell's incomplete nature and preparing a precise countermeasure. Chants filled the air as magic formed across the battlefield, drawing attention from every witness below. Amid the rising power, Nephi stood at the center, her presence tied to the unfolding spell as its true outcome began to take shape. Nephi rose within a sphere of light, her body surrounded by unfamiliar magic that drew everyone's attention. Power gathered around her as the spell formed, carrying a force meant to judge and end the growing threat. At the same time, doubt lingered as she held onto her place beside her lord, refusing to be replaced. Determination hardened, her resolve pushing her forward with a clear purpose as she prepared to face what came next. A lone figure hovered before the full moon, casting divine light as punishment and salvation descended upon the land. Below, Nephi closed her eyes and sang, her voice carrying a prayer. Like power, while Zagan watched, realizing it was celestial magic. Beams of light rained from the sky, striking the ground with overwhelming force and cleansing everything in their path. The corrupted mud began to vanish under the relentless radiance, shocking those who witnessed its sudden disappearance. Zagan felt the hymn resonate within him, recognizing its immense strength and sensing an unfamiliar emotion rising in his chest. Soft light surrounded Nephi as she held the glow, her hymn flowing gently and stirring distant memories. He clutched his head, sensing something familiar, yet realizing the voice did not belong to her. Visions flooded his mind, fragments of Nephi's past overlapping as confusion and emotion pressed down on him. A sudden realization struck, linking the power to Nephteros and the memories being carried within the song. Across the area, others reacted as the melody spread, sharing feelings and memories among everyone caught in its reach. Nephi held the light while a hidden resolve surfaced, revealing a wish to protect and guide, rooted in memories not her own. A figure embraced divine power, unleashing overwhelming radiance that descended as judgment upon everything below. As the brilliance intensified, Zagan and the others moved quickly, recognizing the danger spreading through the collapsing space. With unwavering focus, Nephi released a final surge, pouring her strength into a spell born from prayer and sacrifice. A blinding flash cut across the sky, scattering the aftermath as those present struggled to comprehend what had just occurred. Tears streamed down Nephi's face as dark blood followed, her body reacting violently to the power she had unleashed. Those nearby froze in shock while she stood unsteady, confusion spreading as her strength rapidly faded. High above, a figure drifted near the moon as Nephi reached out, unable to grasp what was slipping away. Fragments rained from the sky, falling toward the sea as the aftermath of the magic continued to break apart. Her body gave in at last, collapsing mid-air, while Zagan realized the toll had exceeded what she could endure. Dark matter surged around Nephi, binding her limbs as the corrupted force tightened its hold. Zagan rushed forward while another moved to intervene, but the spreading mass threatened to consume her completely. A distant observer remained calm, treating the situation as a result of gathered power and knowledge. From below, a desperate call reached upward as Nephi struggled, her strength fading against the overwhelming restraint. In the end, a quiet farewell settled over the moment as the presence behind the power withdrew, leaving only the consequences behind. Darkness closed in around Nephi, its mass tightening as her fading strength left her barely able to reach toward the distant light. Zagan and the others drifted nearby, moving quickly, while the barrier weakened, urgency spreading through the collapsing space. A small figure advanced with calm confidence, rejecting hesitation and embracing a cruel resolve toward those present. That presence pressed forward, treating the situation as inevitable, while focusing on the failure unfolding before them. Zagan steadied himself, acknowledging harsh truths as his resolve hardened, preparing to act despite the weight of what had happened. He fixed his gaze forward, his resolve clear as he prepared to confront the threat without hesitation. Around him, the battlefield continued to collapse, yet the enemy remained unfazed, treating the chaos as part of the ordeal. From the spreading darkness, a massive form emerged, shaped from mud and corruption, towering over everything below. The creature advanced as others scattered, its presence confirming the true nature of the danger they faced. Behind him, Nephi gathered what strength remained, reaching out as Zagan stood firm, ready to act despite the overwhelming odds. Nephi broke down in tears, her body trembling as she begged for help. directing her plea towards saving the one connected to the power. As she moved forward, the memory of the hymn lingered, revealing the purity required to wield such overwhelming magic. Painful memories resurfaced within her, reminding her of isolation and the similarity she shared with the one she wished to protect. She recalled being saved once before, her voice shaking as she admitted her own inability to act alone. Lowering her head, Nephi struggled with guilt, yet still held on to the fragile hope that her wish might be granted. A seasoned warrior acknowledged the plan, recognizing that holy power might be the key to damaging the monstrous threat. Nearby, a small dragon girl prepared herself, determined to contribute with her own strength despite the danger. A young girl hesitated but still stepped forward, wanting to fight even as uncertainty held her back. Suddenly, a swift figure intervened, striking with precision and disrupting the tense moment with unexpected force. Control shifted as the situation steadied, the weapon returned while confusion lingered, leaving the group to refocus on the battle ahead. A sudden clash broke the tension as a strike landed, briefly interrupting the flow of the situation and drawing attention. The one struck reacted with irritation, brushing off the impact while maintaining focus on the unfolding events. Zagan stepped forward and addressed Nephi, presenting a choice that weighed on her resolve and sense of compassion. Without hesitation she answered firmly, her determination clear despite everything that had happened. With her decision made, Zagan moved quickly, directing others into position as the group prepared to act together. Zagan steadied himself, his expression sharpening as tension rose, while the opposing figure reacted with unease. He stepped forward with quiet resolve, accepting the situation and preparing to act without relying on uncertain methods. Ahead, the monstrous form gathered again, its presence looming as the battlefield settled into a brief stillness. Together, the group formed a unified front, standing ready as Zagan took the lead, signaling the start of their counterattack. Fragments scatter as a massive shadow entity emerges, towering over the battlefield. Nearby followers falter, overwhelmed by fear and their own helplessness. Standing against it, Zagan recognizes the reality of strength and control. Determination replaces hesitation as he faces the threat without retreat. From above, a small winged girl dives forward, delivering a sharp, decisive strike. The impact distorts the creature's form and halts its advance. Momentum shifts as coordinated attacks press the entity backward. Under constant pressure, its structure begins to break apart. Focused power gathers in Zagan's hand before he releases a final spell, reducing the remaining presence to nothing. A radiant blast erupts across the sky, expanding outward in a blinding surge. The force engulfs the battlefield, tearing through the shadow creature's massive form. Zagan observes the effect closely as the entity distorts under the impact. Parts of its body twist and scatter, showing signs of instability. Amid the chaos, Nephi is caught within the creature's shifting mass. Her presence becomes obscured as fragments close around her. Without hesitation, Zagan strikes back, clashing against the regenerating body. The creature rebuilds rapidly, resisting the assault with growing intensity. Power gathers once more as a new incantation begins, signaling a stronger force about to be unleashed. Shattered debris rains down as a powerful strike tears through the structure. Amid the destruction, allies advance together, pushing forward through the collapsing space. Sweeping force surges across the ground, carrying multiple fighters along its path. The shadow creature reforms ahead, bracing against the incoming pressure. Two warriors step in to support the fight, their combined strength reinforcing the front line. Zagan steadies himself, acknowledging the unexpected assistance. The creature endures the assault with little damage, its body restoring quickly even after heavy attacks. Its presence remains unshaken. A sharp resolve forms as Zagan prepares to escalate the battle, ready to assert his full power. Allies launch a coordinated strike, aiming to weaken the creature while keeping the elf inside alive. Their attacks carve through the unstable mass, exposing its core. Energy gathers at the creature's center before erupting outward in a violent burst. The blast spreads rapidly, overwhelming the surrounding space. Shockwaves ripple across the battlefield, forcing everyone back. Even from a distance, the pressure disrupts their formation and halts their advance. Amid the aftermath, Zagan notices the elf taking direct damage without protection. Realization strikes as her condition worsens. Acting instantly, he moves through the chaos and pulls her close, shielding her from further harm. Zagan withdraws briefly, entrusting others to protect the wounded while he carries the elf away. Despite his strength, urgency grows as her condition remains unstable. The shadow creature rises again, attempting another attack. A winged ally intercepts it mid-motion, striking to stop its advance. Damage spreads across the creature's body, yet it continues to reform. Its presence persists, refusing to collapse completely. From above, another ally prepares a decisive move, while Zagan notices the danger too late. The creature extends toward the attacker, powerful blast descends, engulfing the battlefield in light. The impact disrupts everything, forcing a turning point in the fight. A winged girl regains her footing as a large beast appears beside her, shielding the area. Elsewhere, a calm figure observes the battlefield, noting the creature's resistance to ordinary magic. Her gaze remains steady as she assesses the situation. An overwhelming presence activates, spreading across the space with unnatural force. The attack begins to affect even the shadow entity's form. Zagan recognizes the nature of this power as the creature starts to break apart. The mysterious figure approaches, revealing control over the destructive ability. With quiet confidence, she identifies herself, marking her entrance as a decisive turning point in the battle. A confident woman steps forward with a lion at her side, choosing to join the battle. Her presence brings a shift in momentum as allies gather behind her. The shadow creature reforms once again, but her gaze remains fixed, studying its movements without hesitation, displeased. She prepares to act directly while others nearby brace themselves for the next clash. Support arrives as fighters coordinate, blocking the creature's movement while healers tend to the wounded. The group begins to stabilize the battlefield. From a distance, Zagan observes their efforts before turning back to the injured elf, focusing on her condition amid the ongoing fight. The injured elf questions Zagan's actions, confused by his decision to help despite his feared reputation. Doubt lingers as she struggles to understand him. Nearby, another observes quietly, realizing his judgment of Zagan had been mistaken. A different side of him becomes clear. The elf regains composure and offers a sincere apology, her expression softening as tension eases between them. Silence follows as the moment settles, leaving Zagan briefly uncertain while the battle continues in the distance. Attention shifts back to the battlefield, where the creature still stands, with allies fighting alongside him. Zagan prepares for a final decisive move. From afar, the battle continues as allies clash against the creature. A figure carries the injured elf, keeping her away from the chaos. Another companion checks her condition midair, noticing her pain. Confusion spreads as the situation becomes harder to follow. The elf regains awareness while being reassured and guided to stay back, though shaken. She begins to understand she is safe for now. In the distance, the creature surges again, drawing everyone's attention. The fight remains intense as forces collide without pause. Watching the battlefield, doubt arises about their chances. Even so, trust in Zagan gives them reason to believe victory is still possible. The elf reflects quietly, realizing Zagan accepted her request without hesitation. A decision forms as she resolves to support him in return. Energy rises as companions begin cheering loudly, their voices filled with encouragement. Their support spreads confidence across the group. The cheering continues in an unusual rhythm, turning into a simple chant that carries across the battlefield. Some question the method, yet the intent remains sincere. The idea of helping through song begins to take shape. With calm focus, the elf considers transforming that melody into magic, preparing to channel it into something far more powerful. The elf hesitates, unsure how to perform something so unfamiliar. Doubt clouds her thoughts as the task feels far beyond her ability. Encouragement arrives, shifting her focus away from technique. Confidence begins to form as she is reminded that emotion matters most. With guidance, she starts to understand the purpose behind the song. Her feelings become the center of what she must express. Together, they begin to sing, gathering their emotions into a single voice. The melody slowly takes shape as their resolve strengthens. Memories of sorrow surface within her mind, deepening the intensity of the song as it transforms into something powerful. The elf recalls Zagan's distant gaze, recognizing the same silent plea for help within it. That memory begins to guide her feelings. She reflects on her own past, where loneliness once defined her. Understanding deepens as their experiences begin to overlap. A firm resolve forms. Pushing aside hesitation, she decides she cannot abandon the one still trapped within the creature. Determination spreads across the battlefield as others continue fighting. The desire to save the elf becomes shared among them. With emotions gathered, she begins a solemn chant, calling forth power shaped by her will to protect and save. Under moonlight, the elf channels a sacred hymn, gathering power to judge and restore balance against the corrupted presence. A massive surge of dark energy crashes across the battlefield, tearing through the air as figures scatter to avoid the overwhelming force. Warriors struggle to respond, realizing their attacks fail, while tension rises. Movement splits as one rushes ahead. Amid the chaos, a girl is pulled away from danger while a monstrous threat advances, forcing a desperate attempt to escape upward. A winged figure hovers above as radiant power gathers, drawing attention from below while a chant begins to shape the flow of battle. Light erupts around Nephi as her magic stabilizes the situation, giving allies a clear chance to push forward and break through the enemy. Hands rise as power is invoked, drawing radiant force into form, while determination spreads among those preparing to strike back. A massive creature looms behind a collapsing barrier, yet a fighter presses forward, cutting through the surge with steady resolve. Above the ground, two figures maneuver in the air, their movements sharp as an attack is launched toward the enemy below. Tension tightens when a sinister figure reveals cruel intent, met by a cold, unwavering gaze that refuses to yield. Impact follows as a decisive strike lands, forcing an opening while allies regroup, mount up, and charge toward the next position. A fierce strike carves through the enemy as momentum shifts, while a rider charges forward, pressing the attack without hesitation. Brilliant light gathers above, then descends in a blazing force that engulfs the battlefield, overwhelming everything in its path. Within the fading glow, a figure drifts silently, her form suspended as dark remnants begin to cling around her. Urgency rises when a hand reaches out, trying to pull her back while the spreading darkness resists and tightens its hold. Corruption surges across her body, distorting her expression as the encroaching force threatens to consume her completely. Dark fluid erupts from her body, spreading outward as her form trembles, while the watcher realizes the corruption is coming from within. The mass grows into a looming shape, forcing a pause as uncertainty settles, and the threat begins to take on a will of its own. Faint awareness flickers beneath the darkness, her eyes barely opening as fragments of herself struggle to remain. A figure stands firm before the spreading void, resolve hardening as he refuses to abandon her despite the danger. Memories surface, guiding his choice as he recognizes a life worth saving and commits fully to that decision. Resolve hardens as he pushes forward, rejecting retreat while power gathers around him. Driven by a promise he refuses to break, a blazing spell crashes down again, yet the corruption continues to spread, resisting even the overwhelming force. Without hesitation, he forces more power through his body, straining himself as a decisive action begins to take shape. In a sudden burst, he pierces through the mass, striking directly at its core while others watch in shock. His hand closes around a pulsing heart, realization settling in, as he identifies the source sustaining the monstrous form. A decisive strike drives through the core, his arm cutting past her as the corruption is forcibly torn free. The extracted heart writhes in his grasp before he discards it, showing no hesitation as the grotesque mass loses control. Without its source, the black substance collapses, breaking apart into scattered fragments that fall across the ground. Observers watch as the remaining mud dissolves, its structure gone, leaving only fading remnants of the threat. Above them, a gentle light gathers again as she continues her prayer, guiding the aftermath toward a calmer end. A brilliant pillar of light descends as she focuses her prayer, unleashing a final purification across the battlefield. The radiant force spreads outward, washing over the remaining darkness and steadily erasing its presence from the land. Calm returns as the last traces vanish, leaving the survivors watching in silence while the threat disappears completely. In a hall, figures gather around a fallen elf, her body lying still while individuals watch in tense silence. Close by, her hair spreads across the floor, fragile and unmoving, emphasizing the quiet weight of her condition. A hardened man observes with regret, while a small girl clasps her hands, unable to change the outcome before them. Zagan stands apart, unsettled, as another restrains grief, revealing that the loss was unavoidable, despite their efforts and power. At last, calm returns as the elf's passing is acknowledged, and Zagan remains still, bearing the quiet aftermath of what could not be saved. Shock spreads as a girl reacts strongly, while Zagan freezes, caught between confusion and the harsh reality before him. Tears fall as she questions the meaning of heart and humanity, unable to accept the cold judgment placed on the fallen. A mage gestures calmly, explaining the nature of their kind, while Zagan listens, still struggling to grasp the weight of the choice made. Grief surfaces among them, though some try to hide it, revealing that even those who deny emotion cannot fully escape sorrow. Silence follows as Zagan reflects, realizing that even magicians are not free from feeling when faced with loss. A song lingers in the air as the elf's voice carries memories, subtly reaching the hearts of those who once seemed unaffected. Emotion breaks through as a girl cries openly, while Zagan resists, trying to remain composed despite the pressure surrounding him. Attention shifts when Nephi is seen nearby, drawing concern as others gather, uncertain about her condition. Confusion spreads across the group, their reactions mixed as they struggle to understand what has changed. Suddenly, the truth becomes clear as Nephi awakens, alive, leaving everyone stunned, while Zagan stands silently, absorbing the unexpected outcome. Relief overwhelms the elf as tears spill freely, her expression shifting from shock to genuine happiness at being alive. Nearby, a stern man questions Zagan's actions, keeping his distance while trying to understand what had been done. With calm certainty, Zagan explains his method, revealing careful control as he removed the threat without harming her body. Doubt arises as others consider the danger of such magic, realizing how easily it could have led to disaster. In the end, quiet acknowledgement spreads, as those present recognize Zagan's skill, even if his methods remain unsettling. Zagan watches as Neffy steadies the rescued elf, reflecting on the unfamiliar magic he used to save her life. The elf glances back uncertainly, while Zagan stands composed, leaving the next step unspoken yet heavy in the air. Hesitation fills her movements as she slowly reaches out, unsure whether to trust what is being offered. Neffy gently extends an invitation, offering a place beside them, her gesture calm and sincere. Surprise overtakes the elf as she looks at them, unable to fully grasp the kindness now directed toward her. The elf recoils, pulling away from the offered hand, her body tense as she rejects the gesture without hesitation. With firm resolve, she declares her loyalty elsewhere, refusing any bond while Neffy watches in quiet surprise. Zagan responds calmly, placing a robe over her shoulders and allowing her to choose her own path without interference. A brief exchange of understanding follows as she accepts his words, still guarded yet no longer resisting completely. Under the night sky, the group remains apart, their distance clear as the moment settles into a quiet, uncertain pause. They stand beneath the night sky, quietly acknowledging that the one they lost is truly gone. Neffy accepts the moment with calm understanding, while Zagan remains distant, reflecting on what lies ahead. A sudden disturbance breaks the stillness, drawing attention as figures begin to gather with intent. An entire group kneels before Zagan, their unified presence overwhelming, as he realizes the weight of their actions. They pledge loyalty to him, offering their lives without hesitation, leaving Zagan stunned by the responsibility now placed upon him. Under the moonlight, the gathered group kneels before Zagan, offering their lives as repayment for the salvation they received. Confusion crosses his face as their intentions are explained, revealing they seek neither conflict nor submission to other demon lords. Standing beside him, Neffy listens quietly as they recognize Zagan as someone unlike the others they have known. Their leader steps forward with firm resolve, expressing a desire to follow him, believing he will not abandon them. Zagan reacts with visible discomfort, overwhelmed by their persistence, as he struggles to respond to the unexpected devotion. A girl lifts the mood, announcing a celebration, as she steps forward with bright energy, drawing attention from the gathered group. Music fills the night as her song rises, spreading across the sky and reaching everyone standing beneath the moon. Those present watch in silence, their expressions softening as the performance gradually eases the tension among them. The melody continues, surrounding the group, blending movement and sound into a moment of shared calm. Zagan reflects quietly, beginning to understand the meaning behind the song, while Neffy remains close, gently observing his reaction. He gathers his resolve and offers his hand, his expression soft yet uncertain as he invites Neffy forward. After a brief pause, Neffy accepts, placing her hand in his, her hesitation giving way to trust. Under the moonlight, they move together, their steps aligning as the dance unfolds in quiet harmony. Elsewhere, the other elf walks alone through dim halls, her thoughts lingering on what she witnessed. In the end, Neffy reaches out once more, offering companionship, leaving a gentle path open for the future. A conflicted thought lingers as the elf recalls her intent to destroy, now shaken by the one who instead saved her life. Bound by duty, she reaffirms her loyalty, struggling to reconcile her feelings with the role she must uphold. Her master appears, calm and composed, acknowledging her return while observing the change within her expression. Others gather around, intrigued by her condition, noting the encounter yet finding no visible harm upon her. With a bright smile, her master welcomes her back, quickly shifting focus to further plans, leaving her standing between obedience and doubt. In a quiet corridor, the elf reports the incident, reflecting on her failure and Zagan's unexpected success in saving her life. Her master listens with a faint smile, offering no clear answer, leaving the truth of the situation uncertain. Amusement follows, as the response avoids clarity, suggesting that events may not have gone entirely as expected or planned. Frustration builds within the elf as she recalls being cast aside, her emotions clashing with her duty and loyalty. A sudden realization strikes her as she checks the robe, suspecting something hidden, while confusion mixes with growing suspicion. In a dim corridor, the elf discovers a sealed envelope, recognizing it as an invitation similar to one she had delivered earlier. She examines it closely, while her master notes the presence of magic within, hinting at something concealed beneath its surface. Curiosity grows as her master encourages her to open it, watching her reaction with quiet amusement. Despite sensing danger, she hesitates, aware that the letter could be a trap meant to test or harm her. Under pressure, she questions the command, realizing she is being guided into a risky decision while her master observes from a safe distance. The elf hesitates as she studies the letter, realizing the magic within may be meant as a hidden attack from Zagan. Fear and frustration mix as her hands tremble, yet she forces herself forward, unable to defy the command placed upon her. In a sudden motion, the trap activates, striking violently as dark energy bursts outward from the opened letter. Shock spreads across her face as the attack lands on her master, instead, the force tearing through him without warning. Silence follows as his body collapses, leaving the elf frozen in disbelief. Realizing the outcome has shifted beyond her control, the elf stares at the aftermath, realizing the sudden strike may have been triggered by Zagan's hidden magic within the letter. From above, the fallen body lies motionless, the speed and precision of the attack revealing overwhelming power. Unexpectedly, laughter breaks the silence as the fallen figure begins to move, defying what should have been a fatal blow. Rising with excitement, he reflects on the sensation, treating the near-death experience as something new and intriguing. Without warning, he leaps away, leaving the elf behind, while hinting that others may not be capable of reaching such extremes. The elf lowers her gaze, shaken as she reflects on Zagan's actions, unable to reconcile his cold image with what she experienced. Meanwhile, her master treats the situation lightly, urging her forward, while mocking the idea of her growing attached. Anger finally surfaces as she confronts him, her restraint breaking into action as she strikes without hesitation. Blow lands, catching him off guard, while strange magic reacts unexpectedly, spreading across his body. Realization dawns as the effect intensifies, revealing that the power responds directly to her emotions, exposing a dangerous link she cannot control. The elf studies the letter carefully, beginning to understand the intention behind the magic Zagan left within it. A quiet realization follows as she decides to keep it, recognizing its value despite the danger it carries. Her master reacts lightly, urging her to discard it, yet his tone reveals curiosity rather than concern. Confidence replaces hesitation as she refuses, her expression firm while choosing to hold on to what she received. A soft laugh escapes her as she clutches the letter, her thoughts lingering on Zagan, marking a subtle but meaningful change within her. Under the moonlight, Zagan and Nephi stand close, sharing a quiet victory as their bond deepens after everything they endured. Inside the castle, Zagan moves through silent rooms, searching carefully as Nephi cannot be found anywhere. Beyond the walls, the once quiet castle now appears active, with people and movement bringing new life to the area. Drawn by a strange noise, he makes his way down the corridor and stops near a room where the sound grows clearer. Within the room, an elderly witch focuses on stirring a pot, showing the presence of a powerful figure from the past. Soon after, her attention turns fully to making sweets, displaying unexpected enthusiasm, while Zagan watches from a distance. Zagan questions the witch about Nephi's whereabouts, showing concern as he stands near the pot she is tending. In the garden, the area stretches quietly, suggesting where Nephi was last seen among the plants and open space. Nearby, Nephi focuses on a task with a creature at her side, preparing to complete something with firm determination. Suddenly, chaos breaks out as a beast roars loudly, startling the surroundings while Nephi reacts during the struggle. Moments later, the situation settles, leaving Nephi holding a large result of her effort, satisfied with what has been achieved. Nephi is introduced as a former candidate tied to powerful beings, now living peacefully while Chimera stands as a strong companion beside her. In the garden, Zagan observes from a distance as Nephi works with Chimeras, showing trust and cooperation between them. Approaching calmly, he asks about Nephi while the large creature watches closely, creating a quiet but alert moment. Soon after, Nephi holds a mandrake while explaining her actions, as Zagan prepares to head toward another location. Later, Zagan walks through the castle with purpose, followed by several magicians, while the area remains stable without further trouble. Zagan watches the magicians, reflecting on their unexpected behavior as they carry out their duties within the castle. A sudden command echoes through the halls, revealing that someone else is actively managing and directing the magicians. In the kitchen, a strict man pushes everyone to work faster, organizing both cooking and tasks with strong authority. The man is revealed as Raphael, a former knight captain, whose presence combines discipline with remarkable skill. Meanwhile, Zagan observes quietly as Raphael maintains order, ensuring the growing number of magicians remain under control. Zagan descends the stairs and meets Raphael, who approaches with urgency after searching for him. Beside him, a young girl is restrained, trembling as Raphael reports capturing an intruder within the castle. He recognizes her connection to a past incident, while her unusual traits draw attention as she tries to explain herself. Her story unfolds awkwardly, revealing she arrived unintentionally after a series of careless events. Soon after, the tension fades as she casually describes entering with Neffy, leaving Zagan puzzled by how easily she appeared inside. Standing before magical defenses, Zagan explains how the castle protects itself, noting that only those who trigger its traps could enter. The girl reacts nervously while he dismisses any idea of friendship, recalling that she previously relied on help to survive. After a pause, he gives her something to hold, allowing limited freedom while ensuring she can move safely within the castle. Soon Zagan turns to Raphael and proposes giving her temporary work, though the situation remains uncertain. Without hesitation, Raphael rushes forward, prepared to accept responsibility, as the unexpected decision quickly takes effect. Zagan listens as the girl mentions hearing about others from the castle heading toward the church, raising a new concern. With a calm expression he explains the church's role and their uneasy cooperation, despite its goal of eliminating magicians. Elsewhere, a group of healers is dispatched, showing an effort to maintain balance through shared support and responsibility. Attention shifts as danger surrounding Chastel becomes clear, and Zagan reveals he has already taken steps to protect her. However, the girl's limited ability creates a problem, prompting Zagan to quickly order her removal as the situation turns unmanageable. The girl struggles as Raphael drags her away, overwhelmed by fear, while he firmly enforces discipline within the castle. At that moment Neffy appears before Zagan, her calm presence shifting his attention as he reacts to her arrival. Nearby, the captured girl continues pleading, while Neffy acknowledges the situation and Zagan explains the decision he just made. Afterward, the tension eases as Neffy approaches Zagan, and the two prepare to speak privately about an important matter. Soon, they sit together in a quiet space, with Neffy resting close to him as a sense of calm finally settles. Seated together, Neffy leans close to Zagan while the space remains quiet, though her unease can still be sensed. Noticing her tension, he observes her carefully, realizing she has opened up more but still struggles to relax fully. His attention shifts to her silver hair, studying its delicate appearance as he gently reaches toward it. A quiet moment follows as he touches a strand, bringing them closer while Neffy reacts with surprise. She grows flustered, unable to respond properly as he continues examining her hair with focused curiosity. Seated together, Zagan continues examining Neffy's hair, while she remains tense, unsure how to react to his closeness. Her discomfort becomes clearer as she struggles to endure the moment, while Zagan insists on continuing despite her reaction. After a pause, Neffy gathers herself and gently requests a break, shifting the mood into something more serious. With quiet determination, she brings up his past, correctly sensing his desire to investigate what happened in her hometown. Zagan admits the truth, revealing he has already learned more about the incident, confirming her understanding of his intentions. A dark revelation emerges as Zagan uncovers that Demon Lord's sigils are tied to the sealed power of an ancient being. From his analysis, he concludes the Demon Lords once served as guardians, maintaining the seal that restrains that existence. Neffy reflects on the knowledge, connecting it to her ancestors' language and the sacred tools used to uphold the seal. Back in the hall, Zagan shares his plan, asking Neffy to accompany him as he prepares to investigate further. Though concerned, she listens closely as he explains the risks ahead, leaving her quietly considering whether to follow him. Zagan reassures Neffy that the castle will remain stable, recognizing she had been waiting for the right moment to act. Seated together, she admits her understanding of his thoughts, no longer able to hide what she feels about his intentions. With quiet resolve, Neffy chooses to follow him, showing determination to remain by his side, despite the risks ahead. Soon after, their destination is set toward the north, as they prepare to journey to the elves' homeland. An elderly man screams as the wyvern soars high above the mountains, the ground far below him. Wind tears across his face while fear overwhelms his senses. Zagan rides calmly ahead while Neffy watches the trembling old man behind them. His body shakes uncontrollably as the creature continues its swift flight. The wyvern's gaze remains steady as it cuts through the sky below. The old man struggles, clearly terrified by the height and speed. A sudden burst of motion follows as the wyvern accelerates further, leaving him unable to steady himself. His strength gives out, and he collapses, overwhelmed by fear and exhaustion. Zagan urges the wyvern to slow slightly, noticing the old man's condition. The elder clings tightly, unable to handle the strain of flight. Groans escape him as he struggles to endure, his face twisted in discomfort while lying across the creature's back. Far above the land, The wyvern continues forward with steady wings. The old man remains restless, barely holding himself together. With a strained gesture, he raises a finger, revealing a hidden intention behind his persistence. A dark resolve emerges as he declares his purpose, seeking knowledge of immortality while observing both elf and dragon as subjects. Zagan reflects on the meaning of immortality, while the wyvern flies onward. Behind him, the old man continues to shake, still unable to endure the height. A clear comparison of lifespans forms in thought, showing the vast gap between humans, elves, and dragons, along with the limits of magic. Nephi listens quietly as the discussion turns serious, while Zagan considers the effort required to sustain life over time. Suddenly, the old man's expression shifts, emotion rising as he struggles to reveal his conclusion. With forceful clarity, he declares that true immortality lies in love, shocking both of them into silence. A warning takes shape as the old man recalls a lonely researcher, consumed by endless study and surrounded by empty knowledge. That memory softens into an image of quiet affection, suggesting that love from others remains the only path to salvation. Rising again, he points toward fallen demon lords, their fates shaped by power gained without understanding love. Zagan listens in silence, the weight of those words settling heavily in his thoughts. Beside him, Nephi stays close, while he begins to grasp that life without connection leads only to emptiness. He quietly acknowledges Nephi's words, while she smiles gently, remembering his promise and holding on to that connection. Behind them, the old man regains his energy, amused as he praises the idea of love, while Zagan shows visible discomfort. The wyvern descends toward a distant forest, revealing their destination beyond the mountains. Soon after landing, the group walks through a quiet path surrounded by tall trees. The journey nearing its end, Nephi hesitates, uncertain of the exact location, while Zagan offers support, allowing her to rest as they continue forward together. Chimeras offers guidance, claiming he can track the village by scent, while Zagan accepts and leads the group deeper into the forest. They move carefully through dense trees, with Nephi quietly observing her surroundings as memories begin to surface. Aya's sense of unease grows within her, and she hesitates, her steps slowing as the path becomes more familiar. Fear takes hold as she admits her anxiety, worried about returning to the place she once knew. Zagan reaches out and steadies her, offering silent support as she leans closer, finding comfort in his presence while they continue forward. He becomes flustered by his own thoughts, questioning his intentions as he walks beside Nephi. Nephi smiles softly toward him, her gratitude clear as she acknowledges his care. The group approaches a ruined area hidden within the forest where something unusual waits ahead. Memories of destruction surface, revealing the village's tragic past and the forces that once shaped it. Zagan senses danger and moves forward cautiously, as a sudden presence begins to emerge before them. Nephi stands still, her expression blank at first, while another girl nearby struggles with emotion, overwhelmed by the sudden situation. Elsewhere, a carefree figure drinks casually, unaware or unconcerned about the tension building around the ruins. Moments later, the group gathers as the unexpected individual reveals himself openly, surprising Zagan and the others with his presence. From above, the scene settles into confusion, as Zagan questions why these familiar figures have appeared at this place. Nephi flies above her hometown, observing the castle from the sky as her expression tightens with quiet concern. Careful attention reveals a complex magical barrier, shaped by nature and subtle elements, constantly shifting like a living structure. Power spreads across the ground as the barrier activates, forming a vast protective dome around the entire area. She studies its surface, detecting faint gaps created by constant movement, realizing entry is possible, with precise timing. Elsewhere, a man senses the disturbance, his gaze sharpening as tension rises, aware that someone has begun interfering with the barrier. Nephi descends toward the barrier as its presence is detected, forcing her to abandon caution and rely on direct force. Figures gather below while the stern man steps forward, recognizing her identity and preparing to confront the intruder. A brief clash of intent follows, her confidence meeting his hostility as tension sharpens between them. Suddenly, her resolve falters, embarrassment replacing aggression as she clutches an item she intends to return. With hesitation, she explains her purpose through action, while the man watches closely, realizing her intrusion carries no threat. The robed figures observe from a distance, noting her flustered state while she stands awkwardly, holding the item close. A sudden outburst sends the onlookers scattering, and the stern man calls her forward, deciding to handle the situation himself. Inside, he prepares tea with calm precision, placing her before a table as she sits stiffly in unfamiliar surroundings. Confusion grows as she struggles to respond properly, reacting too quickly when served, unsure of expected behavior. He explains the gesture with composure, showing formal hospitality while she listens, slowly realizing the intent behind his actions. From outside, she recalls his earlier hostility, questioning his actions while seated uneasily with the offered meal, explains calmly, admitting uncertainty at a distance and denying any magical intent behind his reaction. Doubt lingers as she studies the unfamiliar kindness, struggling to reconcile it with what she expected from an enemy. Carefully tasting the food, her expression softens as surprise replaces hesitation. A quiet realization follows, acknowledging the effort behind the meal as she begins to understand his sincerity. While drinking tea, she learns the Lord is away, realizing the one she seeks will not return soon. A quiet reaction follows as she absorbs the news, her thoughts beginning to shift. Remembering his kindness, she reflects on being saved, feeling a need to express proper gratitude. Determination forms as she decides to return again, choosing not to leave things unfinished. Before departing, she receives a small gift, holding it carefully as she leaves with a new sense of purpose. She holds the small gift tightly, fingers adjusting the ribbon as she turns slightly, aware of his presence behind her. Without looking back, she states her intent to return, then quickly moves away. Her steps light, but hurried. A brief pause follows as both glance at each other from a distance, an unspoken acknowledgement passing between them. Memories surface within her thoughts, conflicting feelings rising as she questions her own actions while clutching the gift close. Frustration suddenly breaks through, her steps falter, yet she remains standing alone, caught between leaving and turning back. A sudden figure approaches in anger, blaming Zagan while directing frustration toward Neffy's presence. Recognition follows as the newcomer questions her identity, revealing tension tied to Zagan's actions and whereabouts. Information unfolds about his destination, prompting a shift as Neffy considers leaving to follow him instead. Before she can act, force intervenes, pulling her into motion as the stranger decides to take control of the situation. Resistance fails against overwhelming magic, and she is carried away unwillingly, caught in events beyond her control. She arrives in a quiet, desolate place, where a small group gathers, their situation uneasy as confusion spreads among them. Nearby, a carefree man drinks casually, showing little concern while boasting about his abilities and control over the situation. Tension rises as another reacts sharply, irritated by the man's attitude, despite the danger they had expected to face. Without warning, action breaks out, and a sudden strike lands, escalating the situation into chaos. Afterward, the group regains composure, questioning the events while she sits apart, watching silently as the situation settles. She withdraws from the group, sitting alone with lowered gaze, wishing to avoid further trouble despite being caught in it. Others notice her state and begin to understand she was dragged into the situation, uncertain but willing to help. Before anything settles, an older figure steps forward, stopping her movement and taking control with firm intent. Dark energy rises as he prepares a dangerous display, his confidence growing while the situation quickly turns unstable. Realization spreads among the group as the threat becomes clear, leaving them bracing for what is about to unfold. Neffy watches from behind as Zagan and others interact, unsure of her place and purpose in the unfamiliar village. Confusion follows her steps as memories of isolation surface, leaving her uncertain how to act among elves in their homeland. She withdraws to a quiet corner, clutching a small gift, struggling between hesitation and a desire to connect. Zagan and Neffy recall a familiar story, realizing their shared knowledge hints at deeper connections and past experiences. A tense moment arises as Zagan considers using magic, yet restraint shows his awareness of suffering and growing understanding. He reflects on faint childhood memories, recalling moments where simple stories were shared in a distant past. Imagination fills the air as a tale is visualized, revealing Neffy's quiet longing for kindness and connection. Food is offered cautiously, and hesitation lingers as Neffy tests whether the gesture holds genuine intent. A small bite brings surprise, her expression shifting as she processes an unfamiliar yet gentle sweetness. Gradually, comfort settles in as she continues eating, allowing the moment to extend while a subtle bond forms nearby. Neffy recoils in frustration, overwhelmed by the strange pressure around her, while the witch's teasing pushes her emotions further into confusion. Zagan stands nearby, unable to respond properly, as the witch proudly presents her actions, seeking acknowledgement for her influence. Suspicion rises as Zagan questions the situation, sensing that Neffy's sudden energy comes from an unusual and unclear source. Observation reveals a pattern, where Neffy's behavior reflects something familiar, drawing a quiet comparison to Zagan's past actions. The witch watches closely, while Zagan begins to recognize that Nefi's changes stem from her own growing awareness, rather than outside control. Zagan stiffens as the witch presses him, pointing out that Nefi has begun to open herself in ways he failed to notice. Memories surface one after another, showing her reactions, small changes, and moments of quiet honesty he had overlooked. Doubt lingers, yet the witch insists those signs reveal a hidden gentleness within her that he continues to misunderstand. Through vivid explanation, the idea of love is laid out as something deeper than desire, tied to care and quiet appreciation. The realization settles slowly as Nefi rests nearby, while Zagan begins to grasp the weight of feelings growing between them. Zagan stands beneath a grand magical display, as overwhelming words about love and power echo around him, leaving him visibly shaken. Confusion fills his expression, unable to fully grasp the meaning or intention behind what he has just witnessed. Those nearby fall silent, recognizing the weight of the declaration as something tied deeply to the world's principles. Nefi reflects quietly, connecting Zagan's actions to care he shows others, questioning whether such feelings are part of love. Tension rises as attention turns to her, while Zagan reacts in flustered panic, unprepared to face what her thoughts might reveal. The witch bursts into loud excitement, praising the idea of love while Zagan reacts with sharp embarrassment and tries to stop her. She continues listing examples, pointing out moments that reveal hidden affection, while others begin to notice the pattern forming. Raising her voice dramatically, the witch declares love as a powerful force that reveals unseen sides within a person. Zagan moves forward with Nefi nearby as the witch lowers herself, offering exaggerated admiration toward his supposed qualities. Despite the praise, Zagan grows uneasy, questioning his choices while rejecting the compliments that fail to ease his conflicted thoughts. Nefi suddenly rejects everything said before, her emotions spilling over as she steps forward with firm resolve, catching the witch off guard. The witch closes in instead, amused and intrigued, studying Nefi's reaction while pressing closer with unsettling curiosity. Her teasing intensifies as she praises Nefi's appearance, turning the moment into something overwhelming and difficult to endure. Nefi struggles against the hold, tension rising as the witch continues pushing her limits without restraint. Pressure builds until Nefi falters, her composure shaken as the witch tries to force a response, exposing her vulnerability. The witch leans in closely, pushing Nefi to her limit until the tension peaks, and a sudden impact interrupts the moment. Nefi is knocked aside as chaos breaks out, the witch lashing out in frustration while others rush to stop her. Afterward, calm slowly returns as Zagan and Nefi stand together, both unsettled, yet trying to regain composure. The group prepares to move on, deciding to rest and continue their journey while acknowledging the witch's unstable nature. Attention shifts elsewhere as another problem emerges, revealing someone still unmoving and drawing concern from those nearby. The group arrives at a large house, recognizing it as the village chief's residence and preparing to gather information. Inside, Zagan decides to pause the investigation, while Nefi quietly questions her own presence in this unfamiliar place. Attention turns to their companions, noting each person's condition as Zagan considers how to manage the situation. Nefi offers to help, showing concern despite her uncertainty, while Zagan reassures her with a measured response. As he walks away, others observe the interaction, sensing something unusual in their connection, and reflecting on its meaning. Group examines the house as a faint spiritual presence fills the air, suggesting something significant remains hidden within. Inside, the quiet room reveals traces of the past, while Nefi notes that the former elves lacked the ability to use magic. An old bow is discovered, its design intricate and unfamiliar, hinting at a deeper origin. Zagan studies the markings carefully as Nefi recognizes it as a weapon, once used by high elves for both hunting and battle. They conclude the artifact is ancient, passed down over time, though its true meaning and power remain uncertain. Nefi steps forward and explains the meaning behind the words, revealing they are meant to oppose demons and carry a sacred purpose. She insists on helping the investigation, though her reasoning feels distant, as if she is trying to act on something she barely understands. Zagan observes her closely, noticing a change in her behavior while she struggles with unfamiliar thoughts about love and meaning. Their interaction softens slightly as he reassures her position, easing the tension while she questions how to address him. Focus returns to the bow as Nefi explains its structure, suggesting it holds power similar to holy weapons, and could unleash great strength. Discussion continues around the weapon, as Nefi explains its value, while others begin to realize its true significance beyond decoration. Another elf expresses gratitude, drawing closer to Nefi, who reacts stiffly to the sudden praise and attention. Embarrassment takes over as Nefi pulls away, denying any satisfaction while hurriedly distancing herself from the moment. The group moves through a darker area, tension rising slightly as unease spreads among them. Zagan remains composed, showing quiet confidence while dismissing fear, revealing a steadier side beneath his usual restraint. Zagan steps forward, dismissing his doubts as he leads the group through the quiet building with renewed focus. Outside, a cloaked figure watches from above, observing the house and tracking their movements without being noticed. The figure lowers their gaze, revealing a hidden presence, silently preparing while remaining concealed in the shadows. Zagan sat alone in a quiet room, holding a glass of wine as he examined the unfamiliar place. The village outside lay still, and the atmosphere felt distant from what he expected. After exploring, the group gathered for dinner, but the moment turned chaotic. In the end, no proper meals were served, and Zagan realized only wine had been prepared. Neffy stood apart, her expression downcast. Zagan noticed her mood, understanding the disturbance had affected her more than others. She looked over her ruined hometown, carrying complicated emotions that went beyond simple sadness. Their short dinner ended quietly, and without further exchange, everyone returned to their rooms. Chastel approached with a tray, bringing food despite earlier confusion. Her action surprised the others, revealing a kinder side beneath her rough behavior. Dinner resumed in a calmer setting, with Barbaros unusually quiet. Observing this, Zagan considered leaving them alone, sensing a chance for things to settle. Alone again, he struggled to think clearly. Words failed him, and frustration grew as he focused on Neffy, unsure how to act. Determined, he moved through the hallway and reached her door. A pause followed as he listened before entering. Inside, Neffy reacted with surprise, caught off guard by his sudden presence and unsure of what would happen next. Zagan approached Neffy, intending to stay by her side, but her sudden reaction caught him off guard as she tried to explain herself. Gathering himself, he handed back a folded mantle, saying he wanted to return it, while Neffy accepted it with visible embarrassment. Looking closer, he noticed it was cleaner than before, realizing she had taken time to fix it. Her effort showed a quiet sense of care. After a brief pause, Zagan acknowledged her work and turned away, suggesting she could visit him if she wished. Left alone, Neffy held a small item, reflecting silently on the moment and his unexpected gesture. Neffy explained her actions calmly, revealing she had taken measures to keep others at a distance. Zagan listened, surprised by how effective her efforts had been. He processed her words slowly, realizing the extent of what she had done and how little resistance had been shown against it. She described her method further, showing simple magic and reasoning that it should have been easy to counter after repeated attempts. Frustration surfaced as Neffy questioned his earlier behavior, confused by the way he treated her differently from others. Her thoughts paused as his response unsettled her, leaving her to reconsider his actions in a new light. Neffy hesitated, clearly unsettled, yet tried to dismiss her feelings. Zagan noticed her reaction and questioned her, sensing something deeper behind her words. She walked away down the hallway, leaving him to reflect. A realization formed as he considered that she might not even understand her own age. Memory surfaced of another high elf, far older than she appeared, reinforcing his suspicion about their kind. He compared the similarities, wondering about Neffy's past, and the connection to what he had been told before. Standing still, Zagan reached a quiet conclusion, believing there was only one possible explanation. Neffy lay in bed, unable to rest as the quiet night stretched on. The unfamiliar place and lingering thoughts kept her awake. A strange sensation returned, the cold reminding her of sleeping elsewhere. She tried to calm herself, assuming sleep would come as usual. However, her mind wandered, filled with thoughts she could not fully understand, making it harder to relax. Those feelings grew stronger, centered on Zagan, as she wished to be closer and wondered about his actions toward her. In the end, sleep still would not come, leaving her alone with her thoughts in the silent room. Neffy stood quietly, looking over the ruined village as the night wind moved through the empty homes. Holding a candle, she reflected on her feelings, realizing the place no longer stirred anything within her. A faint unease remained as she thought about how calm she felt, despite the memories tied to it. She accepted that her heart had already closed itself, as if she had returned to a time before everything changed. Memories surfaced of being feared and avoided, leaving her isolated as someone no one expected anything from. Neffy sat in silence, her thoughts turning heavy as she tried to erase the pain by suppressing everything she felt. The emptiness around her made that path seem easier. A sudden surge of emotion broke through, stopping her from sinking further into those thoughts as something within her resisted. She raised her head, realizing she no longer wanted to disappear, choosing instead to face her feelings. Memories of Zagan and the others gave her strength, showing her that her life had begun to change. With resolve, Nefi decided to grow stronger, determined to move forward and stand beside him. Nefi paused as a sudden light appeared, surprised by the unexpected glow in the quiet night, turning toward it. She realized the light came from a place that should have been empty, making her uneasy. A thought crossed her mind to inform Zagan, but hesitation stopped her as something about the place felt familiar. Memories and doubt surfaced together, leaving her unsure whether to rely on him or face it herself. Drawn by a quiet pull, Nefi continued watching the light, feeling as though it was calling her forward. Nefi left a note behind, explaining her decision to investigate the strange light alone and asking for forgiveness before quietly departing. Carrying a candle, she moved into the night, with firm resolve, determined to face what awaited and return safely afterward. In a dim corner, the young elf sat alone, her world confined to silence and stone, accepting the room as her only refuge. Days passed through chores and strict limits, her movements controlled, her thoughts drifting beyond walls she could not cross. That place remained etched in memory, a quiet cage beneath the night sky, where hope once felt distant and fragile. Now, feeling the cold and her own vulnerability, she sensed change within herself, a softness she began to value. Ahead, a cloaked figure walked on, and she quietly wished for him to understand that same fragile warmth. Power carried him forward, a man who had long endured everything alone, relying only on his own strength. Around him stood companions who slowly earned his trust, their presence easing the burden he once refused to share. Tears fell as she reflected on his kindness, fearing it could never be repaid if he remained unchanged. A firm resolve formed within her, deciding that gaining strength was the only way to support him properly. With steady determination, she stepped ahead, ready to confront the past that once held her back. A quiet house stood still as she stepped inside, noticing warmth from a small flame that softened the empty space. Her gaze moved across framed drawings while she carefully lit the room, sensing a presence left behind by someone unknown. Memories within the pictures revealed scenes of family and celebration, stirring a faint realization about their meaning. Uncertainty grew as she questioned her connection to the place, unable to find herself within those recorded moments. Suddenly, unseen force burst forth, shattering the calm and dragging her into a violent swirling distortion. From the shattered drawings, faint figures emerged, their forms taking shape as she watched in shock. The room filled with familiar faces, revealing the people who once lived there before everything was lost. Joyful moments unfolded before her eyes, showing warmth and connection she had never experienced herself. That gentle vision twisted suddenly, replaced by cold expressions that once rejected and scorned her existence. Closing her eyes, she accepted the truth, deciding those figures no longer held power over her. Fragments of memory shifted between warmth and distortion, showing a family once filled with quiet happiness. That peaceful image collapsed into violence, where destruction and suffering consumed everything she had just witnessed. Confusion overtook her as the truth unfolded, revealing that no one in the village had survived. Dark figures closed in, their hatred directed at her, blaming her existence for their tragic fate, despite the pain surrounding her. She faced them calmly, seeking to understand the reason behind their resentment. Resolve surged within her as she chose to protect those she cared for, refusing to regret standing against the past. Determination hardened further, rejecting the hatred before her and refusing to become like those who once caused her pain. Power burst outward, shattering the space around her as she faced the lingering spirits without hesitation. In an instant, the figures vanished, leaving only silence and scattered debris behind her. Yet the disturbance had not ended as a dark, swirling presence formed again, creeping toward her with quiet persistence. Facing the lingering presence, she questioned its identity, sensing that the illusions were guided by a hidden will. A cloaked figure revealed itself, radiating overwhelming power while probing her reaction to the painful memories it had shown. Calm reflection followed as she acknowledged her past feelings, yet considered how different things might have been under other circumstances. Her belief took form, holding that even those who caused harm could still change if given the chance. Amusement flickered from the figure, intrigued that someone like her stood beside a powerful being with such conviction. She demanded answers, her voice firm as she confronted the source behind the illusions and questioned its intent. A calm gesture followed, as the figure prepared to reveal itself, carrying an air of quiet confidence. The name was given, tied deeply to the village's fate, establishing a connection that bound past and present together. Words pressed against her resolve, challenging whether those memories held any true meaning within her heart. Without hesitation, she resisted, calling upon unseen forces as the battle erupted, refusing to yield to his control. A violent clash erupted as massive tendrils surged forward, pressing against her as she struggled to hold her ground. In a sudden shift, the presence vanished, leaving her standing alone as the overwhelming force disappeared without warning. Confusion followed as even the surrounding spirits failed to trace the figure, raising doubts about what had truly occurred. Under the quiet night, she moved quickly, deciding to report the incident, while still questioning the enemy's intentions. A lingering realization surfaced within her, sensing that the encounter ended, not by victory, but because she had been allowed to leave. A sharp pain struck her head as fragments of the encounter lingered, leaving behind a sense that something was not right. Pushing through the discomfort, she hurried forward, determined to return as quickly as possible. Distance stretched endlessly before her, each step growing heavier as exhaustion began to take hold. Her body weakened further, movement slowing while her thoughts blurred into confusion and uncertainty. At last, she reached the door, knocking desperately as her strength faded, calling out with the last of her voice. Hearing the urgent knock, he rushed forward and found her collapsing, relief washing over him as he realized she had returned safely. Looking up weakly, she steadied herself, her awareness fading as exhaustion overtook her fragile body. Tension fills the room as Zagan struggles to understand the situation, while a quiet observer lingers behind him. Returning unexpectedly, Neffy appears weakened, her condition hinting at a troubling experience during her absence. Carefully, Zagan holds her sleeping body, concern deepening as others question her sudden departure and what she faced. A nearby companion reacts with disapproval, implying Neffy stayed away longer than she should have. Doubt spreads among the group, yet Zagan firmly rejects blame, still unable to grasp the reason behind her actions. Guilt weighs on Zagan as he reflects on Neffy's choice, realizing he should have stayed by her side and shared her burden. A young girl looks at him with concern, wondering whether Neffy will ever return to her normal state. Determination replaces hesitation as Zagan declares his intent to resolve the situation, ignoring doubts from those around him. Calmly, he dismisses the idea of simple magic, suggesting the cause lies beyond ordinary spells. A tall elf reveals the truth, explaining that Neffy's condition comes from celestial magic, something rare and deeply tied to high elf power. Neffy lies weak, her condition worsening, while the difficulty of breaking the unknown force becomes clear to everyone present. A high elf steps forward with confidence, offering her help and declaring her intent to do everything she can. Zagan listens in silence, surprised by her willingness, as she insists her actions are not only for Neffy but also for her own reasons. Tension rises when another reacts sharply, while Zagan responds with mild irritation, showing little patience for the argument. The mood shifts as a cheerful girl suddenly proposes friendship, easing the atmosphere despite the seriousness of Neffy's condition. A cheerful girl reassures the high elf, softening her tension, though the reaction only leaves her startled and overwhelmed. Sudden irritation breaks out as another lashes back, rejecting the warmth and refusing to be treated the same way. A report arrives, revealing traces of a strange power, yet no clear source or scent can be identified. Uncertainty lingers while one recalls encountering similar energy before, though the memory remains incomplete. Relief settles slightly as Zagan expresses quiet gratitude, his resolve steady, despite the mystery still surrounding Neffy. The group prepares to investigate, each accepting their role, while trust is placed in Zagan to lead them forward. A quiet promise forms as Zagan directs his resolve toward the unseen enemy, determined to make them answer for harming Neffy. Elsewhere, time passes under a calm sky, yet the situation continues to worsen beyond their expectations. Meanwhile, Neffy appears carefree, gathering small things with innocent joy, unaware of the growing concern around her. After that night, her condition becomes clear, as her mind regresses completely, leaving her memories lost, like a fading dream. Zagan recalls a fleeting moment when Neffy recognized him, yet the memory fades quickly as she falls asleep again. Later, he prepares food for her, handling simple tasks carefully while explaining things she can no longer remember. Suddenly, Neffy clings to him with innocent affection, expressing feelings that contrast with her lost memories. The others watch with curiosity as Zagan continues helping, quietly accepting the unusual situation around him. Joy spreads as Neffy praises another warmly, her childlike innocence becoming clear to everyone nearby. Zagan hesitates as others react strongly, refusing to accept Neffy's current state, while he quietly worries about her condition. Food is prepared and shared, creating a brief moment of calm as Neffy and the others enjoy something simple together. Later, the group searches the village for answers, hoping to uncover clues about the strange events surrounding her change. Carefully studying an old document, Zagan explains that the trap may be connected to people once living there and their use of magic. Uncertainty remains as he admits the lack of clear leads, while discussion continues about elves, magic, and the reasons behind the incident. While reviewing records, Zagan finds nothing about Neffy, as nearby a small distraction causes a brief, light moment. Attention shifts when someone recalls that Nefi was once feared in the village, raising doubts about how others treated her. A new idea emerges, suggesting that such a dangerous child should have been monitored, pointing toward the existence of hidden records. The possibility grows that a secret journal was concealed, as mistrust among villagers may have driven them to hide the truth. Zagan reacts to the reasoning, recognizing its logic, while the group moves closer to uncovering what truly happened to Nefi. A knight introduces herself formally, revealing her role and strength. While Zagan recalls her sharp contrast between battle skill and ordinary behavior, she agrees to assist, and Zagan requests access to hidden documents, believing they may reveal the village's secrets. As he reflects, Zagan finds it unusual to rely on others, while suspecting the village itself holds a deeper curse. A brief moment of levity appears as something unexpected is placed on him, breaking his serious focus. Nefi smiles brightly, presenting a handmade flower crown, her innocence bringing warmth. Despite the ongoing mystery, Zagan struggles to restrain his emotions, overwhelmed by Nefi's small and innocent appearance. Soon, he carries her along as the others join, creating a lively yet chaotic moment around him. Movement continues as he runs forward, Nefi smiling brightly while enjoying the simple excitement. A quiet realization follows, as her current state reflects how she might have once been in the past. Beneath the surface, darker memories emerge, suggesting her emotions were lost due to suffering and the tragedy that once struck the village. While walking together, Zagan is observed closely, his troubled thoughts becoming visible, despite his attempt to remain composed. Nefi gently reaches out, offering comfort in her simple way, easing the tension that weighs on him. A realization forms as Zagan reflects that, despite everything, she remains the same person he cares about. The atmosphere lightens briefly, yet his thoughts linger on the strange situation surrounding them. Attention shifts to the flowers nearby, as their unnatural growth hints at something unusual, still affecting the area. Butterfly appears despite the cold, drawing attention as its presence signals something unnatural within the environment. Zagan observes the surroundings and realizes the distortion lies in time itself, prompting a decision to leave the area before the situation worsens. A group gathers beneath a massive tree as strange flowers begin spreading across the ground, releasing a heavy presence that surrounds the area. Concern rises when they realize the flowers will soon cover everything, while a powerful barrier silently seals the entire village, preventing escape. One among them suggests a possible way out, hinting that a certain ability might overcome the situation despite the barrier. The plan reveals a limitation, as the method would only work for a single person, leaving the rest behind. Group understands their reality, trapped together inside the village with no immediate solution. Zagan decides to confront the barrier directly, choosing force, while continuing to investigate the situation calmly. Preparation becomes clear as he reveals prior measures against such threats, noting the barrier's strength exceeds ordinary magic. Nefi steps forward, considering celestial magic as a possible solution, though uncertainty remains in her ability to control it. Attention shifts as nothing unusual appears nearby, prompting careful observation while they search for hidden clues. A lighter moment follows when Nefi reacts shyly to Zagan's gesture, briefly easing the tension despite their ongoing danger. Nefi suddenly freezes, her expression shifting as confusion and unease spread across her face, unsure of what she is feeling. Tears begin to fall as she struggles to understand her emotions, believing she has misunderstood something important and blaming herself. Overcome, she rushes toward Zagan, unable to contain her feelings, while others watch her sudden outburst with surprise. Zagan calmly explains her emotions, assuring her that such reactions come from happiness, rather than rejection or anger. Relief replaces her doubt as she expresses affection openly, clinging to him while her joy becomes clear to everyone nearby. He walks through the village with Nefi and the child, showing unexpected care while reflecting on their situation. Suspicion arises when Nefi questions his knowledge, holding the child closely as doubt begins to surface. Awkward explanation follows, as Zagan attempts to justify himself, though his reasoning appears unconvincing. Nefi considers the possibility that the child simply seeks friendship, watching her actions more carefully. Zagan quietly concludes the child's nature, realizing she is troublesome yet quick to recover, making direct honesty difficult. Awkwardly suggests stopping the surveillance, realizing his actions have drawn unnecessary attention. Embarrassment spreads as his behavior is misunderstood, while others interpret his concern as unusual kindness toward children. Irritation surfaces when he denies their assumptions, insisting his actions do not reflect any gentle nature, despite appearances. Curiosity grows among the group, leading to interest in observing how he truly behaves in such situations. Suddenly, The child leaps forward with energy, drawing everyone's attention as the atmosphere shifts from tension to surprise. Image 1, the young witch proudly shows off her magic, basking in admiration as the others react with surprise and curiosity. Soon after, she gathers the two girls and instructs them closely, preparing them for a small demonstration while Zagan watches in confusion. Without hesitation, both girls express strong affection toward Neffy, their actions overwhelming her with unexpected intensity. Meanwhile, Zagan struggles internally, shaken by the situation in a way no battle has ever caused him before. Amusement follows as the witch observes his reaction, satisfied with the outcome and eager to see how he responds next. The child repeats her success with determination, while Zagan struggles to recover as her innocent words continue to affect him deeply. A quiet moment follows as Neffy questions the child's past, leading to the realization that she has no memory of her parents. Hesitation fills the air when the child explains her feelings, seeing Zagan as the only figure who has shown her kindness and care. Zagan reflects on her condition, understanding that her memories are incomplete, leaving her with only a vague sense of what family means. Concern grows within him as he gently reassures her, uncertain whether his actions have caused confusion or brought her comfort. Neffy clings to Zagan with a bright smile, expressing her feelings openly while he accepts it with quiet understanding. A memory surfaces of her past, where isolation and fear shaped her belief that she had done something wrong. Observing her now, the group realizes she still seeks affection, holding on to warmth in the same way as other children. Guidance follows as she is reassured that her fears are unnecessary, though her innocence leaves her unsure about proper boundaries. Curiosity replaces doubt, and she gathers courage to make a small request, hoping to connect more closely with those around her. Neffy approaches the large beast with hesitation, yet curiosity leads her to gently reach out, while Zagan watches her reaction closely. A sudden interruption follows as another figure questions their actions, though the moment shifts when the child comfortably interacts with the creature. Tension softens when it becomes clear no anger is present, and the misunderstanding fades as the group observes calmly. Advice is given to Neffy about not holding back too much, encouraging her to act naturally without fear of causing trouble. In the end, reassurance settles in, and she accepts that staying true to herself can bring happiness to those around her. Neffy hesitates at first, but the children quickly surround her, pulling her into their energetic play despite her uncertainty. Excitement builds as they suggest different games, each idea overlapping while Neffy struggles to keep up with their enthusiasm. Elsewhere, Zagan returns to find the chaotic scene, surprised by how easily she has been drawn into their world. At the same time, a discovery is made when a hidden book is brought forward, hinting at something important within the village. Attention shifts as Zagan examines a pendant, recognizing a meaningful symbol that may connect to the mystery surrounding them. Zagan reacts sharply upon hearing about the pendant's material, realizing its significance and immediately focusing on it. Tension rises as he takes hold of the item, confirming it belongs to Neffy while questioning how it was found. Attention shifts to the girl who discovered it, as others question her identity and connection to the situation. Confusion deepens when her calm behavior contrasts with the danger around them, suggesting something unusual about her presence. Determination settles in as Zagan decides to investigate further, sensing that the truth behind the barrier lies within this discovery. Zagan examines the book carefully, recognizing its language and sensing its importance, while the others wait for his understanding. Realization strikes as the title reveals a hidden truth, linking the book directly to Neffy's origin and deepening the mystery surrounding her past. A veiled figure returned to the village after a long absence, carrying a baby in silence. Fear lingered as memories of unseen terror spread, describing the child as a future source of destruction. The words remained as a caution for those who might uncover them later. The infant rested quietly, its presence tied to fate. The notes spoke of a future hero who could stand against the demon. An elf found the abandoned child, marked by a pendant. He chose to take her in despite the ominous message. Uncertainty grew within him. In the end, he resolved to end her life before disaster could arise. The elf raised his blade, convinced the act would protect the village. A sudden force interrupted him, stopping his strike before it could fall. Dark power surged around the child, revealing her true nature. Faced with undeniable proof, he found himself unable to carry out the killing. Guilt weighed on him, leading to another decision. He entrusted the child to the village's strongest hunter, hoping fate would decide her end. Years passed, and the child grew while being confined. Despite attempts to hide her, she continued to wander outside. Peace remained in the village, sustained by ignorance. Meanwhile, efforts to change the hunter's resolve failed, leaving the situation unchanged. The elf ordered the villagers to leave the child untouched, preserving peace for a time. Despite fear, many still pitied her, Doubt lingered within him. He wondered how long such a secret could be maintained before everything collapsed. Years passed, and the girl remained confined. Isolation stole her freedom, and even her smile faded as time moved on. Life in the village continued, gradually forgetting her existence. Even those who once cared began to move on, leaving her behind. One day, a strange discovery appeared outside the village. The remains of an unfamiliar creature hinted that something hidden had begun to stir. A presence approached from beyond the village, carrying intent and familiarity. The hidden power within the girl began to react to this unseen arrival. Anxiety spread as the elf considered the possibility of the demon's return. He feared the child might be taken back. Desperate thought emerged, imagining their powers turned against each other. Destruction unfolded as that vision took form within his mind, unable to bear the weight of the truth. He stopped reading the record. The burden of what might happen became too great. In the end, fear shaped the girl's fate. What she became was no longer innocence, but something born from despair. Anger overwhelmed him as the truth settled in. The thought of destroying the village surfaced, driven by disgust at what had been done. He stepped away, deciding not to seek justice for the past. Instead, he chose to release his emotions and leave the matter behind. Others noticed his return and questioned what he had learned. Their concern revealed how little they understood of the hidden story. When asked about the contents, he gave a brief answer, concealing the weight of what he had discovered. The girl's origins traced back to a demon's actions, binding her fate to the same tragedy that once struck the village. Group absorbed the truth in silence, each reacting differently. Understanding settled, though it brought more weight than relief. A hopeful thought emerged, suggesting the girl's parents might still exist. The idea carried a sense of possibility despite uncertainty. That hope was quickly challenged by a harsher reality. Her parents had abandoned her, repeating the same fear-driven choice. Memories surfaced of encountering overwhelming power in the past. The realization connected those events to the present situation. Regret followed as the truth became clear. Fear had guided those decisions, and in the end, it only continued the same tragic pattern. The explanation revealed the harsh reality behind the past. Elves marked by danger were forced to leave. A deeper thought followed, questioning whether such a painful choice was made out of care rather than cruelty. Lighter mood briefly emerged as differing views clashed. Optimism met skepticism, softening the tension for a moment. Discussion turned uncertain again, with confusion replacing earlier confidence. No clear answer seemed to settle the matter. Frustration surfaced in the end. The situation remained complex, leaving judgment clouded and unresolved. Relief slowly replaced the tension among them. The weight of the past eased slightly as understanding brought a sense of comfort. Lingering anger still remained, though it began to shift into something lighter. What once felt overwhelming turned into restrained frustration. The mood softened further as reactions grew less intense. Confusion mixed with calm, signaling that emotions were settling. Attention returned to the truth hidden in the notes. A new realization formed, pointing toward a figure behind the events. Suspicion deepened as connections were made. The possibility emerged that the one responsible might be closely tied to the girl's origin. A conclusion formed as the truth narrowed to a single possibility. Only a powerful elf magician could have crossed into such a hidden place. Memories connected that figure to a known legend. The spirit queen, once defeated, became the center of their suspicion. Past events resurfaced, recalling a time when elves resisted the demon lord. Her name stood among those who fought and fell. Knowledge of elven secrecy deepened the mystery. Few possessed such magic, making the suspect even more certain. Decision followed as they prepared to act. Their search shifted toward the present, leading them to where the girl now stood, beneath a quiet tree. The girl rested peacefully among others, her presence calm yet distant, watching over them. The man approached and expressed gratitude, acknowledging her actions. In response, she questioned her role, revealing a lingering conflict within her sense of duty. A quiet contrast formed as he observed the sleeping child. Her innocence stood apart from the image of a demon, softening his perception. The past was brought into focus, reminding him of hardship and survival. His experiences shaped how he understood those before him. Memories of suffering surfaced one after another. Through them, his resolve hardened, grounded in a life shaped by struggle rather than fear. He admitted the emptiness within himself, unable to recall anything about his past. The absence of memory left his identity uncertain. Hearing this, she reflected on the similarity between them. Both carried gaps in their past, shaped by things they could not remember. The question of identity surfaced, drifting without an answer. He watched as she struggled to understand who she truly was. In response, he accepted the uncertainty. Lacking origin or name, he defined himself only by who he had become. His words reached her quietly, though simple. They carried weight, leaving her to process a truth she had never considered before. She recognized the truth in his actions, seeing kindness where others saw coldness. That understanding quietly changed how she viewed him. Relief followed as her burden eased. Gratitude surfaced, replacing the weight she had carried for so long. Attention shifted to an object discovered within the village. Its origin hinted at something hidden beneath the surface. Curiosity took over as she asked to examine it. He hesitated, but allowed her to proceed, trusting her intent. As she looked closer, realization struck them both. The object held meaning far greater than they had expected. Mother held her child gently, leaving behind a message of love, marking the beginning of a fate shaped by separation.